Okay, you guys, we are back in action. Like, I woke up so early and it still was not enough time. I'm still in my pajama shirt. Like, I'm trying to get my shit together, but I was like, I have to be on. This starting an hour early is really putting a little crick in my stuff. But yeah, yesterday was a hot ass mess. Today, I expect for it to be even more of a mess. This is a full day of cross with Miss Amber Heard and Miss Queen Camille. Queen Camille did the damn thing for us all, did us so proud. So yeah, I cannot wait for this to start. It is currently 9 o'clock. Everybody is in court. Johnny looks great, Ben looks great, Camille looks great, Amber looks like she wants to shit herself. I can't. But here, let me set it up for you guys. Hold up. Let me get it right. Okay, looks like jury's coming in. Please be seated. Let's get started. Of course they do. She said, of course we do. Look at Camille in the all white. Bring it with the all white pantsuit. I know that's right. Show them how it's supposed to be done. Show them class. Show them grace. Show them professionalism, because they know nothing about professionalism. Not a goddamn thing. Oh my God. Why is everybody in the world up at the stand right now? Everybody and their mother is up at the stand. Look at Elaine today. Look at Rottenborn. Ugh. We have Johnny. He's talking to the other lady over here who's still sitting down. He looks great. He looks in good spirits. I'm sure he had a nice cold glass of something after yesterday, because this is what we have been waiting for all this time, y'all. I need a ice cold glass of something. Lord, I'm thirsty. Like, what is happening? Like, why is it that all of a sudden we've been getting these long ass sidebars every time it's time for Amber to get up and say something? Why is that? Why we gotta do so much talking, so much him and hawing? What? Alexa, I wasn't talking to you. All this him and hawing when Amber's about to get on the stand. I don't understand. Where's the remote? Let me get my other computer. See what's going on the Twitter. I feel like I need to bring this a little bit this way, like that, and then I can bring it this way, like that, and it's closer to me. I heard some comments yesterday. People said I was talking too much, you know, and they couldn't really hear what people were saying, and I get that. I truly do, but this shit, not just me, we have been waiting for this for fucking years, and I'm sorry that I get overworked and hyped up and I may be doing the fucking most, but it's because I am so frustrated that this woman is sitting up here lying through her teeth still in front of this man that she abused and is abusing him currently still up on the stand. And I can't contain myself. I literally cannot contain myself. Like, I don't have the self-control to contain myself, and that's why I needed to be not in the office. Let's see what Twitter is saying. Holy fuck, Piers Morgan just tweeted 3 hours ago, so Amber Heard's a liar. And if she's lying about paying money to charity, why should we believe anything else she says? Holy fuck. That's coming from Piers Morgan. I don't even like that dude. Like, he's the one who went ham in on Meghan Markle and shit. He's done a lot of other stuff too, but For him to say that about Amber, that I'm shocked. But he's right. Like, if she's gonna get up here and lie, it's been proven that she's lied repeatedly about donating this money. Doesn't matter if you want to say debt, pledge, donate, whatever the fuck you want to say. You want to lie about that. Why the hell should we believe anything else about your mouth? You lied about giving money to sick children and people in need. You're trash. You're literally trash. And we see how uncomfortable you get. Look at this lie. It's a long ass. It is now 9:06, 9:05. Get it together. Starting with sidebar. Judge, do we have any preliminary issues before we get to the jury? Yes, Your Honor. Judge, of course we do. Look at Amber. What is up with these, like, hairstyles that her stylist is doing on her? Like, if I saw someone on Twitter say, oh God, what's her name? Oh, it's gonna fucking bother me. I think it's Carolyn Kennedy. I think it's Carolyn Kennedy. I think it's her. Let me make sure I'm saying it right. I'm pretty sure it's Caroline Kennedy. Hold on. Since Amber wants to keep, like, showing up as a dang on... It's not Caroline. Who married the younger brother? And they died in a plane crash. Who was it? What is going to bother me? What is her name? Because she was beautiful and her style was just so... Carolyn Bassett. Yes. Carolyn Bassett. Her style, oh my God. Like, if I saw someone say on Twitter, you know, who is dressing Amber, we do not know. Whatever they're doing is horrible. The styling, the hair, it's a fucking mess. But I saw someone said if, you know, they were going to be doing this shit that Amber's come, like, I would come with looks, honey. I would be dressed like the Carolyn Bassett Kennedy. She was just so classic in her style. Oh my God. Beautiful, simple, elegance, classic. Just, but Amber don't know how to do that. She can't. She has no freaking clue how to be classic, how to be still, as Johnny says. She has no clue how to be still. She's sitting over there by herself. Ain't nobody talking to her. Johnny at least has the other lady over here talking to him, but she looks fucking miserable over there because she knows she's about to get screwed on the stand by Camille for an entire day. Don't we love it? Don't we love it? I apologize for getting my video up so late yesterday. I don't, like, I guess it just takes forever when these videos are longer. It just takes forever to upload, and I'm like, can we please get it together? Because I don't like it being that late. Picking up where we left off, Amber Heard is a liar and abuser. Please continue, Camille. Ah! That's Brian. Incredibly average. I wonder if he's in this week. That's somebody who I would love to have meet. Incredibly average Brian, and then Laura B. I would have loved to meet her. And I would like to meet that umbrella guy too, but I know he, like, keeps his, you know, persona and whatnot anonymous, even though people try to dox the little sneaky snakes. But yeah, I would have definitely liked to have met those two. What is taking so long? I feel like I'm having deja vu. What is taking so long? Like, damn. I could take a break and get my life together a little bit now. I was rushing. Watch, as soon as I try to go do something, it's gonna start back up. What is Elaine shaking her head feverishly for? She looks so fucking stressed the hell out. Look at her. What's going on, Elaine? What's up? And Johnny's just sitting over there. It's so crazy because you see Johnny sitting over there, you see Amber sitting over there. They're not looking at each other. Well, he's definitely not looking at her. I see her head turning some, but like these two people who have no business being around each other, especially, you know, since Amber wanted to do a dang on TRO and shit, I'd be like, bitch, I ain't never gonna be near you a day in my life ever again. Never will look at you, just as Johnny has said, just as Camille stated in her opening. Never again. And they're sitting literally, oh, here we go.
All right, are you ready for this?
Yep, here we go. Let's do it. Can't stall no more. Can't stall no fucking more. It's happening. Shit. Look at Amber. What are the suits? Like, the suits are just, they're fucking awful. I feel like I can find a better suit, a goddamn Burlington Coat Factory, if I really wanted to. I just don't think that they're cute. I know this is not all about style and fashion, but it's just not cute.
All right, be seated. All right, next question.
Next question. What's the next question, Camille? Go hard. Go hard.
Good morning, Ms. Heard.
Good morning. Good morning, bitch.
Your relationship with Mr. Depp began in October of 2011, right?
That's correct.
And you previously testified multiple times.
Multiple.
Under oath.
Under oath.
That the first year of your relationship with Mr. Depp was the best of times, right, Ms. Heard?
It was the best of times. It was
You
the worst of
testified that as
times,
far as you could tell,
bitch.
Mr. Depp was sober that first year.
That is correct. That's what I used to believe.
Oh, God.
And that the first year was, quote, magic.
Magical.
Yes, I always estimated it was about a year.
But now you've told this jury that Mr. Depp was being violent with you throughout 2012.
Throughout?
Haven't you, Ms. Heard?
No, he took a break in the middle of 2012 when he was sober.
Oh, girl.
You told them
You need
that he
to
was
take a
hitting you
break.
in 2012, though. Is that right?
He was hitting me in 2012. He just took a break in the middle.
Wow. He was
He was
hitting you
smashing
into
things
that.
around you, right?
Disgusting.
He did.
And you told them that Mr.
Look
Depp
at
was
Ben.
in and out of sobriety in 2012.
That is correct.
You told this jury that, quote, in 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence, end quote. Is that right?
That is correct.
So it was during these cycles of violence in 2012 that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
I gave him a knife, I think for a birthday present early in our
Yeah.
relationship.
You
I
gave
believe
him
it
a
was around
big
2012,
ass knife.
But I'm not certain.
But we're so afraid for your
I see
life.
a picture of that knife.
Make
but
it make
I
sense.
think we should bring out the real thing.
Ooh! Let's bring out
Mr.
the real
Deputy.
thing.
Halusa, Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you?
Yes, let's
Show
bring
the
it out.
knife.
Oh, yes,
Show her.
yes, yes, let's bring it out. Oh my God, I love these people. Big ass knife.
Yes, that's
Oh
it.
my God, it's
That's the
massive.
knife you gave to the man.
That
who
is
was hitting
the
you, right,
knife
sir?
she gave to the man who was bruising and beating her.
That's for certain.
Shut the
But you gave
fuck
it to
up,
him while
you
he was
bitch.
abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Mm-hmm.
Master Deputy Sheriff.
In the break.
Halusa, will you please show
You gave it to him in
knife
the
to
break.
jury?
Show that knife to the jury. Oh my God. That was excellent because to have that visual of how huge this knife is, and she's going to sit up here and say that there was a break and that you
This is the
tried to
knife
give
you
this
gave
to him in the
man who
break.
Get drunk and violent with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012, yes.
Now, Ms. Hurd, I'm going to need to talk
Make
to
it
you
make
about what happened
sense.
in Australia in March of 2015. You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing the phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces.
Yep.
I was watching it disappear.
and Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yep.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Yep.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820.
Let's take a look.
I believe this has already been admitted into evidence, if we could have it published.
I love that they brought that knife out. That was so dope. They ain't fucking around. She's been so thirsty.
Thank you.
Your throat drying up from
You
the
saw this
lies
photo
coming
during
out of
your
it.
direct examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
The wall-mounted
It's not
phone.
depicted in this photo, correct?
Nope.
Whoever took this photo standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
Oh, is that so? How convenient.
Pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
Right.
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
He did. Your counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
We also saw this picture. Actually, can we please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1821, which is also admitted into evidence? You also saw this picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well, and I said this in the UK trial as well, that is not the phone. Obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall-mounted.
Is it obvious?
There are two phones
Is
in
it
the bar
obvious?
area.
So there was two phones in the
It
bar?
was a wall-mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what.
Why
but it
would
was
they need
like
two
an
phones
antique,
right there that
large
close?
and antique.
Doesn't make
And
sense.
what the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
So there's no picture of that damaged phone.
I didn't take a picture of it, no.
Okay. So back to the phone smashing. You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he
Yep.
pulled his hand back.
Every
end quote.
single
That's
time.
correct.
And according to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't
Your
notice
best
his
guess.
fingers
I thought you couldn't
come off.
forget.
Obviously, I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
I thought you
Well, it's
couldn't
not your
forget.
best guess, Ms. Heard.
That is my best guess, yes.
Okay, let's go back to my question.
Get her, Camille.
You submitted a declaration under the penalty of perjury in this
Under
case.
the
Do you
penalty
remember
of
that?
perjury.
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
Get her, Camille.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
If we could direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to the page 14 of the declaration. Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And your signature appears right under the statement, quote, I declare, under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the foregoing is true and correct.
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5. Specifically line 10. Quote, Wright testify under oath. While he was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of it, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
So you testified in this courtroom that after Mr. Depp smashed the phone, he held you down on the countertop by the neck. Do you remember that?
Yep.
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes, both of those things happened.
We'll get to the sequence.
We will get to the sequence, bitch. Don't you worry.
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
Why is
So
she
Mr. Depp was
linked
able to get you on the
over?
counter,
She's
right?
linked the fuck
He held me down
over.
by my neck.
And hold
He
you
did
down by the
not.
neck.
He did not.
That is correct.
You
And
lying
he grabbed the
bitch.
bottle, according to you,
Grab the bottle.
by holding you down by the neck.
Holding
Correct.
you down by the
I'm
neck.
sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
While Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck.
She's all of a sudden so
against the
detail
countertop, He
oriented.
grabs the bottle. That's your testimony.
Your shit
No,
doesn't
those two
make
things didn't
sense.
happen at the exact same time. No.
But that's what you said.
While he's holding the bottle. Is that your testimony? While
was
holding
holding
you
my-
down by the neck.
Sorry. What was your question?
Oh, so this is what we're going to do? The what is your question over and over
Either
again?
He has the bottle.
Pay
before or
attention.
after he's
You've
holding
had
it by the neck.
years. Look
On
at
the counter.
Johnny.
Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
Where's the bottle?
Where's the bottle?
That he
At
assaulted
what
with?
point?
While holding you down by your neck.
Where's the bottle?
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, it was
Where?
in his hand.
Okay, but he held you held
Was
by
it
the neck.
in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
Oh my
I
god.
was being held down
Yes, Camille.
while he assaulted me with the bottle.
No, bitch. No, bitch. That don't
When he
even make
puts you on
fucking
the counter,
sense.
Does he have the bottle in his hand? Yes or no?
Yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened first, or I don't remember the sequence. I just remember being aware that I was being assaulted by a bottle while I was on the countertop.
So he penetrates you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle, right?
That is correct.
And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
We'll get to the sequence. And while he was on 8 to 10 MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
Ooh, get him.
Let's talk about the sequence. This is the sequence of events you testified to in this courtroom. That he smashed the phone to smithereens and then assaulted you,
Yep.
lost the tip of his finger,
Yep.
and then assaulted you with a bottle. Yes? That's
Yep.
the sequence of events.
That is
you
the sequence of
testified to
events.
in this
To be-
court.
That don't
To
make
be
no
clear, you're
goddamn
putting it in
sense.
order when you say words like then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things.
Oh my
This
god.
was a multi-day
Oh
assault
my
that took place
God.
over 3 horrible days.
Miss Hurd.
Come
Miss Hurd,
on.
we're not talking. Miss Hurd.
Oh,
that's
shut the
not
fuck up.
question.
Shut the
The
fuck
question
up.
is
That's
about
not the question.
3-day assault
That's not the
allegedly that
question.
occurred. I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege occurred.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Let's talk about the sequence. So you testified. Actually, yeah, I know. I just realized that.
Damn, I'm sorry I gotta work and do this shit too. This is juicy as fuck. Oh my god.
Yes. Sir, do you have a copy of day 16 in front of you?
Day 16? Yes, of my
Court transcript?
deposition?
Yes. No, of the court transcript from this trial.
Oh.
Yes.
I didn't realize that, but yeah.
Okay. Let's look at the transcript. So you testified on page, I'm getting there, 4506.
Oh my goodness. Mm.
All right.
Okay. And the reason that we need to go through this, Ms. Hurd, is because we
Yes.
understand that these are very serious allegations. that
Very
you're making,
serious.
Right?
So we need to go through every single
Yes.
fucking
Okay.
detail,
So let's go through
bitch. Now all of a sudden you can't remember,
Page
but you always will
4506,
remember.
line
You said
2,
that just yesterday.
I sit here now You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is correct.
8 or 10.
Then, directing your attention to
Stupid
page 4518. Line 19. You talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
Yep.
That is correct.
Then on page 4519, at line 3, you testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing
Make
the
it
phone,
make
he's
sense
screaming,
now,
quote,
Amber.
"I fucking hate you," end quote, right?
Yes, he was screaming that among other things.
And further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, you talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens, right?
That is correct.
Then, continuing on the same page, 4519, line 20, you say something really important. Quote, "At some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing," end quote, right?
I just remember the sound. Yes.
You know
You
what?
remember
This
when
is
you
so
testified to the jury
convenient.
But he didn't have the phone in his hand anymore.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle,
Right.
he had the bottle in his hand. When he was punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat. He did a lot of things at night.
So you're acknowledging
She's going to go
the sequence,
literally to the
not my
fucking
words,
death.
your
This
words.
is the hill she's going to
you
die
testified to
on.
this jury that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the way, that's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
Correct.
I have never testified to a sequence.
You've never testified to a sequin,
on page
bitch. That doesn't
451.
make sense. You told a whole fucking
Starting at line
story
3.
in a certain order. That
You
is a
testified to
fucking
being bent over
sequence.
backwards on the bar.
Holy shit, she's
Right?
desperate.
Okay.
Mm, 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 mm. Wow.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to page 4521, starting at line 3. You testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
Bent over backwards. She's
And
so
then
dramatic.
feeling pressure on your pubic bone like Mr. Depp was punching you.
Dramatic
Yes.
as fuck.
That's what I thought.
That's what you
And then
thought,
further
bitch.
down,
That's what you
on page
said.
4521 and on to 4522, you testified that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember feeling.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 1816.
Show it. I love when
Just
I
already
pull
been
up
admitted.
evidence.
Yes, you.
Thank
I
you.
love
You
it.
saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I
Uh-huh.
did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles.
That's
that
the
were
bottle.
next to
Why is the wax
on
still
desk
on it?
when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me.
And if I
You
understood
lying
your testimony
ass
correctly,
bitch.
you testified that this is the maker's
She's gonna go to the death.
Sexually assaulted you.
She's gonna go to the
I was
death.
never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape.
So now you're not sure of
You
anything,
testified
yet
in
you were
courtroom that
speaking
you had not
so
seen the
definitively
photos
about
on
everything.
privacy photographs, correct?
And not in the course of the trial, I hadn't seen the photograph.
You know, this is pathetic. You're pathetic, bitch. How you gonna get up here and say you don't know
claim you had serious
anything?
injuries
Pretty much.
after
You
this
don't
alleged
recall a
incident,
goddamn
right, sir?
thing.
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
Wow.
Let's testify. Let's focus on the testimony that you gave about the injuries. Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger, right?
Sometimes, I mean, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his own jewelry on.
Your testimony in this trial was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings, correct?
You need to put your microphone on this. Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has to show where that was and then.
Overrule the objection.
Overruled.
Your testimony yesterday was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings.
Right.
Yes, sir?
That's what I testified to.
Yes, sir. And he was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally every single ring, every single day, but.
You're a liar. You're a
Not
liar.
often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, I've never known Johnny not
Right.
to wear rings on every finger.
That is what I testified to.
Okay.
So why now are you
testified
saying something
that you
different,
bled as
bitch?
a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
You testified that your forearms were cut
My forearms and my feet.
and your feet were sliced.
So
up.
where are the pictures of your
That's
feet?
correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there is not a single medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
And the day after you sustained all these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came to the house in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day, along with security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, this Dr. David Kipper came along with nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Right.
That fight went into the morning, like early hour morning, so technically that last day.
She's struggling, y'all.
Dr. David Kipper is
She's
Mr.
struggling.
Duff's, or was Mr. Duff's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But
Yes.
he was at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And he
She's
was also your
struggling.
physician.
He also saw me.
No, not saw you. He was your physician,
Right.
correct, Ms. Heard?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
All right. Let's please pull up. Do you remember giving testimony in this case? In the
Oh, she's
deposition,
like,
Ms. Heard?
All
Yes,
right.
I've given
Because
a
she
couple.
knows she's fucking lying.
If we could please pull up the deposition transcript, day 2.
Yep. Show her some more lies. She is so thirsty.
At
Johnny is loving this.
589 lines 6 through 8. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Be nervous, Amber. Be very nervous.
Your Honor, we're going to play Ms. Heard's deposition for the jury, line day 2, page 540, lines 6 through 9. We have permission to publish it. Excuse me, I'm sorry, day 2, page 589, lines 6 through 8.
Right, could you just give us a minute to get
Of
there?
course.
589.
I'm sorry, what was the one?
Page 589, lines 6 through 8.
Did you say 540 or 580?
589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no objection there.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You should shut your fucking mouth, Elaine.
And he was your doctor at this point, right?
Yes, he was.
Right. Boom. Yes, he was.
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Miss Lloyd is a nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
Mr. Connolly is one of the security guards, correct?
That is correct.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at that point.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
You flew back
Get
to Los
her
Angeles the next day
Camille.
before you came. Is that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
Of course you don't, because you were
recall Mr.
fucked up.
McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King.
I don't remember that, no.
You were a hot ass mess.
And the same day, you also saw your own nurse, Erin Bren Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles.
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
You saw Miss Filati's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I believe she testified that she came to dinner. where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day.
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
And then you saw Aaron Barantholotti again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
Didn't you?
I'm not sure if that's what she testified to. I'd have to just see the records.
Why is
to
she
know.
all of a
You
sudden
heard her
sure
testify
of
according
nothing?
to her notes. She met with you privately on March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact date.
And when you were in Australia, Ms. Heard, you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claimed to have sustained, right?
I did not take any pictures, no.
But you did take 2 pictures.
Of the mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors that was...
Why didn't you
the
take any
bathroom where
pictures
I
of
was.
you?
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence. You took this picture,
I
right, Ms. Heard?
love this.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia.
That's correct.
And this black paint on the mirror is from Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Yes, I
Mhm.
only know that because there was blood as well as paint.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing, when I was leaving.
Why is she breathing
That's
so
a
hard?
yes,
took the
right,
photo.
Ms. Heard?
That's... What's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
She's
You
caught
took
up,
this picture
y'all.
After you had allegedly been
She's caught
assaulted
up.
by
She
Mr.
don't know
Depp.
what to do.
Yes?
That's correct.
Yeah, you didn't capture yourself.
She
in the
has
mirror,
no
did you?
clue what she's talking about.
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 375.
Like, why wouldn't you stand in front of the mirror
You took this
and take
picture
the
as well,
picture?
right, Ms. Heard?
That's
And
correct.
then you'd be in it
This is
too,
from one
looking
of the
fucked up.
bathroom mirrors in Australia.
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And that is
And this is
clearly
also
your
a picture taken
handwriting.
after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
It's because I was taking a picture of the writing.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror. So the writing in black paint is from Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, "Call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe," end quote.
That's correct.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding
Yep.
from his amputated finger, and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror,
Yep.
right?
Also went for a
I
swim.
don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Let's please take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1830.
I know Amber hates Camille. I know she does.
I believe this picture is also admitted into evidence. This is a picture of the same mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, "She loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot."
I had not read that yet. I mean, before, but yeah, that's what it says.
But you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this.
Stupid.
It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it in person.
Stupid.
Again, Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
So, Ms. Heard, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
That's correct.
You know Carly Simon sang the song "You're So Vain," right?
I was told that.
But you
So
didn't
it's
know
your
that?
testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls, it was
With
on
himself.
lampshades, it was on cushions.
It's your testimony the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint,
Yep.
right?
Yes.
Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again.
Okay, I did some work. I can focus a little better. Okay.
The black smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
Right.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took his photograph, no.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from
Johnny's smiling.
157:21 through 158:54. It's recording, Your Honor.
It's not to get mad, it's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to.
At least
To
5 bathrooms. Are you kidding me? 2 bedrooms?
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution. You
Why?
escape the solution.
No.
You
Play that
escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every
Right. She just said you run away. So how is he beating your ass if he's running away, you dumb ass?
I'm not giving you a
Thank you,
minute break.
God.
Do it at minute 3
Thank
at the beginning
you.
of an argument.
No.
Thank you. I'm so happy they're playing
down.
this. Yes,
And
Ben.
when it gets too fucking hairy,
Right.
the rest splits them apart or whatever.
Yes.
All I'm saying is
He's saying he got to get the fuck.
You can't have a solution if the argument
Right.
just keeps mounting.
It
mounting,
keeps
and
mounting.
and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor.
Right, to get
Bang,
away
bang,
from
bang,
you.
here you come. I come out. Fight, crazy.
Exactly.
Escalated. I go split again, I go to
Escalated.
another fucking
Then he
bathroom,
leaves
go
again to
back
get away from the escalation.
Knock. Bang,
There she
bang,
go
bang.
again. Boom, boom,
You
boom.
kept coming to get
I'm
me.
so happy they're playing this. Mm-hmm. Play
This
that
is
shit.
what really happened in Australia.
That's
isn't it,
what
Mr.
really happened in Australia.
I did knock on a bathroom door.
A bathroom door. A bathroom
Not
door.
a
Look at
bathroom
Johnny.
door, 5 bathroom doors.
He's
and
like, bitch, for real.
Isn't that
Johnny
right?
is not an accurate historian of what happened during
Miss
that.
Heard.
Oh, but you aren't accurate.
That's not my question. 5 bathroom doors. 2
For
bedrooms.
real, this is the
That's the
pot
law.
calling the kettle
That's
black.
the
He had to
law.
laugh at that one. He's not an accurate historian, bitch. You are an accurate historian. You lie through your teeth. You're lying now.
Bag of MDMA.
Oh, that was
Miss Heard,
hilarious.
Miss Heard, I'm going to move to strike everything
Oh.
after I knocked on 1 bathroom
She
door.
can't do that, she's answering the question.
No, you're not.
Not quite, so I will sustain the objection. Just answer the question, okay?
The recording we just listened to. That's exactly what happened in Australia. Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
That is incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Miss Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was injured,
You
you
couldn't
had to hide from him,
lie,
right?
bitch.
That is incorrect.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding
Yep,
talking
you would
to
pursue him
right?
because he was trying to
He
get
did
away
that
from you.
first night
And
when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course it's scary. He's also my husband.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
No. I don't have.
We can scroll down, please. No.
Ms. Bergerhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you.
Yeah, again, why is the mic always off? Why do you not understand? Is this not the 15th time you've been told this?
I'm not
She's
admitting it into
childish.
evidence yet. I would like to just
Okay.
talk to the witness about it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
I don't recognize these, no.
Who's Dr. Cowan?
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015?
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
I'm going to ask that
Shut
you show her the
up.
unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back and
Okay.
forth if she wants to talk
Absolutely.
about
All right, we'll
moving
pull
the
it up.
unredacted
Sure.
later. Thank you.
Pull it up.
Seeing these unredacted messages, is this fresh recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's correct.
Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
You see the text message at the bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.
What's it say?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia. correct?
Allegedly.
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change."
Boom. And
Did I
you
read that
haven't
correctly?
changed a
That's
bit.
correct.
That was the only truth
You
out
were
your
able to
mouth
change
this
what you
entire
said.
time.
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I was in, but I didn't have the power. I didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed to change that. I knew it was, at this point, horrible for me. And I
I'm gonna
talked to
move
my
to
therapist
admit-
often about that.
Exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Ms. Heard's messages.
All right. Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Heard that clarify even further, and I also think
Ms.
that
Brenna,
Dr. Collins.
Your Honor, may we
Yeah,
please
that's
approach?
fine.
This is-
Right, approach. Right. This is inappropriate. Inappropriate. She really got herself into some shit. Like, it really did not have to be this way. It just didn't. She had to go there. Just had to. Couldn't just take the money. Or even still, like, ugh. I hate to have to work, y'all. I'm sorry.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted.
All right, 371 in evidence as redacted over objection. Yes, ma'am.
You can publish that to the jury. Thank you.
Publish it.
So you write, Ms. Heard, to Dr. Cowan, I feel so lost.
You
I
feel
can't
so lost.
talk.
You still lost.
I don't know if I'll
You
ever
should
be able
keep-
to change.
You won't be.
Right?
And I said I clearly can't figure this out, meaning the relationship.
You didn't say that. You
I
said
did.
Not the relationship. Your text messages.
You
clearly,
said
I can't
yourself.
figure
You
this
said,
out.
I don't
feel
know
so
if I'll
lost
be
right
able
now.
to change. You were talking
What I
about
was saying to him.
No,
yourself.
no, Ms.
Clearly, I
Heard,
can't
Ms.
figure
Heard,
this out.
Ms. Heard,
that's not my question.
That's not the question.
The
Shut the
text.
fuck up.
Just a text.
That's
What
what
She
you
always
text.
trying to
What
do
you text.
that.
Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
That's
That's
what I was saying.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Heard, you contend?
Your Honor, just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in.
They are in the redacted.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Heard, you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you.
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia.
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior.
That is correct.
And he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pin was placed.
A skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time, so I don't remember what happened and
One
when
of those
exactly.
procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
Right.
At some point,
He
I knew
almost
had an infection.
died.
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
It was casted.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
No, it's not.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Heard?
Under oath.
Several, yes.
Yeah. So you know what it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
Under oath,
That is
bitch.
correct.
You're
Meaning
aware that Ms.
perjury.
Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That's true.
And Ms. Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to take on my reproach.
All right.
This is some bullshit. Y'all had all this time and Amber is not prepared for any of it. She's just going to say she doesn't know. Oh, that's not what I said. Oh, I don't know about that sequence. Oh, Johnny is not a what did she say? He's not an accurate historian of facts or some stupid shit.
That's correct.
And you're aware that Ms. Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And Ms. Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial.
Yes.
So you heard Ms. Lloyd testify under oath that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I can't remember if she didn't recall that or if she said it didn't happen. I don't remember. I vaguely sense she didn't recall anything.
So it's your testimony that Ms. Lloyd would forget that Mr. Depp, a very famous patient of hers, threw a can of Red Bull that nearly missed her, according to your version of events?
To be fair, I just don't remember if she said when she testified that she didn't recall that incident or if it didn't happen. I don't remember what she testified to. But I have a vague sense that she didn't recall much at all.
Just like you don't recall shit,
She
bitch.
recalled when she testified in this courtroom, and Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident, no.
You actually filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license in connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath, that wasn't you?
That is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister. Specifically when he moved for her. That's when I hit him.
So it's your testimony under oath. You threw nothing at Mr. Depp. And Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny.
No.
Yes.
But not
throwing
that
things.
occasion.
No.
Not that occasion. Not on that occasion.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern. Imagine that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
Miss Heard, you and Mr. Depp kept a journal together, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal, right?
That is true.
If we could please pull out Plaintiff's Exhibit 91. I'm only going to be showing you certain portions of this, so if we could please call this Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A. This is the journal that you and Mr. Depp kept with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could scroll through, these are all entries that you made in the journal, correct?
Is it done?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A, and I've gone ahead and redacted Mr. Depp's writings as on hearsay grounds.
I'm gonna object, I'm gonna move it.
Okay.
Ugh, this work is stressing me out. Like, why on the days where you just wanted to be chill is the most shit start popping off? And I'm just like, can you please not?
Let's start with the first page. It's a picture, Your Honor. It's a picture.
They haven't given me the pages yet.
Writing them down.
Sorry, Jim. Let's write them down first.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, right.
If we could please publish this to the jury.
Yep.
91A in evidence.
Thank you.
Over objection.
This is a picture that's on the inside cover of the Love Notebook, correct?
Oh,
That's correct.
And this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
I haven't seen
That's
this
correct.
picture.
You're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
Look
Yes,
at
that's
Johnny.
much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yeah, yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph again, please.
Yep. Look at the finger.
Let's now turn to page 3.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so hungry. You hear me crunching? Ooh.
This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Her handwriting is pretty.
This
I
is
can't
actually
say
the first
that.
note you wrote to him in this
I'll give
journal.
her that.
I don't remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May
iPhone
22nd,
more and more for you
2015,
every day.
correct?
May
That
22nd,
is correct. That was
2015.
during our honeymoon period.
This is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of 2015,
Yep.
right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke about yesterday.
When Mr. Depp, after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
With the
It was
bottle.
after the stairs and it was after the
R
Australian
worded you with the
yes.
bottle.
And he got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also
And you
2
got
months
no
after
medical attention.
You punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister.
He did
And
not.
This is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney and I had heard a rumor, a vague rumor about that.
A vague rumor,
And
but you
so
decided to
sorry.
bring it in court. Stupid
This first
ass.
message to Mr. Depp in your journal you write,
Ben loves Kate
Quote,
Moss. He gets so excited
"True
every
love
time
isn't
she's
about
brought
just
up.
the madness of passion, or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both. Falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most. That I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart,
Whoa.
devour you, and savor the taste.
Wow.
Not.
Rip him apart, devour him, and savor the
Yes, I love
taste.
him.
That is literally
Say
what
that
you
correctly?
have done to him.
Yes, you did.
And you're slim, right?
But you
That's
talked
correct.
all that shit about Johnny's
So now I'm
words
going
and
to
how
ask you to take a
vulgar
look
it
at the
was.
very
You
last
wanted to
entry
rip
you
him
wrote in this
apart.
journal, which seems to be from April 8th. That would be April 8th, 2016, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written on there and I don't recognize it yet.
It would be a couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following. Quote, "I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after
Lily
many
Rose
attempts in
thing.
vain on my part
Because it's
to
not your
rectify the
place.
situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I am so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There is never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim." Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Mr.
Forever
let's
yours.
Take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 423, which is already in evidence.
Amber is guilty as sin. Guilty as sin itself. And
This
it's
is a
all
picture
over
of
her
you with what
face.
appears to be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those are
Uniform.
scars from the broken glass.
And
Those
they're
are not
straight
scars,
and red,
bitch. Do you
right?
still have them now?
I disagree with
A
how you
scar
characterize
stays.
that, but they are red, yes.
And they're
Show
on
the
your
scars
left
now. Pull up your sleeve and show the
Yes,
scars.
that's
If those
correct.
are scars, they should still be there.
Sir, do you have a history of cutting
I have
yourself
scars
into?
on my body
do
from
not.
years ago. That's a
You cut your arm
scar.
once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to when I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager. I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
So it's your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
Oh, but I thought you didn't self-harm. I thought that wasn't a thing for you.
Ms. Heard, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
On the
That's
honeymoon
correct.
where you were
That was in
beating
July
his
2015.
ass. How are you on the honeymoon
Yes,
with
that
Johnny
sounds
Depp
right.
and you're beating
Let's
his
take a look
ass?
at Plaintiff's Exhibit
I would be all
162,
over
which is
that,
already in
man. Are you
evidence.
kidding me? All over.
You were here in this courtroom, right, Ms. Heard, when Malcolm Connolly testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is the picture. This
That's
picture
how you
shows
know
injuries
she
to
really
Mr.
doesn't
Depp's
like
face, doesn't
men.
it?
I think that's
In this picture. That's your testimony.
how you know he's
This
not
one
injured,
is,
Amber.
Ms.
Photoshop.
Heard, I have your answer. Thank you.
She said, "I seen this picture.
This is
I
the
seen
only
this
photograph
picture."
from our honeymoon that shows
It's not
someone with an
photoshopped.
injury, correct?
That's not true.
We haven't seen any photos of injuries to your face from that train trip, have we?
Nope.
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
Your face was not
Take a
injured.
look
Nothing was
at
injured on you. I thought you got
91
choked the
page.
fuck up with a shirt. I don't see
Page
nothing on your
46.
neck.
Going back to the love journal.
Don't see nothing on your neck.
This is a note from you to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you wrote on July 22nd, 2015.
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, please take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A at page 67. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp in your journal, right?
That is correct.
And this one is dated August 1st, 2015.
That's correct.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you. What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical, memorable, wonderful, stunning, surprisingly evolving, and
Oh.
impulsive adventure.
Oh.
I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon.
Oh.
I love you more and more every passing day.
But nothing about being
XX
choked up.
Slim." Did I
Nothing
read
about
that
being
right?
beat the
That is
fuck
correct.
down. It was magical,
Take a
wonderful,
look at the
beautiful.
journal entry starting on page 68.
Lying bitch. Did she not think that they would have this shit? Like she had to know.
This is another entry from you writing to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And this one's dated August 2nd.
That is correct, yes.
And this one is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends on page 70 of the journal.
This is some.
And you write, quote, "I hope the things said in anger and pain were just that, and that you miss and love me too. And that is what matters most to you. You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn from this, but I don't feel that way. And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm, loving husband, XX Slim."
That is correct.
And sad, the word sad is crossed out.
That is true.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
That is correct. The whole book is love notes.
So this is dated August 15th, correct?
That is correct.
And here you write, quote, "My love, why do we fight? Ever?
Because you're a
Why?
crazy fucking
Love you more
bitch.
than
That's why
anything
nothing's
else.
gonna
Are we
satisfy
that
your ass.
uncomfortable with
Nothing's
being
gonna
lonely?
satisfy
Were
Amber.
we scared?
This is going to
Or
be
is it
done, and
something
she's
else?
gonna go on
I
to like
don't know.
Elon and try to fuck
But I'm
his
sure
life
of one
up.
thing, and if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Your testimony, this was a love journal.
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
And apology notes from you to Mr. Depp.
the book was more of a love note book, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
And there's also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Let's look at an entry from August 17, 2015, starting on page 90. Here you write, quote, "I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever. You know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many. Let me try to fix this. Let me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart better. You deserve it. Hell, maybe even I do. I need you. We need each other. You're my cornerstone, my heart, my all. You are my
The
life.
cornerstone.
I hate it
heart.
when you fight. I hate
Her
having
all.
you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything.
She's
Let me
so
prove it. I
extra.
need
She's
you.
trying to act
I love
like she's
you.
in a 19th
Funny.
century fucking film writing love notes by a fucking
Did I read
candlelight
that correctly?
in her fucking
Yeah,
petticoats
another
and
example of me trying to
nightgown.
fix it.
No, bitch. This is real
He's always
life.
trying to fix it.
Very real.
Fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior.
I tried everything. I tried apologizing. I
Yes,
tried reading,
Camille,
I tried
apologizing for your
therapists,
bad
I tried
behavior,
everything.
your
Yeah,
horrible,
couldn't change
awful,
what you told Dr.
evil
Pound, right?
I
behavior.
couldn't change my relationship.
No, you couldn't change your behavior because this is who you are deep down, deep seated. You're an evil
Let's talk
person.
about December 15th, 2015 again.
Let's talk about it.
Aaron Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on December 15th, 2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just dropped off meds in the late at night.
Okay, but if
She
you
saw
were
you
harmed,
personally, though,
She
right?
physically saw me, but did not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
okay. So there's all these technicalities
She was your
and
personal
shit
nurse,
now
right?
all of a sudden.
She was a nurse
Wow.
assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
She was assigned to you, and so when she would see you, it would be physically in person in your home and traveling, correct?
She would sometimes see me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
You testified that during the incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence. Could you please have that published to the jury? Thank you.
Publish
Sir, this is the
it.
picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's exactly it.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot, right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
I cannot tell what's on
Yep, the pocket knife.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
Caught, bitch.
I did not damage the bed.
Caught in
Touching
4K.
me.
You were so fucking quick trying to rush around. Johnny is trying to
Sir, you
not
also testified
smile.
that there was blood
That's
all
what the
over
fuck
pillows
you
on the bed,
used.
correct?
On
You
the Peloton,
sneaky
yes.
ass, planning ass, staging ass
You didn't take a picture
bitch.
of that,
You was trying to be so
I did
quick.
not take
Okay, let me do
pictures.
this, let me do this. And you snapped your pic a little bit too
About a
fucking
week
quick.
after the
Got
December
caught the
15th,
fuck up.
2015 incident, you
Caught
went
up.
with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct? To celebrate Christmas?
The incident was on the 15th, and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks
You sure
after
did.
this assault.
Did a little
Let's please
photo
pull up
shoot.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 99.
Pull it out. Let the jury see it.
This is a photograph of you on Mr. Depp's island shortly after December 15, 2015, correct?
Look at it.
No, this was taken weeks later.
On the island? On
the
that trip?
island?
It was
On
taken
that
on the
trip.
island.
On that trip.
Yes,
Weeks later.
Weeks later.
weeks later.
That doesn't
December
make sense.
15th. You traveled to the island December 23rd? That's your
It's my
testimony?
recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve or the first day of the year. I think New Year's Eve.
You don't know what it is, bitch. You don't.
And this
think
is the
nothing.
photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
What do you
That is
mean
correct.
weeks later?
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection?
All right, 99, we can publish.
Can we please have a zoom into Miss Hurd's face? Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 100.
Beautiful pic, ain't shit on you, and a goddamn thing on you. You were doing a photo shoot on your a photo shoot, a photo shoot on your man's private
All right,
island
100 in evidence, you can publish.
with the clothes and the beautiful
This is another
environment
picture from that photo
around
shoot,
you. You had your
Yes,
friends.
this is the same photo
And
shoot
you
that you asked
still
about
did
earlier.
this
And
shit.
this is
And you tried to make
several
this a
weeks later.
horrible moment. And there's
We could zoom
nothing
in on Miss
on
Hurd's
you.
face.
You took over that island. You were all your fucking people. Look
Let's
at your
please
face.
pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit
Ain't shit on you.
101.
I know the jury is all in it. Because they was falling asleep when Amber was going through her
I'm going to
direction
move
shit
to
because they knew it
admit
was
and
all
publish.
lies.
Any objection?
Can we just have the foundation first, please?
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Miss Hurd, that was taken on the island.
This is the same photo shoot, yes.
Then no objection, right?
All right, 101 in evidence, you can publish.
If you could please zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Miss Hurd's face. It's your testimony, Miss Hurd, that you were wearing
Nothing
makeup in
on
the
your
photo shoot?
face. Look
That
at
is correct, it's a photo shoot.
There's nothing on her face. Oh shit. I'm
If you
fucking
could
up.
please pull up
There's
Exhibit
nothing on her
102.
face. Nothing. Amber, are you expecting us to look at this and say that
Miss
you
Hurd,
had
this is
makeup
another
on your
picture from
face
the
and
photo
that
shoot.
these bruises are covered?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like it's
Oh,
the
come
same
on.
thing, but I can't really tell without
Oh,
it being
come
zoomed
on.
out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is a picture of me, yes.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
All right, any objection?
What if she said that's not a
I'd like
picture
her
of
to-
her?
She identified
Oh,
herself.
well, I would have died.
If she could identify when it was taken, that would help.
Y'all couldn't identify none of your
No,
pictures
no,
when your
no,
pictures
no,
were
no.
taken.
One,
Now you
two,
want us to
three,
identify.
four.
Look at Johnny smiling. Look at that. Look at this.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit
I
103.
know you are fucking lying.
203.
I know.
Ms. Hurd, this is yet another picture of you from that Greg Williams
Yet
photo
another
shoot,
one.
correct?
That is correct. This is from the same shoot.
And she
You
has
need
the
to
bead
admit and
earrings
publish.
on, you guys.
103 in evidence?
She has the bead earrings on. The Gucci bead earring.
And again, if
She
we
had
could
it
zoom
on
in on Ms.
yesterday. Now
Hurd's
she
face.
got it on again. Nothing. Nothing. She's fucking trolling us with them earrings and
And
shit.
finally, if we
There's
could please
nothing
pull up
on
Plaintiff's
you.
Exhibit 104.
I love this.
And
Picture
Ms. Hurd,
after
this is a
picture.
picture of you from that
Run
photo
that
shoot,
shit.
correct?
Picture after
Again,
picture.
this is the same photo
Keep
shoot
on running
weeks
it.
later.
Keep on
I'm
running
going to
it.
move to admit and publish. No objection.
All right, 104 evidence. Thank you.
Show it to her face where there is nothing. Why is she smiling? She smiled when that pic came up. Why? You got
Yeah,
happy
because it's
memories
on this
of a
face.
life you're never going to have again? Look, ain't nothing on her.
Thank you, Tom.
Ain't nothing on
You
her.
testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done
Oh,
the previous
shut
year.
up.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son Jack was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
Ran.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
Threw
I did
something
throw
at him
something at him to get away.
to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara
Like you're in a
Roberts testified,
Lifetime
right, Mr.
movie.
I did.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes,
And
that's
she
correct.
saw you
You heard her
blocking
testify
him
that
from
she witnessed
leaving.
an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in
And you were
December of
screaming
2015, right?
vulgarities. You rude bitch.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but
She did.
that was the gist.
She
of
did.
it.
She
kind of
escaped you.
misrepresented it to seem
Escape
like
because
that,
you were
yes.
being a
And she
terror.
misrepresented it.
He was
How could
scared
you
for his
correct?
life.
Okay, and then
Trying
you
to get away
apologized
from
to
you.
Mr. Depp, right? That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts
correct.
said. Begging him to come back to the house with you.
That's not correct.
Clawing at him. She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny had me by the hair.
Yelling at him.
Yelling at
We were
him.
screaming, both of us.
No.
But, I don't
He
know
was
what
telling you to
she
get the fuck out of the way and leave
would
him
hurt.
alone.
And that she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
I don't know what she observed.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements, and each one contained different information as per recent filings.
And each
That's what
one
counsel
contained a
has
bunch
to
of
do with
fucking
that.
And in
lies. That's what it
response to
contained.
previous
Bold-faced lies.
Including testimony from people that contradict your story.
Ooh, sorry.
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel
Ooh.
asks you to respond to things, and you put it in a declaration of sorts.
She
and
knows
that
the law.
happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country, and that's what I did.
So that was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK.
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara
Lies.
Roberts'
I'll
testimony.
remind you. You could have Ms. Roberts' 5th witness statement.
Yes, Camille, yes. Don't worry, bitch. I'll remind you. Don't even fucking worry about it.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
I cannot believe this is happening. I know Amber cannot wait till break so she can go freak the fuck out. This is some trifling. Like, Amber, you have a child. This is what you want your daughter to look up to. You on the stand lying through your teeth on a man who
Direct your
did nothing to
attention,
you.
Just heard to page 6 of your 5th witness statement.
Let's look at it.
It's here that you describe the December 2015 incident, correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement.
Her
as I
voice
said,
is
there were
cracking
several.
because she's getting uncomfortable. She can't even get her words out. She's getting choked
But
up.
starting on page 6, Ms. Heard, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is
I
I'm not sure if I'd describe it in full in this statement.
I'm going to show you your confidential schedule to the 5th witness statement that accompanied the 5th witness statement in the UK.
Yes, ma'am.
Amber don't got nothing. Camille is coming with factual actuals. And Amber is just trying to say she don't recall. Well, oh, I didn't exactly say it this way and this, that. Like, she's trying to get off on context and technicalities and semantics. Like, no. Like, let's not act like the world is fucking stupid. We all see what the hell is going on. You said what you said.
In the confidential schedule.
And you
for your
stuck
fifth
to it
written
all these
statement,
years. And now that you're being crossed, you want to act like, oh, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
1 on page 21.
Read it. Read it. I want
Describe Mr.
I
Depp
want
sexually assaulting
them to
you in
have-
the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is correct.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
So when was the first time?
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Miss Roberts had said that
I love
she
how
saw
Camille
him
is
on the
looking
island
at her.
chasing, clawing
Looking
at
her
Mr.
in the
Depp.
eye.
Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
I love that Camille is looking at her.
You could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 394.
Please pull it up. What is Twitter saying?
So, Your Honor, this is another recording I can represent to the court.
Ooh,
This only
a
contains
recording.
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's voices.
Yep.
I'm going to move to admit the entire recording.
The
I'm
entire.
going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
Play that whole thing.
Which kind of exhibit you're on?
394.
394.
Get it together, Elaine. Dang, you need a hearing aid?
All right, I'll go with that. All right, 394 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I love they confronted her about that pocket knife. That just shows how sneaky and planned she has done things. Staged.
What things have you been doing?
Working on this thing, not being sort of friendships. Last several times.
Hence, screaming when I spilled wine accidentally on you
Yep.
for falling asleep. And
Wow.
screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out.
Wow.
And
You were
that's
screaming in front of his kids.
That's correct.
Disgusting. Freaking the
That fucked
kids
him up.
out.
I'm sorry I fucked your son.
It weirded him out. He'd never.
It weirded him out.
Fucked your kids up.
Oh, because you are
Kids up.
weird, bitch. You're a
It was
weird
pretty
fucking
It
bitch.
was pretty fucking weird for him, you know?
Ooh, so she was tripping in front of the kids?
Yeah.
You're right. I'm really surprised he's.
She was tripping in front of the kids. They need to take that baby. They need to take. She was tripping in front of the kids, y'all. Jack was weirded
Your
out.
clever comebacks. You know, you think you're controlling yourself. You think you're controlling yourself.
Right.
So clear, especially when you use them.
You heard how she was talking softly. Now she getting all loud because he calling her out.
Making me seem even worse. And
Because you are. You're horrible.
You call him at 3 o'clock in the morning after having an Ambien and think, I'm gonna just fucking forgive me.
You're always on the Ambien, no matter what time of day.
Gross. I hate using the kids. I do nothing but be there for them in a good way. And
That's a lie. He's weirded out by you.
you're right.
You popped off in
Not
front of
pop up
them.
and scream and shake. Things go on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is. Because that would be a special kind of fucking person. No doubt.
You are a special kind of fucking person. Y'all, she was tripping in front of the
Mr. Depp in that recording,
kids.
right?
That's correct.
Oh my
You were discussing what happened in the
god.
Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
You're discussing.
She's so
You
dumb.
screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
In front of
correct?
his kids.
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
Including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not.
Yet she
the
wanted to
characterization
protect
of what
the
happened.
children so much from her. Look at Johnny. He's loving
Mr.
it.
Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally
You
spilled wine
screamed
on
at
you,
him.
correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah.
That's
Mr. Depp tells you
disgusting.
that this freaked
You
out
didn't
his son,
deny
Jack.
it.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
He was there.
Don't seem too concerned about that.
Johnny
do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
Johnny's like,
You
oh
don't
my
seem-
god.
You don't
Did y'all
mention
just see
Mr. Depp
that?
sexually
Did y'all
assaulting
just
Mr.
see
Depp,
Johnny?
do you?
He was
I
like,
was
oh
not
my
planning that
god.
conversation if I had.
Bitch, you use people to
gotten
back you
because What
up.
happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right?
Yep.
And, that
And
report
you're
all
using
use
your
other
baby
people,
as a
yes.
prop. As a whole prop.
And you challenge him to find a woman who will not, quote, jump up and scream if she has been spilled on 3 times in a row.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature
Get
of him
her,
expecting me not to
Camille.
react to something
Get
that
her
basic.
ass.
Your Honor, would this be a good time for a break?
All right, we can do that.
Yes,
Thank you.
let's take a break.
All right, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen, let's go into our morning
Lord.
recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody.
Woo!
Yes, I'm research. We'll see 15.
Yes, Camille. Let's take a breakity break. Oh, God. Okay, I gotta try to get some work stuff done on this break. Yeah, I gotta try to get some work stuff done on this break. I got a lot of shit going on. So I'm gonna get back here, but oh my God, Camille is spot fucking on.
Let's go ahead and come back at 10:47
Just
then. All right,
on.
10:47.
I can't even. Oh, I'm getting a new computer at work. That's cool. Okay. And they're headed out. Work truly gets in the way of life, dude. Like, truly. I've got all types of shit to do today, and I'm like, not feeling it. Everybody wants me to do everything in the world, and I'm like, do you not know that the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard court case is going on, and Amber Heard is being cross-examined? Like, do you not know? I'm trying to get this camera right.
So, Ms. Heard, I'm only going to...
Do I have to object to asking questions while I'm looking at this?
No, if
Oh
you can do
my
that, please. Thank you.
God. Elaine. Taking forever. Look at the shit and let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh my God. Like, how long?
All right, thank you. So, it's, any objection, 1263 as redacted?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1263.
After all that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, directing your attention to the Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263. This is a text message that you sent to Mr. Depp, correct?
That is correct.
And you sent this message to Mr. Depp the day you had your 30th birthday dinner, right?
That is correct.
When
And
you
write,
acted like a
quote, "Hey,
horrible
baby,
person.
Bring up something to drink and or a joint. I'm in if you are. See you in a minute. Question mark. At sex. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then the next day you went to Coachella and consumed MDMA and mushrooms, right, Ms. Heard?
Sure
I
did.
Johnny was not there for that.
Let's talk a little bit more about your 30th birthday. You testified about this incident multiple times, haven't you?
That is correct.
But yesterday you told this jury that you were not called upon to provide a detailed accounting of all physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp until February 2020, Is that correct?
I testified that I had not been able to do so until February 2020 in outside of the context of a cold deposition.
Actually, I misspoke. February 2022, this year.
Right, sorry, I did the same thing you did.
Okay.
Ew.
And you did that in something called an interrogatory. Is that correct?
The interrogatory response was the first time that I could do that outside of the context of being asked certain questions in the deposition.
And you testified about your 30th birthday in this interrogatory, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Nonetheless, you testified to a new detail about your 30th birthday for the first time in this courtroom, didn't
Yep. For the first time.
No,
Because
that's
you're a
incorrect.
sneaky
you?
snitch.
Sexual assault, no less.
Sexual assault.
I had just not placed when that happened. I was never sure if that was.
Why
the
aren't you
same
sure of
time that you did
anything
that
all
on
of a
my
sudden,
birthday.
Amber?
And I maintained that as well in my deposition.
Oh, you
You
maintain
told
it?
this jury that the evening of your 30th birthday dinner, Mr. Depp, quote, grabbed you by the pubic area, end quote, and quote, pushed you down, right?
That is correct.
Yep.
This detail isn't in your interrogatory response, is it, Ms. Heard?
That detail is in my interrogatory response, yes.
Let's pull up your interrogatory response. If we could please bring up Ms. Redoff. Okay, thank Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We can go to your interrogatory responses at page 57. These are signed under the penalty of perjury, correct?
That is correct.
Under
You
penalty
testified
of
again to this jury
perjury.
that this was the first time you were given an opportunity to write down everything and include all your evidence, right?
That is correct.
So let's go to page 57. At the top of page 57, Johnny and I were not in a good place. I begged him to make my birthday dinner. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Okay. So starting on page 57, you start describing your birthday dinner, correct?
That is correct.
On page 59 of your interrogatory response, you write, fourth paragraph down, Johnny grabbed me while holding me down, and I remember him asking me if I thought I was so tough. He asked me 3-4 times up close to my face, "You're so tough. Are you such a tough guy, huh? You think you're so tough. What are you gonna do now?" I stood up at some point after getting off the ground. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then you write after, I remember crying. I remember feeling exhausted and frustrated. And it hit me, meaning the realization of how sad it was that I was going to wake up tomorrow on my birthday without him.
That's correct.
Where in this interrogatory response, Ms. Heard, you describe Mr. Depp, quote, grabbing you by the pubic area and pushing you down?
On page 64.
Where?
Page 64, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs down. Johnny grabbed me once, did this taunting thing on the side of the bed in penthouse 3. He grabbed my vagina and held me there. Asked me if I was so tough.
Read it out loud.
You're not describing what happened after your 30th birthday?
I am. I just had not prescribed it to that date with the.
You are literally. What are you talking about? You just described what happened after your party.
Have I put those two pieces
Lying
together?
ass.
But I've always
She's
said what
such
happened.
a fucking liar.
You were upset that Mr. Depp was late to your 30th birthday, weren't you?
I was.
You knew Mr. Depp had a scheduled business meeting or a money meeting that evening, right?
No, I knew he said he did. I didn't know if he had one. Addicts lie all the time.
So you didn't trust him?
I took it with a big grain of addict salt.
And Mr. Depp texted you that evening to let you know he'd be late, correct?
Yes, he did text me at some point.
It was a big deal to you that Mr. Depp was late to your birthday dinner, wasn't it?
No, it was a huge deal because
Yeah,
she couldn't
yeah,
show
it
him
mattered to
off.
me.
And you were upset he was late.
I was
Very
hurt.
upset.
And when you finally
Irate.
did arrive, you felt, quote, invisible to him, right?
I did.
The day after your birthday dinner, you and your friends went to Coachella to celebrate your birthday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You made a video driving to Coachella with your friends, didn't you?
That is correct.
I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1264. And for the record, Your Honor, this only has music without any words on it.
And again, it's a new one, so I'd like a copy of it.
It's going to be played. There is no sound other than a song.
Yes, sir.
Lord. I feel like these people are just trying to waste their time. They're trying to stall, like in a basketball game. Just trying to stall, run out the fucking clock. Ridiculous.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right,
If we could please publish this to the jury
Evidence? Yes, sir.
with a sound.
With the sound. Yes, give us the vibe. After you were just beat the hell up. SA. This was you in your caddy with your friends, hanging
This
out,
is a video you
about to
made
do
when you drove
drugs.
to Coachella with your
Girl,
friends
bye.
after your 30th birthday, right?
You fucking
That's
tried
correct. I'm
it.
not quite sure which one of us made the video, but
Oh,
That's
it
correct.
doesn't matter.
You're featured
Doesn't
in that
matter,
video driving.
Amber.
that's correct.
And it's set to the song Miss You by the Rolling Stones, is that right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
That was a message for Mr. Depp, wasn't
It
it?
was.
No,
It was a huge
that's ridiculous.
message. That is not ridiculous. Bitch, you are
You
ridiculous.
consumed drugs at Coachella, didn't you?
A
Yes, I
plethora.
did.
You took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time.
I did.
But I thought you were
It
so
made you feel
against
sick,
drugs.
right?
Oh my
I felt horrible. Yes.
So you left Coachella.
Yes, that's correct.
Because you got
Testified
fucked up
yesterday
because you're a
that
grown ass
when you
adult
left Coachella,
taking
you
multiple
actually
fucking
spoke your entire
drugs
group.
because you
That
still
is
think
correct.
you're a teeny bopper
Quote,
at
never
going to a
alone
Coachella
started, right?
festival.
That is correct.
You're a grown
You weren't
ass
anywhere
woman.
near him.
You're doing all that,
No,
but
no,
I'm
no.
supposed to expect you won't shit on a bed.
Jenkins
Please.
testified that he collected you from Coachella when you were sick, right?
He picked up my entire group.
How you take MDMA,
Jenkins
shrooms,
testified,
and you're
quote, I
drinking?
collected her,
That's just too
got her in
much.
the vehicle.
It's too
didn't
much.
want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker, which I assume was in reference to the hotel, alone. I took her to 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil, and let her have those. Got her back up to the Parker, got her in the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else.
He
You were
took
there
care
when
of
Mr.
you.
Jenkins testified, right?
He
Yes,
took
he's
care of
wrong.
you.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Jenkins is lying.
He's just wrong. I don't know what his intentions
Oh, He's
are.
just wrong.
He's just wrong about that. We were.
So
a
it
big
wasn't
group of
you.
us. I wasn't alone with him.
It was
Is
okay.
it possible that you don't
what?
remember correctly because you were sick from taking MDMA and
Exactly.
mushrooms?
You
at
were
the same
out
time?
of your fucking
I remember
mind.
everything about that night.
High as fuck.
I'd like to play for you Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229, which is already in evidence, at 1720 through 2128.
If you don't surrender, temporary strings. Nobody's telling you. You're on the road. You're not going to go stop the process. I don't want to do this. You're not going to do that. Okay, I don't want to divorce.
You don't?
I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce. I never wanted a divorce. I didn't want you to fucking go to Coachella without fucking talking to me because I left you because you were fucking. You fucking haymakered me, man. You came around the bed and fucking started punching on me.
Like a crazy. Started punching on him. What are you crying for?
That's what really happened the evening of your 30th birthday,
That's
isn't it, Mr.
exactly what happened.
No, that's incorrect.
So
Depp was in
you,
bed,
so we didn't hear what we
and
just
then you
heard.
came around the bed and started punching him.
You came
That's
around the
incorrect.
bed, started. So what?
You didn't deny
Okay,
that. In the
you didn't
recording,
deny
you
it,
heard.
right?
I'm not having that conversation with Johnny.
You know
I'm
what?
not denying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I was trying to get out of that hotel room.
You were
That was an
not.
eviction attempt. That was the recording you just heard. It was us meeting in a hotel.
You are a
You're talking
liar.
about your 30th birthday.
No, we're not.
You're not talking about
So
going
what
to
were you
Coachella
talking about?
and
Johnny's talking about that. I am not arguing with him about any of that.
you don't deny anything, do you?
I'm not talking to him about that.
Why is she talking like that? I'm not talking to him about that.
Publish exhibit.
I'm not talking to him
request
about
that
that.
The witness be shown exhibit
Girl.
1265. This is you and your friends at Coachella, correct?
That is correct.
I'm gonna move
Having
to
a good old funky
plaintiff's
time.
1265 and publish it.
No objection. All right, 1265 in evidence. You can publish it.
There's no injuries to you, are there, Miss Heard?
Nope.
Visible in this picture.
You cannot see any visible injury, no.
Because there are none. Crazy.
Thank you, Tom.
She's crazy. This chick is a nut and a half. Y'all hear me? A nut and a half.
Miss Heard, you remember during Mr. Depp's examination, a number of recordings were played, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of those recordings, you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I hope to God Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut."
That is
End quote.
so
Do you
low,
remember that?
Amber.
I do not remember what exactly I could hear of that recording. I remember I heard.
Well, I heard it
myself
loud and
mention,
clear
Jack's
in your crazy
stepfather,
fucking
or-
maniacal villain
potentially
voice,
stepfather.
laughing about it.
Jack is Mr. Depp's son, right?
That is correct, and I believe it.
Your
does-
son,
I
which
was
you also
referencing a
weirded
marriage
out.
that his ex-partner was going to have or getting into, I suppose.
You were referencing
Why
that
would you do that? That's so rude.
Jack's new stepfather would teach him
Such
how
a
to be
low
a man.
blow.
Mr.
Why
Depp
would you
couldn't.
tell your
I
husband
don't recall exactly what I said, but it was.
It was in the
something like that.
audio. We all heard
Listen
it.
to some of what happened before you said that to Mr. Depp. If we could please play
Yes!
exhibit
Run that
307, which is already in evidence.
Run
And
it.
for the
Let the
record,
jury
it's at
hear crazy ass
3504
Amber.
through 3547. And
Let
then
the
the next
world
clip
hear.
is 3635 through 4308.
This crazy ass bitch.
Everything's fine, so it doesn't go your way. And when it doesn't go your way, I'm in trouble. And you know what? I don't need you. I don't want
She
you kind of
sounds
woman.
like a
I don't want
demon.
you kind of woman I don't want you to come again.
She's saying suck your own dick. She's a demon.
It's not my bad. Suck my dick.
A demon for sure.
I wish I fucking hadn't bought into any of your fucking lies, your bullshit, your sober fucking presence, your fucking goodness,
disgusting.
your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of you being you. I wish I hadn't bought into the promise. I wish I hadn't fucking thought I could have kids with you. You don't fucking kid yourself. I wish I hadn't bought into any of the lies you sold. Talk about fake feeling good. You're the biggest fucking, you're the biggest fucking seller of fake fucking feeling good.
Ah, the jury is listening to Amber sound like a crazy woman. Yes.
You let nothing and I
Listen to this shit. Listen to this vulgar bitch. Listen to her.
Oh, nothing to do with your fucking section.
Listen to her ass. Evil ass bitch. No, you go fuck yourself, bitch. Horrible woman. Horrible, horrible woman.
Oh, is it, what is it?
No, I'm sure Rochelle. I'm sure she's a bad.
You know what?
I'm sure she is.
She's insane.
I'm sure she is. Oh, I'm sure she is.
Oh my god, the jury is listening to her flipping the fuck out. Oh my god.
That takes too much to take.
It is too much.
That's like so disgusting.
It's disgusting.
I'm sure she's great.
Oh, I love it. I love it. They're playing all this shit. I love it.
No, you're right, John. It's all about
Stupid fucking bitch.
I don't regret it.
What else? What else that you think? Oh, come on. Come on. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Ew. I know that. I wish I could see the jury's faces. Look at Johnny. He's like, yep, this is the shit I was dealing with. I wish I could see the jury's faces.
Your 15 other houses to go
Oh my god.
Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house.
Wow.
Every man does. Go. I know it's hard to
You're
look at yourself.
fucking ridiculous plan. You're
Hard.
panic fucking plan.
Hard.
Panicked fucking
Everybody
plan.
else over and get
You're
your
right. I
fucking-
tried. That's what I do.
Ew. She sounds so fucking crazy. The world is hearing you, bitch. You told him to do it. We're doing it. You told the world. You said, Johnny, tell the world. Here we are.
Back to that. Well, I wonder what we else. What else we can reach for the last 6 weeks.
Crazy ass.
No, it was for you. You're right. There's other things you can.
Oh my god.
No,
She's
I'm
psychotic.
No, matter of fact,
I'm not laughing. I'm not. It's
I'm
not laughing. I'm
not.
Stupid bitch.
I know. I'm stripping. Well, there's always that. You
You're right. You can write a book. You can write a book. I know you can write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book?
Wow. Mocking him because he wants to write a book. He's sure enough gonna write a book after this, bitch. A movie, a book, it's gonna be all out there. With your smart ass.
That's a good idea. Have you somewhere in your journal?
Yes.
Don't sell out or anything. Let's sell your journal.
Let people hear the real Amber.
Wait.
Hey.
Hey, no, you're not what? No, you're not selling out.
The real Amber.
No one does 21 Drunk Street when they're in their 20s. No.
Yeah, and he was fine as hell too. And he did 21 Jump Street and went on to be the best actor in this bitch. Yes, get her ass. Get her ass.
Or, sorry, thank you.
And Johnny is not yelling at her, hitting her, nothing.
No, it doesn't matter at this point. I don't think so. I don't really think so. But you're right. I mean, hey, at least I can do like a TV show where I'm hurt.
No, but you did a fucking Aquaman movie where you were a fucking half fish, half woman. Shut the fuck up.
You play a non-sexualized object. Okay.
Stupid
Wow.
bitch.
You're right. You got me. You got it all figured out.
He does have it all figured out. You're trying to get it figured the fuck out and can't.
If only I could be like him. If only I could be like him.
You want to be like him.
Direct and you trying to like.
You're a joke.
You're a joke. You are a joke, Amber.
You're a joke.
You're a joke.
I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm the
Exactly.
joke.
He's the
I
joke.
can't really hear you. I'm sorry. The reruns of all my bullshit are playing too loud for me to hear you. I'm gonna just go and
She
my
is
way back.
so disgusting.
I can't hear you.
She's disgusting.
Aquaman.
Aquaman!
I was 20.
LOL, bitch. Aquaman!
Washed up piece of shit. Washed up piece of shit.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Your jealousy is so tragic.
It's so
Your
tragic.
jealousy is so tragic.
It's tragic.
Fucking like
I can't hear
thinking
you.
that I'm going on the road with a
Turn
band.
on my heat. I can't hear you.
Tragic, bitch.
You told Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
Yep.
Yes, I did.
You tell him to
Get
go
her,
run into
Camille.
his 15 other houses, right?
That's correct.
Get her, Camille.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Get the fuck away from
Eventually,
you.
he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration about his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship. Yes,
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear. And
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Miss
disagreed.
Hurd? You
Oh,
called him a sellout, right, Miss Hurd?
Yep.
I called him a lot of ugly
And a
things.
joke.
A lot of
I
ugly
called him
things.
a lot of ugly
You
things.
called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed up piece of shit.
Yep.
I think we both called each
Disgusting.
other that on that occasion. Yes,
Mr. Depp mentions Aquaman, doesn't he?
yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Yep.
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp
Excuse
got
me?
you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by audition.
No. Are you feeling no? He got it. Because you
That's
Mr. Depp says,
were
quote,
nobody.
your jealousy is so tragic.
Your jealousy is tragic.
I heard him say that, yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Miss Hurd?
Yep.
I think he was indicating I was jealous of his career.
And now
You
you've
were.
twisted it to say it was Mr.
Still
Depp.
are.
That's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes, he's always been very jealous.
Miss Hurd, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120E.
She's tragic.
This is a series of text messages between you and Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Get her, Camille.
I'm going to move to admit and publish these text messages. Mr. Depp's messages have been redacted.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120E in evidence, you can publish.
Starts with a text message from you to Mr. Depp on September 26, 2015, right?
That is correct.
And you write, "Monster is back. This is him." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then in the next message, you write, quote, "Ran away, first sign of trouble. This is not the man you promised you would be." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Then in the next one down, you write, "Promise, swore to me you would be."
That is
Right.
correct. The non-monster.
You are the monster.
I just heard you were talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing the clues at this point when he would run away the first sign of trouble. Often that was a
No,
clue
he would
in
run
the
away
belly,
when
but he
stuff
was back
got aggressive and got
moving again. I
heated,
know we
and he
about to
knew you
enter
were
the
about to
next
put your
phase of the
hands on
cycle.
him.
And you describe his running away from you as the monster, right?
That wasn't what was a monster. The monster is the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me, as a clue, as somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
But in these messages, Ms. Herb, the
Exactly.
monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
Nope.
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been a monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
No, it's not.
You don't describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time.
Yep.
No.
And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, "Come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything." You go on a little later to say, "Please come home. Let's apologize to."
You don't want to be nowhere
Together.
near you.
And continuing on page 77, you write, "Not go to bed mad." And then you say, "Sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please.
You don't be a monster.
Please call me. Please." Continuing on page 78. You write, "I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop.
You took him for
before
granted.
this turns into something far darker." Describing yourself in that text message, right?
Yep.
The exact opposite. I'm trying to
Or
interrupt
darker.
him starting.
You
the
were about to
cycle
go
where he starts
even
using
worse.
again. I'm
He's not
trying
responding to
desperately
you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately
He's
stop him.
ignoring you.
Please
Stop him
answer
from
the
what?
phone, you say. Doesn't this mean anything to you?
No.
And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, "Please answer," over
And
over
over
again.
and over.
Right?
Like
It
a
was very
crazy
important to me.
stalker bitch.
I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Ms.
He
Heard.
wasn't with you.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse.
What?
He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more
You
drunk,
are
he'd be
delusional.
more
Strike
underneath the
everything
lens.
after
I was trying to stop that.
answered her
You are the
question.
most
Your reaction
delusional
was
bitch in the room.
I'll
The
Oh,
most
overly
delusional
objective.
bitch in the room.
This is a
Amber.
situation
Like,
where you're
come
trying to
the
get
fuck
Mr. Depp to pay attention
on.
to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs
No.
are the key. that
You
opened the
need
door.
to
Who's the
stop
real
yourself.
monster in this
You so
relationship,
worried
Ms.
about
Heard?
Johnny. Worry about yourself.
Listen, Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
But all you've sat
We're gonna
here is
take a
talk
look
about
at
how
Plaintiff's
awful he
Exhibit
is.
120F.
Trying to embarrass him. This bitch really thinks
There's another set
that
of
we're
text messages
stupid.
between you and Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120F in evidence, you can publish.
This is a set of text messages, and it's from October 2015. Do you see that?
Do you
Yes,
see
I
it?
do.
In fact, you sent all these messages to Mr. Depp on October 22nd, 2015. Isn't that right?
Isn't that right?
And again, I'm not going to read them all, but you start off again by trying to get Mr. Depp's attention, right? You write, "Please come home."
I was
Always
trying to
harassing
stop
him.
Bender.
You write, "Please come home," right?
That is correct.
Please answer. Don't
Please
break
answer.
us up.
Don't break us
Please
up.
answer.
Please answer. Please answer.
And
Crazy.
continuing on page 97.
But
you
I
write,
thought you were so scared
"Give
of
me
him.
some piece of your heart. Please, no fight, I promise. Please, no fights. Please, just pick up. Please give me 2 minutes. I'm dying. Please."
Begging. Beg,
Continuing
bitch,
on page
beg.
98.
Let
you
me
write,
hear you beg for him.
"Please
He didn't
come
want
home.
nothing to do with you.
Please come home, Baba.
Baba.
I am so sorry. Actually, you didn't say father, you said baby. Apologies. And it goes on. Did I read those correctly?
That is correct. That was another time I'm trying to stop another twist off.
Please.
This is what would
By
happen when
begging
you
him
try
to
to
come
take
to
some space
you,
from
you're
you,
trying
right?
to stop a
No,
twist
this is what would
off.
happen when Johnny had moved into the next phase of the cycle, decided to use,
No,
and
I've
our lives
misheard.
were getting a lot worse at that
Ms.
time.
Heard, I'm talking about your actions. This is what you would do to
Right.
Mr. Depp when he would leave you.
This is
You
what
would
you
berate him.
I would
Is
try
that
to.
correct?
Yes.
You
I
would
would
berate
try-
him.
Yes. Berate him, harass him.
That's fine. Go ahead and answer the question.
I do not think I would characterize my behavior that way. I was trying to stop him from
You
using.
were texting him incessantly. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
It was imperative for my life.
Ms.
It was
Heard,
very
my
important
question
to
is
me.
much more simple.
Right.
You were texting him incessantly.
I would
Incessantly.
Yes
try
or no?
everything
Yes or no?
to get a hold of him and
So
to
that's a
stop
yes.
the cycle.
Yes or no?
That's a yes, right?
I would try everything to stop the cycle. It was that important to me.
Stop what
And he's
cycle
the
you're
monster
begging
for not
him to come
responding
to
to you.
you.
That's not what made him a monster.
For
No.
needing space from you.
Right.
The monster was not the guy who needed
Get her,
space.
Camille.
The
Not
monster
for
was
doing
who he
drugs.
was when he came back.
Not for doing drugs, Ms. Heard.
Get
Not
her,
for being
Camille.
violent. Just for
Just
needing
from
space.
leaving.
That's when you called Mr. Depp the monster.
Just from leaving
Incorrect.
you.
Let's listen to Defendant's Exhibit 598C.
Play it.
Presenting evidence.
Let's get it.
And let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really sick of this.
Sick of it. Sick of it.
Okay, so let me go. and you
Sick of
go.
it. Let him
Speak to you in a
go.
couple hours. Okay?
Sick of it. Sick
Okay.
of your ass and your fucked up behavior, your
Why?
delusional, planning, controlling ways.
So much stress when you walk
See?
away from me with that.
Boom.
It's like you're,
Take a drink
you
of
don't
water.
understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay,
Girl.
I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you, so that you know, you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that.
Wow.
There's no
Wow,
reason
Amber.
I'm
Then say goodbye.
Right.
I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave.
Won't let him leave.
Let me leave.
Stop rushing me! Stop pushing
Oh,
me in the corner
God.
and poking me with this stick and then saying,
Crazy.
What words do you want me to say?
Did y'all just hear her
Stop
pop
poking
off?
me. Stop pushing
Crazy.
Me. Stop throwing me against the wall. I'm going, what? You don't like that wall? You
Oh
don't
my
like the fucking
god.
wall?
Oh my god.
Stop
Wow.
pushing me.
I'm not pushing you. I'm rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space, whether you like it or not. I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the
continuing
rhetoric,
it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop.
Just
I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go.
Yeah, now he has to go.
So we will speak to each other in a couple.
Play that shit over and over. Amber, don't nobody believe you.
We'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not, bro. This is not happening.
This is not love. This is not happiness. Look at her sobbing, crying like a fucking baby.
I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. This is so embarrassing. Oh my god, this is so
I feel like
embarrassing.
I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop.
But this man was this man was beating you. He was affecting you like that, beating your fucking ass. But you are saying you're about to die. Y'all hear this?
I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even
You
a
don't have a normal
conversation,
argument.
Like a normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. If we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me.
You're killing me. Oh my god, you're killing me.
Fuck.
She's so dramatic.
Sean,
This is what he had to deal with.
please. I want you to just go.
Just
I
go.
want you to take your medicine.
Take your
or
medicine.
whatever. I'm sorry that I upset you.
No, I think
He said, just go.
Thank you so
Take
much.
your
I'm
fucking
ready to go.
crazy
Thank you so
pills.
much.
I'm really
Oh
sorry.
my
I'm really
God.
ready. Thank
Oh my God.
That's you and Mr. Depp in the recording, correct, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You just won't let him go, will you?
That's not true. We were outside of his studio and he wanted to go and use. It was a pretext. The claim that he was upset with me was a pretext so that he would go on a bender. I knew that pattern by the time this recording happened.
It's your testimony now that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
I believe that
He
that
was going to go
recording
use.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to go use drugs. That's your testimony now.
Right.
we were outside his studio, his man cave house, if you will, in the car.
Man
believe
cave
that
house, bitch. You
And
had
he
a
was gonna
whole
go
fucking
inside and
penthouse
use.
as
That
a
was the
closet.
pattern, and
that
as
he
you can hear
gave
from
you.
my voice, I'm very, very, very scared of
No.
entering into the next cycle
No.
under
You're scared of him
under
leaving
what I had
you.
been
She's
conditioned
trying to
by family
gaslight us
at that
all and
point
try
in
to make
life.
it seem like
true,
what we
is it,
just
Ms.
heard is not
Mr. Depp was trying to
actuality.
go inside his house to see his daughter.
She's trying to make it
Lily
seem
Rose.
like she's trying.
She might have been over that day, but
So
that's
it's
not
your
what he was
testimony
getting out of
now?
the car to do, and that's not what I was stopping him from doing.
Yes, you were.
Let's play
He was
the
trying to
beginning
go
part
see
of
his
that
daughter.
recording
Play it
where
again.
Mr. Depp tells you
Yes.
that he wants to go inside to see his daughter.
Right. Tells you, and you're trying to prevent him from doing that. You didn't care nothing about them kids or their well-being, and they saw it a mile away. Didn't care nothing about the
Let's not do this
kids.
anymore, because I'm really
Stopping them from
frustrated.
seeing their dad.
I'm really,
And you can
really,
see he wants to be
really
with
sick of
them.
this argument.
Sick of it.
Okay, so let me go, and you go.
Sick of
and
your
I'll speak to you in a
bullshit.
couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop.
Why?
Stop.
Stop.
Right.
May I go?
We'll circle back to this, but it's your testimony that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
We were in the car.
You were in the car outside of Mr. Depp's studio,
That's correct.
and he wasn't telling you, please let me go inside my house to see my daughter. He was indicating to you that he wanted to go inside to do drugs. That's your testimony.
I know my testimony is that I knew what he was going inside to go do. I knew what stage of the cycle we were in. I knew the patterns by then, and I was desperately out of time trying to interrupt that cycle.
Let's go to May of 2016. Yesterday, Ms. Heard, Ms. Bredehoff, your attorney, showed you certain pictures from May 21, 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 710, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph taken of you on May 21st, 2016. Do you recall?
Yes, that's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, if we could please do a split screen, Tom, and also
Yes.
pull up Defendant's
Do a
Exhibit
split screen.
714, which has already been admitted with redactions.
Do a split screen, real quick.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph that was also taken on May 21st, 2016, correct?
Yes, although the one to the right might have been taken the next day. I can't be sure. The reason
You're
I
not
say that is
sure
because
of
there's light in the
anything,
background.
Amber.
So
You're not sure of
it looks like
anything.
it was taken in the daytime, which means maybe it was the next day.
Didn't you testify that you
Right.
took different lighting, pictures in different lightings on
That
May
is-
21?
That is correct, yes.
Thought it happened at
And
night.
You're wearing two thin necklaces in this picture on the right. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
That is correct.
You testified
Different
that
earrings.
These pictures were taken the same night.
Different
The
earrings,
one
different
on the right looks like it was
necklaces.
taken in the daytime
Lying.
because I can see the daylight behind
You're
me.
a liar. You're
But
a
you testified
fucking
that they were
liar.
taken the same day.
Get the story
I
straight.
don't know if I think I testified that they came from the same incident of the same day, not necessarily taken on the same day.
No.
Let's please pull up Defendant's
Let's pull it
Exhibit
up.
712.
Let's pull it up
Just
because
already
you
been
are
admitted.
not getting out of this. You're not getting out of this, Amber. Pull it up.
You testified yesterday this is another photograph of you on the night of May 21.
That's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, can we please do a split screen and also pull up Defendant 713, which has already been admitted? Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday this is also a photograph of you from the same night, correct?
That is correct.
You testified yesterday that the only difference between these two photographs is that the light was turned on.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
The light is on both of these pictures, though. Isn't that right?
It looks to me like the one on the left has the vanity light, the makeup lights, you know, the more yellow hued
Bitch,
ones
I don't
that
give
go
a
around
fuck
the
about
mirror
what
on,
you're
and
talking
the one on the
about.
right looks like it doesn't have those.
Shut
Is
up.
it true you just edited these photographs?
Yep.
No, I've never edited a photograph.
You're a
Did
liar.
you just enhance the saturation for one of these photos to make your face look more red?
No, that's incorrect. I didn't touch it.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Mr. Isaac Baruch testified to seeing you the
Liar.
week after May 21, 2016, correct?
I was here.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you on May 22nd while you were changing the locks of your penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do remember him saying that.
Testified it was his birthday, the day after his birthday.
Yep.
I believe it was.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you repeatedly in the days following also, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Baruch testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face, correct?
Nothing.
That is what he's testified to.
You were also here in this court when Mr. Sean Bett testified to seeing you on the evening of May 21, 2016. Is that right?
Yep. And he saw
I
what?
didn't hear.
Nothing while you were trying
That's
to change locks.
Mr. Bett also testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face that evening, correct?
I
Nothing.
realize that's what he said.
And that's
You
what
were
he
sitting here in
saw.
this courtroom when
You trying to
Officer
say that he
Melissa
lying?
Sines testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st,
Right. You trying to say he
2016,
lying?
Right?
I saw her testimony, yes.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night,
Saw
correct?
nothing.
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face.
Nothing.
Isn't that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
Ms. Heard, my question is a bit more nuanced.
So is my answer.
No, it's not. It's not nuanced at all. Your answer is all over the place, bitch. She's a liar. She is a bold-faced liar. You're not getting away with this, Amber. Try all you want to. It's not happening. It's just not. You took it too far. You don't know how to just damn. Just gotta do the most at every fucking turn. It's unnecessary. You saw that Johnny was serious about this shit and you should have just been like, you know what? I'm done. Because you knew that this was going to happen. You really underestimated him, and that's your problem. You never took him seriously. And now here you are, your life's ruined, you're up here looking like a complete and utter fool. A complete fool. It's so crazy. It is so crazy to me.
Tom, can we put these down, please? I think they might be confusing the witness. My question is more nuanced. You sat in this courtroom.
You sat in this
Well,
courtroom.
Officer
Yes,
Sines
Camille.
That she saw
I know
you
that's right.
the night of May 21, 2016.
You sat in this
face to
courtroom.
face and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
I believe she was testifying about these
She said
photographs.
you sat
She
in
said
this
that I was not
courtroom.
injured in them.
I know that's
Is it your
right.
testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red puffy face injured. That's
Because
what she
it
said.
wasn't. She saw nothing.
The red, puffy face, that was your counsel's question, correct?
That was
She
the
said-
testimony in the UK.
That's incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Heard.
I disagree.
just inconvenient for you that Officer Science didn't see injuries on you on May
She
21,
said that's
2016.
incorrect, and you
It
know
does
that
not matter
was
what's
her.
convenient for me.
It does,
Officer
obviously.
Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on
And
May
seeing
21,
nothing.
2016, and he also testified
Yes.
no injuries on your face on May 21.
Nobody
2016.
saw
Is that correct?
anything on
They both
you.
said
Let's
that
go
they did
through the
not find me
list.
injured.
Let's go
They
through
did
the
not
list.
see injuries on your face on May
Nothing.
21, 2016.
Nope.
Isn't that what their testimony was?
Yup.
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what my
No,
face looked
they
like.
saw
to be injured.
nothing on
They
you
didn't
that
consider
caused them
what they
any
walked on
concern,
in the
and
house
you weren't
damage that was.
cooperative.
We were sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he?
Nope.
And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No,
No.
I think we all saw on video camera.
Right.
You identify yourself.
I
Isn't
love
that correct?
Camille.
I had to
Please give it
because
to
of how
her.
far away he was. He didn't even know. He didn't even know who he was.
But
there
after
to
you
see.
identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't
Yep.
that correct?
From a distance, yes.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
He testified
didn't
that
see
he
shit.
didn't see any visible injuries, did
I
he?
would believe that he didn't. Yes.
We were also in this courtroom when Alejandro Romero, who worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly, to look into someone's eyes and
LOL.
speaking to them.
Right.
Isn't that correct?
His
And
parents
that's
taught
what
him
he has
correctly.
said, yes.
Because you wanted to change your locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You changed the locks to the penthouses on May 22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
That's why you felt comfortable having James Franco over the evening of May 22nd, 2016, Miss Hood?
Get her?
I do not
That's why you
know
felt
when-
comfortable. You was
I
real
do not know
fucking
when James came
comfortable.
over.
Okay, let's
I do not
remind
know
you.
when James
Can we
came
please pull up
over.
Plaintiff's
Pull it
Exhibit
up.
304, which is
Pull
arraigned
up
evidence, and
the
play
fucking evidence of them
from
in the
254
goddamn
through
elevator so the
439.
jury can see her sneaky fucking ass. How are you beaten and abused and everything like that, and you're jumping in to a relationship and jumping into some other shit with some other man just like that? Look at her. Avoiding the cameras because she knows what she's doing is wrong. Yep. Guilty as sin. Guilty as fucking sin.
That's you and Mr. Franco on May 22nd, 2016, right, Miss Heard?
That's correct.
And you're taking him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived, yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure the time it looked like that.
Why don't we pull that video back up?
Yeah, let's pull it up again. Since you want to act like you don't know. You know because you were there. Having another man in another man's penthouse that is not yours.
22:51. Almost midnight, right?
That's
Excuse me, almost 11 o'clock at night.
exactly.
And you were up there taking drugs and
You
frolicking
knew Mr. Depp was out
around,
of
doing
town
whatever
week
the
of May
hell.
21, 2016, didn't you?
I don't know what I knew of his schedule at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town on May 27th when you went to get the domestic violence restraining order. Isn't that right?
I don't know if I knew that at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was heading out on a European tour that week. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that time.
You knew he wouldn't be back for weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
You had no concern
Let's
and worry.
go back to that recording.
Let's go back to it.
It's Defendant's Exhibit
Since
598.
you want to lie.
So you testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio. Is that right?
Yes.
You were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to do drugs, right?
Yeah, to effectively start another cycle.
Right. Not that Mr. Depp was just trying to go into his house to see his daughter, right?
His daughter might be one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's neither here nor there. That
Your testimony is now,
prevented him from entering a cycle.
Your testimony is now that Mr. Depp does drugs in front of his children?
Well, first of all, I know he does. Second of all, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have stopped him from using with his friends, which is the problem, not whether or not his daughter was there.
Let's play.
She's so
please,
fucking petty.
598.
Play that shit
49,
back.
48 through 50, 35.
You gotta get through this till lunch, bitch.
50, 35.
I'm itching. I don't want to be doing this. I want it just to, why don't you just say, okay, baby, I understand. I'll go home and you do your thing, hang out with your daughter, and then I'll see you in a couple hours and we'll talk about it. Is it that difficult to say that? Or you just fucking hate me and you want to be shitty about it?
She wants to be shitty about it, Johnny, because she's a shitty person.
It's not that
She's a shitty
difficult.
person.
Okay? I don't want to stand here in a driveway and argue with you. Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit, okay?
Arguing in a driveway.
Please? Please. Just let me know if you're gonna go somewhere, just let me know, please, so I know.
And still concerned about her safety.
And almost an hour later, you're still arguing with Mr. Depp outside, right?
Still,
I don't know how long that argument lasted, no.
an hour later.
Ms. Heard, you testified about seeking a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes, I have.
And how you wanted to do it discreetly?
That's correct.
That you wanted as much privacy as you could have?
Yes, that's correct.
And how you walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras and photographers,
Yeah.
right?
Get
That is
her.
correct.
Get her.
And how this overwhelmed you?
It was overwhelming, yes.
Because you didn't want this attention on you?
You didn't want the
That is correct.
attention. Oh my god.
Please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 800, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Pull it up.
This is a photograph of you taken inside the courthouse when you obtained the DVRL, correct?
That's correct.
And your friend Raquel Pennington took this photograph?
Yep.
Yes, that's correct.
Because you needed to document your time at the courthouse getting a DVRO.
She just took a picture of me. I'm assuming it was in relation to my divorce, yeah.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 801, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, this is another photograph of you taken inside the courthouse, isn't that right?
That is correct.
You're having a photo shoot inside the courthouse while you were getting a DVRO.
Yep.
I
Photo
would
shoot.
not characterize it that way.
Yes, it was a photo shoot.
You have a mark on your face, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You didn't use your bruise kit this time? Cover it up.
No, it was the only day I actually walked out.
Call
of my house
out her
without my
bruise
phone.
kit
I had
because
to
she
stop.
said that
My
shit
best friend
herself.
saw me
Yes,
back
Camille.
starting
Get her
to-
fucking ass. And I hope that the jury picked up on that shit. Get her fucking ass, Camille. Get her ass. Get it.
Please pull up Exhibit 1.
Get her.
That's plaintiff's at one.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Don't make no
Apologies.
goddamn
It's already
sense.
been admitted into
Yes, ma'am.
evidence. You wrote this op-ed, right, Ms. Heard?
With the help of the ACLU, yes.
You wrote it.
That's what you testified
You
to in this
tweeted and
courtroom,
said,
right?
look
That
at
is
this
correct.
article
This was
I
published
wrote.
on
That's
December
what the tweet
18th,
said.
2018, correct?
That is correct.
Aquaman was released on December 21st, 2018, right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
And that was your first big blockbuster, big budget role, right?
Yep.
I disagree, but it was the first time I had.
What was your
like,
other big
a leading
blockbuster role?
in a movie of that size? Yes. Well, second time, yes.
What? Magic
What
Mike?
was the first time?
What's the first
First
time?
one was the film I talked about before. Yesterday, Justice League. It introduced the character. So
Oh my God. You
know,
barely
technically,
appeared.
It was the second one.
But you were the love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
Now, at least parts of this op-ed are about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
Yep.
It's about what happened to me after.
You sat here during opening statements when your attorney
You sat
argued that
here.
the
I love
context
it,
of your
Camille.
statement-
You sat there.
it's
All
in
right,
this
get it
op-ed
together, law
matter,
and crime.
correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that content.
Let's go through it. Get it together, law and crime. Why is it buffering? Why is it buffering?
Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted.
What is going on? What is the issue?
Statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-party.
X-Party. TRO. What is happening? Let me go out and go back in. Oh, God.
You sat here during opening statements when your attorney argued that the context of your statements in this op-ed mattered, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that content. Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted. Statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-party. But questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the films Justice League and Aquaman. This is also referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is referring to what happened to me after I got my TRO, my restraining order.
Against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
These questions arose only after you accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence in May of 2016, allegedly, right?
Yeah, from the time I got the TRO, being associated with domestic violence, that's what it's a reference to, yes.
You also wrote, quote, imagine a powerful man is a ship like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. In this op-ed, you're saying Mr. Depp is a ship, right?
I'm making an analogy to a powerful man as a ship.
The powerful man you're referring to in this analogy is Mr. Depp, right?
I was talking about a bigger issue actually than just Johnny.
Oh my
I was
God.
talking about what we as a
Liar.
as a country were talking about at the time of writing this, which is when powerful men in general do something horrible or something they shouldn't.
What about when powerful
how
women do
there is
something
a
horrible?
system in place to protect them, clean up after them, maintain them afloat. You know, this was a reference to not just Johnny, it was about what was happening as a culture when we were addressing a lot of Me Too issues for the first time.
The iceberg is you in this analogy, right, Ms. Hurd?
I would not say that. That was not what I intended, no.
So this is another reference to your accusations against
She's
Mr. Depp.
such a liar.
No, this is about what happened to me once I left that relationship and got a TRO and became associated with domestic violence.
But it's your testimony that this op-ed isn't about Mr. Depp, right?
It's about what happened to me after. That's
It's
correct.
about your experience after obtaining a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct, among other things.
But it's not about Mr. Depp.
It is not about him.
Mr. Depp
You're a
is making it
liar.
about Mr.
Everybody
Depp, right?
thought it was about him.
Ironically.
It's kind of like that Carly Simon song, right, Miss Heard?
I don't know what you mean.
Let's talk about the defamatory statements in the op-ed that you also claim are not about Mr. Depp. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. This is about Mr. Depp, isn't it?
No.
You wrote this in 2018, right?
Exactly.
And 2 years prior was 2016, right?
That's true.
Okay.
That's correct. It's
So
not about
May of
Johnny.
two-
It's about what
Ms.
happened to me
Ms. Heard, my
after.
question was May of 2016 is 2 years prior to December of 2018.
That's correct.
All right. May 2016 is when you publicly accused Mr. Depp of
Get her.
domestic violence, right?
I got my restraining order at that time.
And you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence.
Yes, that was attached to my restraining order, so yes.
May of 2016 is when you sought a restraining order against Mr. Depp.
That's correct, and I had to
May-
provide testimony for that.
Right. And May 2016 is when you walked into court with a mark on your face
Yep,
to obtain
walked
that
into
restraining
court.
order. Yes or no?
That was the day I walked into court with a bruise on my face, yes.
With a fake bruise
You
on
were
your
photographed with
face.
that mark on your face, weren't you?
I walked out to a bunch of photographers, yes.
May 2016 is when you told the world that Mr. Depp had physically abused you during your relationship. Isn't that right?
That I had to provide testimony as part of my restraining order application, yes.
And that's how you became a public figure representing domestic abuse.
Yep.
Right, Ms. Heard?
Yep.
From that point on, yes.
That's when you claimed you faced our culture's wrath,
That's
right?
when it started, yes.
But it's your testimony under oath that this statement is not about Mr. Depp.
It is not. It is about what happened to me afterwards. That's the more interesting thing for me to write about.
The next statement reads, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. This is also about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
Yep.
Not
Sure
just
is.
about him, but he is included in that, yes.
He's the man you accused of abuse 2 years prior to this op-ed, isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Yep.
Yes, but I wrote this op-ed in the context of many men at the time that were public figures.
No,
and
you were talking about
public eye
Johnny.
being
Be
accused as well.
real.
So it was a reference in general to a larger phenomenon, not just Johnny.
Larger phenomenon, bitch. You are
Not
a
just
phenomenon.
Not just Johnny.
And then you write, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This one's also about Mr. Depp.
Yep.
I did not write that.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yep.
Yes, but I was intending to keep that private when this was published. I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
I'm going to move to strike everything after the word yes.
No, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You may not have written this title, but you published it, didn't you?
I did not publish a title. I retweeted the article that included the title in it because that was the article.
Let's pull up, please, Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, which is already in evidence. This is a tweet from your Twitter account on December 19th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, oh, it's already in evidence?
It is evidence.
Thank you. So on December 19th, 2018, you tweeted, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And the tweet includes a link to the op-ed we were just looking at, correct?
That's correct.
And you can see that the title of the op-ed in your tweet is, quote, opinion, Amber Heard. I spoke up against sexual violence, right?
Yes, you don't
Yep.
get to change the title of the article you're retweeting.
And that's the title that you put on your Twitter, correct?
I did not put it on my Twitter, no.
You linked it to your tweet.
I retweeted the article.
You
No.
published it.
You said you published
I
it.
retweeted a link to an article that I wrote.
And you published it on your Twitter account.
Yep.
I retweeted it.
You testified yesterday that you didn't have any control over the title, and just now, of the op-ed when you retweeted it. Is that correct?
Liar.
That is correct.
This wasn't a retweet though, right?
A tweet? Perhaps not retweet. I'm not quite sure.
It was
I guess
a tweet.
Tweet. I misspoke. Excuse me. Tweet, not retweet.
You included a link to the electronic copy of the op-ed in your tweet,
You
right?
You misspoke.
That's what I was trying to
You
say
misspoke.
earlier, and I might have misspoke. It's like I'm trying to attach it.
So you
Girl,
included
shut
a
up.
link. right?
Yes,
To the
that's
op-ed.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So you must have seen the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you tweeted it, right?
I may have, I just didn't notice it.
Not very careful about what you publish, are you, Ms. Hurd?
Nope,
I
she's
just didn't
not.
notice the title.
You didn't need to include the link to the electronic version of the op-ed in your tweet, did you?
How else would I have linked it?
Well, you didn't need to include the link to tell the world that today you had published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are channeling their rage and about violence and equality into political strength despite the price of coming forward. Right?
I couldn't attach it with a paper clip.
No, but you didn't need to attach it at all to tell the world
Oh,
that
I see
you
what you're
had
saying.
published an op-ed.
No, the goal was to tweet about it and to provide a link so that people could read it.
The op-ed is in your name, right?
That's correct.
So if you had noticed the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you included it in your tweet, you could have asked the Washington Post to
Change it,
Isn't that
and you
right?
did not.
No, that's not.
But you didn't do that, right?
You
never
didn't
asked
do
the
that.
Washington Post to change the title.
I didn't notice it, and I didn't ask them, nor do I think I needed to.
But didn't you frame the
Bottom,
Washington
you see that there's
Post?
another tweet from
Didn't you say
December
you were so
19th,
proud of it that you
2018?
framed it, but you didn't pay
Yes, I
attention
did.
all of a sudden? Okay.
And in this one, it reads, I am honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
So you announced your ACLU ambassadorship the same day you posted the op-ed on your Twitter.
I think that was always the plan, is to attach the article with the announcement that I was an ambassador.
Your Honor, if I
Do you
may,
not hear how
give this
showboaty
a
and
good time to
calculated
stop
that
for lunch?
sounds, Amber?
It's too
Yeah.
early.
That
I'm
you
sorry.
put out this
We gotta keep
op-ed
going,
and you
we
want to
still
connect it to you becoming this ambassador that's all based on lies?
You testified yesterday about your counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Your counterclaim is based on 3 statements made by Mr. Depp's attorneys, Adam Waldman. Is that right?
That's correct.
We looked at those 3 statements yesterday, right?
That's correct.
The first statement was from an April 8th, 2020 article, right?
That's correct.
And that's Defendant's Exhibit 1245 that's been previously admitted.
Correct.
Please pull that up. Thank you. If we could please publish that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We can scroll down to the 8th page. Mr. Waldman's statement is buried on the 8th page of a 12-page article. Is that right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know how many pages are here.
Well, this is the 8th page. Let's go to the 12th.
It literally says it at the bottom.
Let's pull up, please, Defendant's Exhibit 1246, which has already been admitted. And if we could please go to Mr. Waldman's statement on page 10. And go on to page 11 of a That's Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
That is correct. I think it's Mr. Waldman speaking on behalf of Johnny, yes.
You don't have any evidence of that, do you, Ms. Hurd? This is Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
I think it's included in the article as well.
That this is Mr. Waldman's statement, correct?
That a representative or an attorney, I don't know which word it says in the article, but it says very clearly that they're speaking on behalf of Johnny or representing Johnny.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 8818, 881A, excuse me? If we could please go to page 8 of this article. Sorry, Your Honor. May I just
All right,
approach?
yes, ma'am.
Amber, you really, really, really shit in a bed, took all these drugs, was walking around on the Ambien, drinking 2 bottles of wine a night.
We'll come back to this. Sorry, Ms. Heard. So sorry, Your Honor.
That's alright. We can come
Go ahead
back.
and take this down, please. Thanks. You testified yesterday about how your reputation was before these 3 statements were made, correct?
Yes, I did.
You testified that your career was going very well before.
I think I said the trajectory was positive, yes.
You testified you had a global campaign for L'Oreal, right?
That is correct.
You testified you were waiting on a schedule for Aquaman 2.
That is correct.
You testified you were scheduled to do a press tour for the TV show The Stand.
Press obligations, yes.
And then you testified that after the articles, you were no longer actively involved in the L'Oreal campaign. Isn't that right?
They suspended using my material.
And that you were no longer involved in the publicity surrounding the Stand.
They need to
after the
publicly
articles,
say
right?
we are no longer
That's
working
correct.
with Amber Heard.
You didn't
Publicly.
hear anything about the schedule for Aquaman 2.
Correct.
Ms. Heard, you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason you are allegedly no longer active in the L'Oreal campaign, do you?
Well, I mean, other than my awareness that they can't use me because of all of the online attention that generated.
And you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason that the Stand media opportunities allegedly stopped, do you?
Yeah, I know they couldn't attach my name to their promotional materials because of the online stuff.
In fact, there was a lot of reasons why you were no longer active in these endeavors. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Of course
There
you
was a lot of
disagree.
publicity about your relationship with Mr. Depp around the time Mr. Waldman made the 3 statements at issue, right?
I do not recall.
A lot of really
You won't
negative
recall a
publicity for you,
goddamn
Ms.
thing.
Heard. Isn't that
But I
right?
thought that
There's
you
been
don't
an
forget.
ongoing smear campaign, yes.
How could you ever
Ongoing
forget?
negative publicity campaign.
It's an orchestrated smear campaign.
You
no evidence
orchestrated
about
a
you,
smear
looking
campaign.
up,
You and Eve Barlow.
Let's take a look at some of that.
And your sleazy new PR guy who got his shit rocked in the media
Alright.
got called the fuck out. Because he got some skeletons in his closet and thought he was about to get up there and act like he wanted to be in the courtroom, not following rules and shit. And we pulled all that shit up on him. Oh, they just passed a note to Ben. They just passed a note to Ben. Where's Ben going? I'm a little chilly. In my blanket. Ugh. They passed a note to Ben. Ben got up, did something. This is all fucking. Let me go on Twitter. I haven't been on there in a while. I've been working my ass off. I've been trying to pay attention to this. I've been trying to do my work at the same time. I'm handling business. That's all I got to say. What is Twitter saying? Right. Amber Heard admits that the plan was to launch the op-ed with her ambassador role. The ACLU plotted this to ruin Johnny. They did. They all fucking conspired. And then they threw Amber under the bus. Because she knew everything that was going on. They conspired, along with Amber Heard and Elon Musk, to make him the face of sexual violence and rape. The Johnny Depp. Y'all tried to make him the face of that bullshit. A man who has done nothing wrong to anybody. All these evil fucking people out here in the industry and shit, y'all could have chose any one of them. Y'all had to mess with Johnny the fucking Depp, who ain't do nothing to nobody. Wanted to play his guitar, do his music, do his acting, play as Jack Sparrow, be with his kids, and have a woman who loved him, and live his fucking life. But no. I would fit perfectly right into all of that. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? If I had the chance to be with Johnny Depp, oh, honey. Wouldn't nobody even see my ass, to be real. I wouldn't even be out in the public like that. I would just be living my life with Johnny in private, going here and there, take care of my man, please. But she did this all for the publicity, all for her to reignite and her positive trajectory of her career. She wanted to increase that. I was speaking about multiple people being accused, not just Johnny. So it was meant to include Johnny. Amber Heard keeps messing up big. Exactly. That's from That Umbrella Guy. So you weren't just talking about Johnny. That's what you just said out your own goddamn mouth. That means you were including him in it, which means that the op-ed was about Johnny. So what the fuck are you saying? This is why we're all here. What are you saying? Wow, y'all, over 1 million people are watching on Law and Crime. This is in the middle of the day. People got shit to do, got jobs, got children and shit, and still 1 million people are watching this go down around the world. Amber is making herself look like a complete jackass in front of 1 million people. And there's more people streaming it on all different types of fucking channels. I love that they're playing the audio. So that the jury can hear in real time what the real Amber Heard actually sounds like. Not the Amber Heard who's sitting up here trying to act for the fucking world and who is doing a horrible job at it. Fuck. And yes, I love how Camille said the bruise kit. Because that's what she said yesterday. Called her the fuck out. Called her out. Bruise kit. And I was listening to something yesterday. They were saying like I think it may have been on Popcorn Planet. And the one girl was saying when she was literally giving us the memorized lines from the directions of the bruise kit, the way that she was going with the colors is the backwards way. It's the way that you create bruises, not the way that you cover up bruises. So because that's what she's used to doing, that's what she told us. She gave it the complete wrong way with the colors and stuff like that. If you didn't see it on Popcorn Planet, check it out. But I was like, that's fucking wild. There's so many things she has messed up on. It's ridiculous. You can't have a whole bunch of fucking lies and think you're just gonna get away with it because you think that you're just this white little pretty blonde girl and that, you know, you're gonna get your way with everything. It's like, does that happen a lot of the time? Yes, but it's not happening here. It's not fucking happening. It's not happening. And I'm sorry if that offends anybody by me saying that, but we all know that certain people have an advantage. I know good and goddamn well I couldn't do some bullshit like this. I could not pull some bullshit like this. Okay? Angela Bassett could not pull some bullshit like this. I'm trying to think of like, you know, like, it's not fucking happening. Taraji P. Henson can't pull no shit like this. We can't do that. We would have never gotten to this point. And this chick has gotten all the way here and is willing to die on this cross with some lies. Regina King, Kerry Washington, they could have got away with this shit. Gabrielle Union, Jada Pinkett couldn't get away with that. Like, I can't. I cannot. And they played that dang on video with Amber Heard and James Franco getting into that elevator at 11 o'clock at night on 5/22, the day after. You couldn't even wait a week. The day after 5/21. You know what? This is the woman that Johnny has been dealing with. Yet she was trying to say that Johnny was so insanely jealous and he was so insecure and always thought that she was cheating and this, that, and other. And that's because he was. That's because you were. He was right. He knew what the fuck was going on. He had an inkling. He knew it was up. And he was right. So he was accusing you for good reason. Because how does on 5/21, 5/22, the day after all this shit goes down, you're calling over another man to the house when you had just tried to change the fucking locks? That means y'all had been talking prior to. You trying to make us believe that all of a sudden, the day after, you contacted James Franco for the first time ever and told him to come over to your house at 11 p.m. at night? For real? That's how that went down, Amber? No. You had an ongoing relationship with him during your marriage to Johnny Depp. And May 21st went down. You tried to, that fucking morning, May 22nd, tried to change the goddamn fucking locks. No one saw a goddamn thing on you. And the night, you're bringing another man over. That is sleazy. That is not what somebody who has just been abused does. They want to be around their friends. They want to be around their family. People to make them feel good. Resting, trying to get their life in order. No, you're over here calling a man up with a big old book bag on full of fucking drugs so you can get high in your husband's penthouse. A man with whom you just accused of brutally abusing you. That is why this shit is fucked up. Because you're a liar. You lie, and you are the one doing the shit the entire time. The entire time. They need to go ahead and just take it to lunch at this point. They need to take it to lunch. Look at Johnny. Looking good. You look good, my man. The things I would do. The things that I would do. Like, this woman had Johnny Depp in her bed. She was going to sleep next to Johnny Depp at night. And found all the reasons in the world to make his life miserable when all she had to do was turn over and love on that man. And he would have loved on her back. I do not understand. And I really do agree with people I've been seeing. I do not think that she is attracted to men. I just don't. I do not see it. This was all for fucking money and fame. She was not attracted to him. She did not love him.
For your patience.
It's alright. What's going on? What's happening? We here. We're listening.
So, Miss Heard, my last question
Miss
to
Heard,
you was that there
why
was a
is
lot
Miss
of
Heard
negative
trending?
publicity for you around the time that Mr. Waldman made these statements. Isn't that correct?
I believe that they were made, I believe that the statements kind of kept being attached to new defamatory, articles that were like smear campaign sort of attack articles is what it.
Let's go through some of the articles.
Y'all literally brought attack articles against Johnny as your evidence.
So,
shut the fuck
Plaintiff's
up.
Exhibit 1267.
I don't want to hear it.
Could just publish that just for the witness. That would be great. Thank you. This is an article published on February 2nd, 2020. And the title is hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp trends after Amber Heard admits to hitting actor in audio clip. Do you see that?
I see that.
If we can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1268. one was published on February 3rd, 2020. It reads, the title, Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording.
Yeah,
You see
that's
that?
when his lawyer leaked an edited tape.
Please.
Ms. Heard,
Miss
you
Heard.
see the title? Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording. Do you see that?
You
I
see
the
it?
title.
Okay.
Do you see it?
We could please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1269.
Let's go. Take us there, Camille. Take us. I'm following what she's saying. She's setting up an actual story.
This one was published on March 17th,
She's setting up
2020.
the whole
Amber Heard
sequence.
slammed door into Johnny Depp's head, reveals new audio.
Yep.
You see that?
Yeah, these are more of the PR plans.
So there ain't no PR plans. It's the truth
So
because it was in the
1270?
audio. I heard it with my own ears. You ain't gonna
This
tell
one
me I
was
ain't
published on
hear.
March
I heard it.
31st,
You ain't gonna gaslight
2020.
me.
Amber Heard to be sacked from Jason Momoa's Aquaman after Johnny Depp's controversy, reports. Do you see that?
I do.
They need to go ahead and make that an actuality. Take her out this shit. Stat.
We'll go to
Y'all gonna make
Exhibit
100 grand.
1271.
And that's it.
See the title that says Johnny Depp says ex-wife Amber Heard sliced his finger off, and it quote erupted like the Vesuvius.
That was
Vesuvius?
Vesuvius.
I just don't know when that was. I've never seen that article.
Of course you have it.
We can go to 1272.
Just like you did Johnny. All the articles.
This one was published on May 29th, 2020, and it says, when Amber Heard confessed to smashing a door into Johnny Depp's head, clocking him in the jaw. You see that?
I see that.
All the
To
articles.
1275. This one
I
was
love it.
published on July 15th, 2020.
Y'all try to do this shit to Johnny, try to give all these trash
Amber Heard
articles to
stole my
him.
sexual assault story.
Smearing him.
Ex-aide tells libel trial. You see that?
This was Adam Waldman as well.
Doesn't say Mr. Waldman. It actually says Kate James also says she often received abusive text messages from
And
Johnny
she
Depp's
did.
ex-wife, doesn't
And
it?
she
I just meant
did.
because he threw down the article.
Miss Heard.
Miss
Isn't that
Heard.
what that
Mr.
says?
Waldman threw the newspaper.
Miss Heard.
Miss Heard.
Miss Heard.
Miss
That's not my
Heard.
question.
That's not her question.
What
My
was your
question
I'm
is-
sorry.
The title of the article says Amber
Get
Heard
her.
stole my
Get
sexual
her,
assault story.
Camille.
Ex-aide tells
Don't let
libel
her
trial.
railroad.
Kate James also says, Your Honor, she opened the door by saying it was Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Yep, she opened the door.
Let's
We're
go to
gonna walk
Plaintiff's
through
Exhibit
it.
1276.
Boom. Here.
Amber Heard admits to hitting fucking baby Johnny Depp in court audio.
Yep.
You see that, Miss Heard?
I heard that
That's
too.
correct.
Okay. Go to
Stop being a
1277.
fucking baby, Johnny. Grow up, Johnny. You're such a baby. I heard that
Published
shit.
July 28th, 2020. Amber Heard's sister
Grow the
thought she
fuck
was
up,
going
Johnny.
to kill Johnny Depp, claims a witness. Do you see that, Miss Heard?
I see that.
In 1278. Published on July 28th, 2020. Johnny Depp was the victim of abuser Amber Heard, London's High Court told. Do you see that?
Abuser.
I do see that.
Amber Heard.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take our lunch recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess at this point. Do not
All right.
discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
Let's do
We'll
it.
see you now.
Go ahead and run, Amber. Go get your cigarette and a piece of gum. Because we know that's all you about to do. And a cup of coffee. Go ahead. And your dang on Xanax. That's Amber's lunch. A cigarette, a cup of coffee,
We'll come
A
back
piece of
at
gum
1:35 then.
and a Xanax.
All right, thank you.
What are you smiling for? Johnny's getting his stuff together. What do you think Johnny has for lunch? Like, I can't even, it's so crazy how, like, some people are so, like, he's a real person, obviously, but, like, some people I can't imagine doing certain things. And he's Johnny Depp. I'm like, what does Johnny even like to eat? Like, I wonder what he would ask for lunch to be ordered for him. Like, a salad? Is he a salad guy? Is he a burger guy? Like, I don't see him being a burger guy, you know? Would he want, like, a sandwich on, like, a ciabatta bun or something like that? Like a Panera type sandwich? I don't know. Look at him. He's so nice. Like, what would Johnny want to eat? Isn't that crazy? Like, I can't even imagine. I feel like it would be something super bouge. I feel like he could be vegan. I feel like he has a vegan vibe. But I don't know. I have no clue what I think Johnny would eat for lunch. Let me know what you think in the comments below. But, yeah, Amber just sat up there and lied for a full morning. Acted like she didn't know what the fuck was going on. Acted like statements that she had said prior that that's not what she meant and that it was all semantics and she didn't mean it that way. That she was saying things that weren't necessarily in that sequence of events. It's fucking tragic. It's fucking tragic. And Camille is still doing an excellent job. An excellent job. They're going on lunch, so I'm about to go on lunch. Wow. And the fact that she literally admitted to Johnny, to the article being about Johnny, and that's why we're here. Like, we're here to prove that this caused defamation against Johnny. This article, which it did. You claim that it wasn't about Johnny, which you just now said in court that it's about Johnny. You said it was about other people, including Johnny. Pretty much. That it wasn't just only Johnny you were talking about. Meaning he's included in those set of people, in group of people that you were referring. Oh my god, do y'all hear that? Like, I'm on the 6th floor, the top floor of my building, and like, sometimes they like do work up there, but they never fucking warn you. So like, you'll just be in here and like hear feet walking around your ceiling. That shit is scary. But I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about. That just kind of threw me off guard. But yeah, I just, this is all a mess. So we have a break until 1:35. Okay, thanks. Good to know. There were 1 million people on Law and Crime, you guys. 1 million fucking people watching this. Brian, incredibly average, he said, I'm no expert, but I don't feel like that went well for Amber Heard. It absolutely did not go well. Do y'all hear that? Has this been happening the whole time and I just couldn't hear it because like the TV was loud and I was running my mouth? Like, it's happened before, but they don't warn you. Someone said, mega pint of wine at Makima Jojo. I don't know how to pronounce things. She said she's very combative and aggressive. And that is something that her lawyers don't want to see. It doesn't look good. Yeah, she is coming off as very combative, aggressive. Shit. Law and Crime is doing their like little break show thing. For years, Amber Heard pretended like she didn't care about all the negative publicity she got online and that it didn't affect her. Today, she went on stand and whined about how Adam Waldman leaking an audio tape where she admits to abusing Johnny Depp. Yep. Whined about it. But do you, like, come on now, all the work that Johnny lost when you came out with your fucking bullshit, like, you need to take all of this. It's 6 weeks. 6 weeks, honey. In the grand scheme of things, 6 weeks compared to 6+ years? You kidding me? Plus the years he put up with your fucking ass? Ugh. And Elaine ain't doing a goddamn thing. Nothing. Amber needs a refund. She said you were doing a photo shoot in the courtroom. Yes, Camille. And I love how she kept saying, you sat up in, and you sat up in court, and you sat there. And I'm like, yes, because she did, because she fucking sat up in that place, and she is sitting up in this courtroom fucking lying. You know that's right, Camille. She sat up in there. I fucking love it. I love it. But I'm about to go on lunch. We'll come back at this. This is insane. The cross of Amber Heard. Ooh. Yeah, crazy. I'll be back. All right, we are back from lunch after another very long sidebar. Very long sidebar. They were supposed to be back at 1:35. It is now 1:45. They had 10 minutes of sidebar because Amber Heard is on the stand and can't get her story straight and wants to stall and deny. That is an ill-fitting suit on her. It's ill-fitting. I don't like it.
Thank you. Be seated. All right, your next question.
Hope you had a good lunch.
Tom, may I please have you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A?
Put it up.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A. This is one of the articles containing counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article?
I don't know why
Adam Waldman,
Benchu
Dutch
just
lawyer,
looks
said afterwards,
so
quote,
friendly
Amber
to
Heard
me.
and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B?
I think I was right about the Xanax for lunch, for sure.
And if we could go to
It's a wonder she could keep her eyes
10
open.
and 11. In Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax.
A hoax.
They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops. The first attempt didn't do the trick.
Didn't do the trick because IO fucked up. So then Raquel and her crazy
The officers
ass,
came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and
annoyed
interviewed,
ass.
and
You
left
guys
after
heard
seeing
it.
no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second.
And where is Spectre? She convoluted in this too.
Apologize. You're fine. Okay.
It's all facts that he said. That's why you were mad. Because it's all factual, actual. What's Ben saying? So I was watching like the after show with the lunch break, and they were just explaining how close Amber is to the witness stand and how close she is to Johnny's table, and I'm just like, oh my god. So she keeps staring over at them like she's actually right beside them and she's looking at them. I would be like, bitch, can you please? I do not recall Johnny doing all that, and the fact that she is that close to Johnny, she's probably getting off on it, but that's the closest you'll ever be to him ever again. So take joy in it, because it's not happening. He won't even look at you. Yeah, look right there. They're close. They're close. That's Amber over there, and that's the top of Johnny's head. Right, that like they're very close. Damn. I could not imagine. He could probably feel the hate and jealousy and rage radiating off of Amber, beaming onto him. I'm sure he can feel all that nasty, negative energy. Hey Johnny, it's Slickback Pony. I love his glasses. Oh, and speaking about glasses, Amber's been up here reading shit on the little computer down there this whole time to wear her glasses. Y'all remember her sitting down at the table? Y'all remember her sitting down at the table with Elaine and she kept putting on glasses, taking them off, putting them on, taking them off. Wear her glasses now. Why are they not up there with you? Just props. Props! And another way to try to copy Johnny. And literally just completely copy him. Everything he does. You knew you didn't need glasses. And then you had your little friend try to come out on Twitter posting pictures of you in glasses. And now here you are up on the stand, not a glass to your face. Everything you do is fraudulent. You don't know who you are. You don't know if you're coming, if you're going. It's just... Elaine looks frantic. She looks frantic over there. Camille looks calm, cool, and collected. And apparently they said sometimes like they may release like the sidebars, but the sidebars are where it gets like they talk about shit that like they don't want the jury and obviously other people to hear. But I was watching a little show on Lunch with Law and Crime, and they were saying that sometimes they are released. I'm like, ooh, I would want to hear those sidebars with Elaine's crazy ass. Probably, oh my god. Okay, let me shut up.
Okay. And if we can please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881C.
Pull it up.
And go to page 11.
Page 11.
This is another article, Ms. Hurd, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory, correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
It's page 11 of the article. And the statement reads,
Johnny looks so good. I'm really trying to keep it PG, but goddamn, that is a fine man.
we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Hurd's abuse host against Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements?
It ends here. It ends now.
And Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Thank you. Ms. Hurd, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Nope.
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the
Is it?
jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
You were not
It's
replaced in
not that
Aquaman
hard.
2, were you?
They released me from my contract, and
Yes.
I fought to stay in it, and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually. Like
Yes.
the final cut.
So she's released
And you
from her
testified
contract, but they
yesterday that
kept
L'Oreal
her
actually
in.
extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended it and held me.
But I'm sure she still got
And you
paid.
testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials.
But they
for
extended
me.
it, bitch.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you
Damn near
testified
2
yesterday
years.
how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
She's
I
so
do.
dramatic.
And
Your
then,
statements torture
and then
us
you look
every
at them
day.
I look at the online attacks, the media, you can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
Right, so why are you looking at the
I do.
shit?
Very
Exactly,
much.
Camille. Exactly. Why are you
But
looking
you've
if you
gone
want to
out of
move
your way
on?
to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
Yup.
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
That is engaging if you
Exhibit
make a comment.
1266.
Something just
I-
fell in my room.
Your microphone.
If you make a
You're
comment, you're engaging. You dumb
I don't have this
bitch.
yet, so I'm asking for it to
Right
be
there.
given to
What
me
the fuck are you
before.
talking
It's a
about?
I think it's just a.
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
Relevance?
Ejection, I'm sorry, what's the objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
Alright, I'll overrule the objection.
Relevant?
881C in evidence.
Can we please have it published to the jury?
Publish it. Boom. That looks like engaging, Amber.
Thank you.
You engaged. Just sit up here and be fucking
This is
lying.
from March 26, 2021, right?
2021.
And this is after you made the statement you claim-
2021.
statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Heard?
Girl, bye.
21, yes.
Ms. Heard, you tweeted
2021.
at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I
Ooh.
read that right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. This is the bitch. This is the one who's sitting there trying to act like a fucking victim.
Sir,
This is the
relationship with
bitch.
Mr. Depp
Yes,
ended. You
Camille.
completed your level
Yes,
3 sommelier training,
abso-fucking-lutely.
haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet. I
You're
just
on level
stopped.
2.
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I
Yep.
have.
Since
And
you
you're
always
being
want to
a
bring
mother?
that baby up
More than anything,
more than
Still love to
anything.
cook?
Please.
I do.
And you love to hike?
Ooh, I'm so. Where are you
Taking a
going,
break on
Camille?
hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every
You're
day.
living your life.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yep.
Yes.
Johnny
the one I
can't
just
do
shot
none of
in
that.
Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have, you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is
Yep.
that correct? Aquaman 2?
Yep. Yet you're
As
trying
I
to
said,
say your
I
life
don't
was
know
ruined.
If I
Johnny can't do none of
will
that.
even be in the final cut, or how much I will be. It was difficult
Look at
to see in the
Johnny.
movie.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and
Liar.
that included swinging.
I would be like,
whoever
yes or
could,
no?
if it meant I could
Yes or
pull
no?
away. Absolutely.
Yes or
And
no,
then,
Amber? Yes or no?
A difference between a sore face and
No.
broken
Yes or
nose?
no?
You bet I would. You
That's
bet.
your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck.
Liar.
You know, I might be the first person to.
Your
have
neck
been
should be
the
all
first one
types of
to
fucked up.
slap.
Yet there's
Which
no
happened in
picture of your
Australia,
neck.
You know, when he was choking me, but I wouldn't say I was the initial
Choking
aggressor in that
girl.
situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could.
Defend yourself.
didn't see
Girl!
the difference.
Give it
You just
up.
couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
No self-control.
I tried to defend myself.
Nope,
when I
she don't
could,
have no control. Get her,
but
Camille.
it was after years of not defending myself.
Please.
Can we please
Look at
pull
Johnny.
up
He's like,
plaintiff
this is some
exhibit 356 and
bullshit.
Your Honor, portions of this exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording. And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. I intend to play from 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
Play it.
356A in evidence. Is any objection to the
Let's
entire
hear it.
356 coming into evidence?
Since Amber thinks she's so smart.
I have to check on something.
What you got to check on, you lady? What you got to check on? What's there to check on? I don't understand. Let her play the audio. Since Amber's so big and bold and bad.
The excerpt for now, and we'll double check our notes on that, because there was one that had something in that
We're critical, and I just can't find my notes on it. I
Yeah,
just
you
called
can't find your notes. Unprepared as fuck. Unprepared.
Times again.
Yes, of course. 12927 to 13007.
All right, and told that we already have a fee, so that'd be 356C.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor.
Just unprepared.
I never promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad. I can fucking promise you I will.
Yes.
Everything to change.
She just loses it.
I'm not gonna go around divorce. I will not say divorce unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. And me too. I will leave you.
Ha.
It's fair. I can't do it. You know? And I think honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
It's fit.
Mr. That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
Yep.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, I can't promise you that I won't get physical, end quote.
Ooh.
Correct.
That's correct.
I cannot promise you I will not get
Situation I
physical.
explained yesterday.
And you also
Stupid
told
bitch.
Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
No.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from
Sure
Australia?
did.
That you get so mad you
Sure
lose it?
did.
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified
So you
to,
calling
but
Ben King
I
a
never had
liar?
that conversation with Ben
You calling
King.
him a liar too? You calling everybody a fucking liar. Everybody a liar but you.
I'm sorry. I checked and I have no objection to the entirety of 356
So
coming in.
356 in its entirety will be in evidence. All right, thank you.
Bitch, you're late. Get it
If we
together.
could please play from what's now been admitted, Plaintiff's Exhibit 356 in its entirety from 705 to 743.
Play it all.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Boom.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split?
Exactly. Did she deny
Come on,
it?
you cannot act
Jury,
like
did
that.
she
You don't
deny
act-
it?
It's
Well,
not.
we're on a plane. I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
Right.
I'm not
That
gonna
is
participate.
reactive. He
That's
pushed you to
fine.
get
You
him
know,
up
when
off
you
of
split,
him,
there
and
is
you
some
did not deny it.
And that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does
I'm
nothing
so
to
happy they're
perpetuate
hearing
the
this.
fight. And you don't actually
Play
do it
that
respectfully.
shit.
You don't.
Yep.
Sir,
There
is
you
that
go.
Mr. Depp on this recording?
Explain
Yes,
it.
it is.
Explain it.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Girl,
And
you're
just for the
done.
record,
You
wrote
are
claim
done.
from 24601 to 24720.
You are so done.
I said to Travis. I said no. I said to you, hey, tell Travis.
This is after she gave him a
Oh, you told me to
Xanax.
do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
So no, tell him what you're saying.
And I lied.
That you punched
Exactly,
You're right.
and you lied.
me. And
You figured it out.
Look at
You
Johnny.
said, no fucking thing, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? And I watched you lie.
And I watched you
By the way,
lie.
I'm sorry that I didn't hit you
Yes.
across the face in a proper slap. But I
Yes.
was hitting you. I was not punching you.
Yes.
Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights been around a long time.
Oh, fuck yes,
Yeah,
Amber,
you
you're
You fucking
done.
have a close
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this. But I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the full motion of my actual hand was. But you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
Oh my gosh, she's
What
done.
am I supposed to do? Do this?
She's
I'm not
done.
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby. You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny.
Grow the fuck
I
up,
did
Johnny.
Because yes, you did. So you did the
You're
right
done,
thing,
bitch.
the big thing.
You're
The-
done.
You know what? You're admirable.
He walked away. He's admirable. He got the
Mr.
fuck.
Depp on that
Oh
recording.
my
That's
god.
correct. You said
Holy
you hit Mr.
shit.
Depp, right?
They played it.
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
It's
him out
her.
the
No.
door.
My
Shut the
question
fuck
is,
up.
You said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp.
Yes or
right?
no?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
And you accused him of being a baby for
Yes,
not
you
wanting to be
did.
in a physical fight with you, right?
Yes.
Incorrect. I accused him
No.
of being a baby
No.
for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Please. She is
pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit
disgusting.
368.
They're like, you know what?
And again, Your Honor, this is a recording of
Play that
Justice Depp
shit.
and Ms. Heard.
Play it,
I'm
please.
going to move for the entire exhibit
Play
to be
this
moved into
shit.
evidence.
Play it right
Any
now
objection
because
to
she's sitting up here
368?
trying to act fucking stupid and talk like in that she was trying to get away from
Alright, no
Johnny
objection.
and was
Is it dated
barricading the
evidence?
door
Okay.
against him when it was him barricading the door against her. Is this for real?
Anyway, open the bathroom door when you were knocking on it.
Right.
After a few times I
Proof.
opened,
Completely refutes what you just said.
you know, you just kept going. You just kept going,
Kept
going.
going.
You tried
Don't know
close
when
the
to
door
stop.
3 times.
Boom.
You know,
He
please,
tried to
just
close the door.
You know, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. I didn't mean to do that. And I bent down, and you either
What a
pushed or you
sweet,
kicked,
sweet
I think you
man.
kicked the door open.
Kicked it
so
open.
The door, yeah, more open, so that it hit me. And it hit
No,
me.
I
Wait,
didn't mean
wait.
to.
I didn't mean to, meaning you did it.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what
I
Oh,
was
she's
bent down behind
She's
the door.
I did not do anything. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear to God. I mean, that was not my intention.
That was
I
not
think
your intention, but you
I
still did it,
remember
bitch.
The door scraped my toes.
You got pissed and kicked it
reacted,
into
but
him.
This whole the door thing. I remember.
The
I
door
never did
scraped
that.
your
That
feet.
wasn't on
You got
purpose.
pissed
Might
and
have
kicked
gone
the door
on
into
accident.
his head.
Okay,
But
so let's say that was an accident.
You're done.
I then stood up.
Toast. Go into hiding. And someone needs to take your
I don't
child.
even know if I said, I might have said like, what the fuck, you know,
Yeah.
whatever. Because I just been hitting the head with the fucking corner of the door.
Right.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
See?
And then I stood up.
Admitting to it right there. What's wrong, Amber?
And then you fucking clocked me.
Damn.
I remember
All that, and then you
as a
clocked him.
response to the door thing.
Girl, I know the jury is like, this is some ratchet
I'm
ghetto
sorry
ass
about
shit.
hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor
You don't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I didn't
punch
mean-
me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door.
Proof.
I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The
Yes.
door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I didn't mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response
Fuck
to.
yes.
my
Got
foot.
this
I
bitch.
just
We
reacted,
got this
and
bitch.
I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? That was why you punched me.
That's why you punched him. We got this shit, y'all. It's
But
a
I'm
wrap.
sorry. I'm sorry if I.
It's a wrap. It's a fucking wrap. It's a wrap.
Again, that's you and Mr. Depp on that
Yes,
recording, right?
it
That's
is.
correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that
Incorrect.
right, Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And
one.
Mr. Depp said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head,
Right.
didn't you?
Because
No,
you
I
were
didn't.
pissed.
And
And
I
then
You're a
you punched
liar.
him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You, can
You
check
weren't
for yourself.
defending. I didn't hear any
And
of
then you
that.
punched him in the
Stop
jaw.
I also did not
gaslighting.
do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too.
So-
It was not
Sorry.
clear on the audio.
Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the
Yeah.
recording?
Yes,
he
Amber,
said
keep
that.
up.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
Yep.
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door,
Liar.
And you said, I remember, I did mean to hit you.
Yep.
meaning the door.
No.
The door was on my feet.
Are you kidding
I reacted
me?
instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this
Amber
audio
is
before,
about
haven't
to
you, Miss Heard?
fucking
Yeah, we've already
love.
had this trial before.
Yeah, you've played, it was played for you when you were deposed
Oh
in
my god,
2016
she's
in
trying to make
connection
it
with
seem
your
like
divorce
she
with Mr.
was
Depp,
saying
wasn't it?
hit the door.
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
Yep.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a
Yes,
look at how you
Camille.
responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked
Woo!
Plaintiff's
Pull
Exhibit
it up.
1261?
Look at Johnny. Pull it up. You've had a lot of time to sit there and pick through this fucking
The
audio
next thing that
and
I'm
try to
going
explain
do,
shit.
is Hugh.
You are?
Okay, we approaching. Camille said, okay, let's approach. No, because you want to sit up here and act like I tried to make it very clear that I was trying to defend myself and I was talking about hitting the door. I was talking about hitting the door. No. Because you had all this time to pick apart this fucking audio and listen to this audio and think about what the fuck you were going to say and what you could say to semantically try to get away with this bullshit and make it sound like really, truly twist the narrative and make it sound like you're trying to do all of this in defense of yourself. Nobody is hearing that, Amber. That is gaslighting. You are gaslighting the fucking public. And you think everybody's so dumb that we're not going to see it. Hey, Johnny, that's my baby. Hey, baby.
I'm going to read it into the record and I'll this to you. So, I will. So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12.
Show her what she said the first time.
Okay.
Show her what she said, Camille.
Yes, ma'am.
God damn it. Oh, they coming with the deposition tape. They coming with the deposition tape. Watch, you need to look at yourself. Look at how much, this was 2016. Look at how different she looks. Look at yourself, Amber. The jury needs to see you, the real Amber, and how you sat up in this fucking deposition and acted like a complete jackass. All the attitude in the world.
Do a proper, I can do it through reading
Let's
the
do it.
deposition, Your Honor. We don't need to do that.
Let's do it. Let's go
Ask them to
there.
Take it off the screen.
Let's do it. What's the problem?
Could you take it off the screen?
Take what off the screen?
Okay. That's fine.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we please start it over?
Start it over.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you is Hugh. Would you listen to this, please?
Let's do it.
Let's keep on. Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct?
Yep.
Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I don't, when you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punch beat.
Q.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted that this whole the door thing. I never did that. That was in on purpose. I was on an accident.
Let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said, what the fuck, you know, whatever. That just hit the head with the fucking wall of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
You are not sorry.
And then what the fuck?
I remember hitting you as a response to your door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door. Hitting your head. I did not mean to your.
You don't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I did
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing at the door. I didn't remember. I didn't mean to hit you.
It was about you that you made.
The door? No, God, no. I
But punching me in the jaw.
okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room. I'm trying to keep him out. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched at all, was referred to it in these ways of punching,
Listen to her.
or clocked, or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking
That's
to him
the real
afterwards
Amber.
and trying to reconcile
This is the real
with him
Amber,
is
y'all.
to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a cold. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
You are disgusting.
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Michelle?
Yep, she
Not
sure
smiling because of
is.
the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
Sure
I was
did.
sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
Is there something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
Right. Is that funny,
You know, I was
bitch?
rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in recounting the
Is
story.
there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
Right.
That is not what I was smiling about, and no, I do not think it's amusing.
Clearly you do.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Your exact words were, quote, I just want him to leave me alone. I
Liar.
want to move on with my life, and he won't let me. Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
Nope.
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you?
Nope.
From Mr. Depp.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th,
And you tried to not be
2018,
here
you actually
multiple
commenced an
times. Don't
arbitration
start.
action against
Don't get
Mr. Depp
smart.
for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Don't get fucking
May I
smart.
approach? May we approach?
Talking about something, that's why I'm here. Bitch. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. This woman is rude as hell. She's rude. Like, what is wrong with her? Can someone tell me what is wrong with Amber the Heard?
Pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 219. And Ms. Heard, if you could please read to yourself the first page of Exhibit 219.
Read it, bitch.
All right.
Read it and weep.
And if you can also read to yourself the second page of Exhibit 219. Yes. And if you can scroll down, Tom, again, this her just to look at that page. And then scroll down to the next page, please.
Look at it.
And the next page. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Heard, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case?
Does it refresh it?
In this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively.
Because you are a liar. You are
That's 2 months
the
before
biggest
your op-ed
fucking liar.
was
What
published in
aren't you
December
getting?
2018, right?
Nobody
And
believes
that's
you.
6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
Right.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
You fired the first shot. I know that's right, Camille. Please get her.
Ms. Heard, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely?
Yes!
Okay.
Let's do it. Bring up all her dirty shit. All her shit. Brought them dogs over there. Knew you shouldn't have done it like that. Knew you were wrong. That's the thing. She knew she was fucking wrong and did it anyway. And thought she was just gonna get away with it. That's what crazy people do. This is so just too much. Like, why did you have to lie, Amber? Why? Why did you have to lie? None of us would be here. That's the crazy thing. If she wouldn't have fucking opened her mouth, none of us would be here. I would not be sitting here doing a video.
Sir, you testified yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
Yep. That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras.
That's correct.
Because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
Please. You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to
You went up there with a whole
right?
goddamn entourage.
No, I always figured it would come out. I just trying to buy time.
Buy time for you to get your story together?
You were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Heard?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately, so you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
Yep.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
I mean, I assume since it's a public building that there is that likelihood, or not likelihood.
TMZ's office is in the building.
But I was, I was shocked.
Bitch.
Your publicist Jody Gottlieb was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
Yep.
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition, and you have at page, if I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, lines 22.
You said
74.
74.
Line 22 through 75, line 13.
I'm sorry, just 72 lines.
74, line 22 through 75, line 13.
Maybe a question.
This chick is trife. Just trife. Just sit up and lie, lie, lie. I can't wait to see what you guys think about this foolishness, quite honestly. Because this is a mess. This is nothing but a hot pile of fucking garbage coming from this woman out her mouth. Hot garbage.
If we could please play and display to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. please tell him.
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry, and I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ.
She is so smug in this interview. I'm so happy they can see this shit. Just smug as fuck.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Miss Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know how
TMZ
to do
owns the
that.
copyright to that
TMZ
video,
owns
doesn't
the
it?
copyright,
I
right,
have no
bitch?
idea what TMZ
Did they
owns.
pay
Yes, you do, because you sold it. You
I
sold
never
it.
got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
Goddamn
TMZ
liar.
was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
Yep.
I have
Mr.
no
Depp's
idea.
fault too?
It is
Everything's his
that's
fault?
not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
Get flustered.
And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things
What
about
does that
Johnny,
get me?
I could have done that in a much more
You
successful way, in
did!
a bigger way.
You
for
did!
years.
Not when you were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way.
Oh,
Extortion.
here she goes.
Possibly
She's
I'm reading
getting
your ex-wife,
testy.
right?
She's
That's
getting
right. She's
testy.
my partner.
She's getting the
She's the one
attitude.
that you told this jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, that
Yep.
was a 2013 fight around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
Yep.
That's correct.
You testified he tried
ass.
to burn
She getting testy.
one of
Did y'all
your
see
favorite
that?
paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Reed during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did
Yes, you did. Go
People
for it,
saw that.
Camille.
That's not true.
Yes,
covered
you
in
fucking liar.
Isn't that true?
It
Yep.
it was planted in the press by Johnny's team.
What?
2 days after I got the TRO.
It's all Johnny.
Not quite
Amber
sure.
doesn't
Please
do
pull up
nothing,
Plaintiff's
y'all.
Exhibit 1279.
Amber doesn't ever do anything. It's all Johnny. Get her, Camille. She get real flustered over there. It's towards the end of the day, too. Oh, yeah, we gotta approach. Amber getting real flustered over there because she getting called out on her bullshit. You know you sold that damn video to TMZ, and you knew good and goddamn well when you went to the courthouse that they were going to be there. They literally have an office there. They're watching it all. You don't think if you roll up with your whole fucking entourage and your black trucks and stuff, they're not going to want to know what the fuck is up and get set up to see who's about to come the fuck out? Lies. Liar.
You could please have that article displayed for the witness.
Pathetic.
This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this
May
was.
of 2020.
That's not when it came out, no. This story started getting planted in after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
The headline says, Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
Why can't she?
The title reads, Amber Heard allegedly grabbed, struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport.
Yep.
Doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
That is true. The police saw it.
May we approach?
You're fucking lying. You're just lying, sitting here perjuring yourself. You're going to die on this hill, Amber. Trying to make it seem like you've done absolutely nothing, that you're this fucking saint, that you know that you are anything but. You are a demon. You're a liar. You're a gaslighter. You emotionally, physically, mentally, verbally abuse people. You take advantage of them. You drive them fucking crazy to the point where they don't know if they're coming or going. Just like you. Tired of this bitch. Just lying. All she could do is lie. It's so sad that this woman has chose to do this. So sad. You have a child. You gonna sit up here and do this.
The title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend. Thank you. If I may start over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Thompson at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
It's not a smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
You're a liar.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Woo!
I'm sorry, redirect.
Ms. Heard, did you then Ray come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Go ahead, Camille. Sat down with the hearsay.
Of course she did.
Closed and sat down with the hearsay. Go
Let's
ahead.
talk about
That's
the
my
TMZ
girl.
alerted.
You did a
Explain
good
to the
job.
jury what you meant by
Bitch, you did a good job. Bitch, you did a good job.
So
You did a good job. Yes.
Meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when we filed for divorce,
They went right into the redirect, and they couldn't wait to get her ass up
in the
there.
most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day, so it kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity
liar
outlets. I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following divorce that it wasn't picked up, and that gave me a precious few days.
Camille did a good job
of peace at that
I'm
really
so proud of
fragile
her.
time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not.
Yeah,
do
you
this
tried to get a hold of him a
I
lot of
didn't
times.
Mad at me. I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. John
Your
and I
Honor.
spoke about
Your
it.
Honor, calls for speculation.
Objection.
Shut the fuck up.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections with TMZ?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
And we're supposed to believe that you
The
didn't.
mediation process
Please.
in July.
Your
correct?
case
That
is
was
done.
First one. So
Okay.
so kissed me again, held me. I cried. He cried, and then we had a short
cried.
exchange. And he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive."
Can defendants exhibit 1581L?
Stupid shit. Camille did a good job. I'm happy with that. All the shit that she has been lying about, all the audios that we have heard, all the articles, all the pictures, all the shit that didn't fucking make sense, they did that. They did that in a day and a fucking half. That's what I'm talking about. This is what happens when you know what the fuck you're doing. You know how to organize your case. You know how to present the fucking case and not be all over the place. Everything flowed. It's understandable.
Tell the jury what the
And the jury is going to
was that you
understand
slipped
more
into
than
your
ever
pocket, what it said.
that Amber Heard is
Said,
a
"I love you
goddamn
forever, my
liar.
Slim, dead or alive.
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
And to be, just so we're clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
She really, they
When Ms.
really
Nesbitt
had to do
asked
this.
you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or
That
wouldn't
fucking
look you
bothered
in the eye
her.
here or in the UK, you said yes, you know. Why? Please
Because
tell
you're
the jury why.
disgusting. Get up here and cry.
Because he's guilty.
Ah!
He knows
Look
he's
at
wrong.
Johnny. He laughed.
Otherwise, why can't he look at me?
Because you're disgusting.
I
You're a
survived.
disgusting fucking
I
liar.
survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
You survived that man? Really?
Thank you.
No.
You were asked
No.
about a bruise.
You
that was
abuse
on
that
your
man,
arm
and you're further trying to intimidate
from
him by
March
staring
15,
at him.
2013.
Nobody's buying that
Do
shit.
you
It's weak.
recall how long
Fucking
before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from
What, Elaine? It's
your
Vasquez.
incidents earlier in the
Learn how to
relationship.
speak. Damn.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen.
Yeah,
I mean,
you didn't
not
think he would
until
take it this far.
December. And my best
You
friend
said,
taking
tell the
pictures
world,
of me
Johnny Depp, is that
to
you didn't
capture
think he
it.
would
Did
do
that
it.
even-
And here
that
we
wasn't
are.
even a thing.
It
Here
has
we
been
the fuck are.
suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you. in the
Vasquez,
past that you
Elaine.
didn't tell anyone.
You can't
about
say her
the abuse
name.
until the TRO. Is that true?
Vasquez.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor,
That's
leading
not offered to.
and hearsay.
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior.
Hearsay.
consistent
It's leading, it's sustained. Next question.
Okay.
bitch.
What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach that?
That's fine.
Elaine, you are not going to get your way. It's not going to happen. Sorry, boo. Sorry. Sorry, I had to make my bed. I didn't even make my bed from this morning, y'all. What is the issue, honey? Why
Miss
you
Heard,
wanna go to the front?
how many people have you shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor, leading
How
calls for
many?
hearsay.
How many?
Hearsay. She gonna hearsay every time. Ask a new question. Move on, bitch. Move the fuck
Roughly
on.
about 10.
Can you name them?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she.
And
can-
if there are
it's
10
not
people,
offered, it's just
if you told
shows
10
that she
people,
had
why is nobody
achieved
testifying for
people
you?
Before. They're suggesting.
Objection, Your Honor, can we approach? This is, again,
Again, inappropriate. It's inappropriate, Elaine. It's inappropriate. I can't believe this woman. Think they can just do whatever the fuck they want to do. It's inappropriate. The judge has sustained this I don't know how many times. Move the fuck on. You ain't got nothing else? Even if she did tell people, where the fuck are they? They sure as hell ain't testifying on her behalf. Where are they? Amber.
Now, you were asked whether you had consulted a medical doctor about any problems with your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you in fact had after the divorce, correct?
Objection, leading.
Leading.
Did you or did you not consult an ENT after the divorce?
Objection, leading.
After the divorce,
Did
bitch.
you produce medical
What about
records
after the incident?
to the defendants relating to this?
Objection, leading.
Objection. Get her, Camille.
Thank you.
Get her, Camille.
We could, the witness could be instructed not to answer until I lodge my objection.
Exactly.
Please. Could we bring
Tell
up
them, Camille.
defendant's exhibit
Tell them how it's
1077?
done.
Do you
Because they don't know how
recognize
the fuck
this
it's done.
document?
They don't know how to act.
My screen is black.
Black like your heart. The screen is
Yes, I
black
do.
like your
Could
heart.
you tell us what it is?
That's the
Look at Johnny
what
smiling.
my ENT,
Because he was
the
thinking the
ears, nose,
same
and throat
thing,
doctor,
like your heart.
told me was
Objection, Your Honor,
the damage.
hearsay.
All right,
Hearsay.
There's objection, please stop talking, thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Yes, Camille. Yes. What? What, Elaine? What? What do you
if
have to
any,
say?
You were asked if you had, it was
Oh,
suggested
Jesus.
that you had not
Get it
produced
out.
this in discovery. Is that true? or false?
Objection, Your Honor.
Object.
Your
leading.
Honor, she absolutely.
It's leading, it is leading question though. Sustaining the
I
objection.
fucking love it. I love
What, if
it.
anything, did you do
Fuck
to
yes.
produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had the Johnny's team had a third party.
Then where were the
that they
pictures of your
selected as a
nose
third
and
party
fake
go
butt
and
and your
pull
nose
all
being
relevant
fucked up?
documents from those devices. Which I
Where's the
handed
pic?
over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe. Maybe.
Objection,
So
Your Honor,
where-
lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Sustained, bitch.
And
I love
do
it.
What if
Thousands of
anything
pictures,
did
but no
you
pictures of all your
produce to
fucking
the
injuries you
plaintiff
claimed.
in connection
Bitch.
with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection, leading.
Leading,
What- I-
sustained,
Foundation,
hearsay,
It's
all
not
that
true,
shit,
it's
bitch.
sustained.
Absolutely. We're not doing it. We're not playing games. We're not fucking doing it. We're not playing games,
When did
Amber.
you see an ENT specialist?
2017.
2017. You were
And
already divorced and
as
you're
a
seeing an
result
EMT.
Of that
How
consultation,
dumb is that?
What did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
Yeah,
Then
I'll
what are you
sustain the
asking her
objection.
for, Elaine? What are you asking? Stupid. Stupid.
What, if any, production did you make to the plaintiff of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
Yes, Camille. Yes. Yes.
It's only a foundation.
Do you know whether
Oh,
the records, medical records
I am
from
enjoying
your
this
ENT
all
were
too
produced
much.
in discovery?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection!
Foundation calls for speculation.
I'm asking whether she knows.
Yes.
Oh, Camille. Fuck yes.
Do you recall?
Elaine can't even talk, y'all.
I'm trying. What, if anything,
She said, I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh,
did the
God.
medical records
Oh, God.
reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Do you have injuries to your nose?
Oh,
Yes.
God.
Please describe
Oh,
those
fuck.
to the jury.
This is terrible.
Object to the extent it calls for hearsay.
Hearsay.
And lack of foundation.
Lack of foundation.
And improper expert opinion.
Improper expert opinion, bitch.
We'll see where it goes. Go ahead. Okay.
Oh, God.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's the scar tissue from your years of doing coke, bitch. Don't do it.
What if any
That's scar tissue from snorting up the coke.
Objection leading.
That is from coke. You done melted the inside of your nose from your coke addiction. Don't sit up there and say Johnny did that to you. Let's not do that.
At night, and
because of the
I've been
coke.
off having surgery for it.
Because of the coke. The doctor will tell you it's because of the coke, the excessive use of coke. He's gonna tell you that. That's not because of Johnny.
Now, you were asked.
Don't try it.
About December 15, 2015. And Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries to Aaron Filati. Do you recall that?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Objection.
So, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez
Objections leading a sustained injection.
Sustained. I'm loving it. Oh, I'm having the time of my life.
What, if anything, did you report to Aaron Filati about the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015?
Objection, leading, and hearsay.
Objection. Gotta approach. It's not happening, Elaine. It's not happening. I know that's fucking right, Camille. It's not happening. Y'all ain't about to talk your fucking way out of this. You already wasted so much of everybody's time. Everybody's time. It's a wrap. We're not playing games with your ass. We're here to do the damn thing. You came to fucking play. We're serious about our business to have Johnny win and have his name vindicated because he did not do this to you. He didn't do it. He did not do it. Point blank, period. I don't give a fuck if he was calling you whores, bitches, and whatnot because you were being a whore. Sorry. You bring another man into your man's house, sneaky snakes, doing all that shit, going up and doing drugs in your man's penthouse, this, that, and other, after you done claimed that he done beat your ass. No, there's a word for that, Amber, and that is you. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Actually, I'm not. It is what it is. You wanted to act like an ass, people are going to act like an ass right back to you. You can't walk around the world treating people any old kind of way, saying and doing whatever, and think that nothing's going to happen. The fact that she literally yelled at Johnny in front of his kids, in front of Jack, and Jack was weirded the fuck out about it because he spilled wine. Johnny spilled wine on her, and you're yelling at him? And then you're going to bring up that Johnny did drugs in front of his kids? She's disgusting. If anything, I could see him smoking some pot in front of his kids. Okay, it's pot. They live out in Cali. I'm sure they're fucking doing it too. Like, let's not act like we don't know the real world of what the fuck people are doing. Everybody around here is smoking goddamn pot. So, like, stop it. Stop. Elaine, honey, it's not. It's just not. It's not giving what it was supposed to have gave. At all. She was supposed to come with volumes of evidence. I ain't seen a lick of it. Nothing. Nada. Zilch. He looks good. Elaine, what are you shaking your head for? What's the issue? What's the problem? This video is about to be so long today. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, you guys. But I had to get this shit so I could relive this back in living color for myself. That this shit actually went down. And I was watching it prime time. Because it's not okay. It is not okay. And when he wins, oh my God, I gotta decide what I'm gonna do when he wins. I gotta think about that. What should I do when Johnny wins? That's a thought. Apparently closing arguments are on 5/27. Okay, so we got a little ways. Got a little ways to go. I don't know if we're having court this Friday or if it's only the next Friday that we're having court. Look at all these people. Hey, y'all. Elaine. Come on, honey. Come on, because I know they about to get back on here. She gonna ask another question, and Camille is gonna eject again because she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. Elaine does not know what she's doing. They're gonna do all this up here, and she's gonna get right back to the podium, ask another inappropriate question, get objected, and have to go right back. Like, this is... Woosah, Sierra, woosah. Maybe this is a perfect time for a bathroom break.
About the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack.
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
You sent her pictures?
And
those
did
sorry
you
ass
text
pictures?
with Nurse Pilati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15.
Attack? You know what?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
Please.
And did you tell Colonel Cowan about the injuries you sustained?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection. Hearsay.
It's prior consistency. I'm going to sustain object for this one.
Sustained. Thank you.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Objection. Leading. And did not happen.
What, if anything, do you recall from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
Outside the scope.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Observation.
Sustained, bitch. Move on.
Okay.
You know what, Elaine? Why can't you take a sustained? Look at Ben. He is like, I cannot believe this shit. It's sustained. That don't mean every time you get sustained, you gotta come up and have a fit and go up to the stand and cry like a fucking baby about it. It's sustained. Move on or do better. Figure it out. Don't sit up there and throw a tantrum. Crazy. Just do better. Figure out how to ask the question you want to get in a way that is appropriate. Because you aren't an expert at your field, because you don't know what you're doing, Elaine, because you're getting emotional and flustered, you can't do
did you
that.
see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled. I saw her 2 days after the attack.
So on what day did you see that?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016, and I told her what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
And when did you
Objection.
see Dr. Colonel Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Your recollection is poor.
Jumped to East
It's
Asia for a
poor.
moment. And we saw a number of pictures from the backless dress.
Yep. What, Elaine?
What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back, knowing you had a backless dress?
Objection, Your Honor.
Because you can't get your story straight.
Speculation.
Because you didn't think anybody would know what the fuck was going on. Duh. Look at Johnny. He's like, this is stupid.
Why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
Because she was trying to make up a part of her story to make it sound horrific as possible, to try to embarrass him and discredit his name.
And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked to press.
You were making it up. You were absolutely making it up. Thank you for saying that, Amber. Thank you for bringing that to the jury's attention. You were absolutely making it up. That's what happened. And you tried to be too dramatic, and it didn't fit.
Making a total of $65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why
leading
I have asked
hearsay?
Why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor.
Because you never would have got it.
I said, why did you not ask?
I'll sustain the objection. Sustain objection to lead.
Sustain.
Next question.
What is the relevance?
Why can I just ask? Why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Because I didn't
asked and answered. Relevance.
Yes.
Okay.
I love the sass, Camille. Asked and answered. Like, bitch,
that's
come
what I was
on.
entitled to, but I didn't want it.
Please. You're a goddamn lie. You didn't want it. You were married 15 months. You was gonna get $32 million fucking dollars. Please.
The tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit.
Yes, it does. Like
Can
a maniac.
you tell the jury what
you
the
were laughing
context
at?
of that particular tape recording was?
Explain it, Amber.
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know
because you were
fighting
fucked up.
kind of
You were fucked
ad
up.
nauseum, and in this
Johnny's like, oh my god.
it was sort of loop,
This is
if you will.
just
And
too much.
I'm doing
He
my
is
best
so over it.
to not show my pain. That's what I
Not
was
show
trying
your
to do.
pain.
Trying to be tough.
Really?
Not show what kind of
Not
pain.
show your pain. That's what you're coming with, Amber. Not show your pain.
Now,
That's why you were like.
asked you about how you.
Sorry, that is so
Could you
sorry
please
of an
describe to the jury
excuse.
how
Oh
you
my
got your
god.
role in
Yes.
Aquaman?
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned. I worked really hard, and I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months.
Without
early
being connected to
before
him, Amber, you
filming
would have
commenced.
never been
When I heard that they
considered.
wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain.
Sustain.
Keep it away.
I worked
What
really
they
hard.
said.
You did not work really hard.
on that, and had to prove myself. And I did that for, even though I was only filming for 6 days, I was there for 6 months. Just worked my butt off.
Worked your
That's
butt
it.
off. So you
What
filmed
kind
for
of
6
role did Mr.
days.
Depp
What were you
play
doing the rest of the
in
days for 6
Aquaman?
months? Chilling out,
He's like
relaxing,
having fire.
waxing out, cooling out,
Objection, Your
chilling
Honor.
out.
Speculation.
All right,
What?
sustain his speculation.
How do you know that he tried to have you fight?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay and lack of foundation.
I'm trying to lay a
All
foundation.
right, lay foundation.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objections to hearsay. Next question.
You were asked about Isaac Baruch and why he and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have
That's a lie.
In-depth conversation.
Yes, you
nor
did.
would we.
You're lying.
And I told him actually right after it
So you're
happened.
saying
what I
Isaac's a liar
suspected.
Objection, Your
now.
Honor. Hearsay.
So now Isaac's a liar too.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter you asserted.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
It's just foolish.
Stay away from what was said.
It's
Can you
foolish
just
to
tell us
paint
what-
yourself
what
into this
interaction
corner.
you
It
had
really
with him
is.
and his opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup.
No makeup.
Objection,
That's
Your Honor.
impossible.
Leading.
Sustain the objection. Just leading.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
Well, not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of
To kind of what?
let him know what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You were asked some questions about Officer Melissa Science's testimony. What, if anything, do you recall relating to Officer Melissa Science's testimony relating to your injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
You already said I could redirect after
Get her.
the cross-examination.
Get frustrated, Elaine. Throw a tantrum, Elaine. You said that I could do a redirect after. Shut up. Shut it up. I wonder what Johnny does after a day of going through this. Like, I really wonder. And again, back to what does Johnny eat? We know he likes wine. We know what he likes to drink. He likes, probably dark liquor. But, like, what does Johnny like to eat? That's crazy that, like, that's running through my mind. Like, I can't even envision him, like, sitting down, like, at a family kitchen table and just, like, eating a meal regularly. I'm like, I would just... But that's why he's Johnny Depp and I am who I am. All of this is not for me.
I recall her saying that she didn't feel that the state I was in was enough.
Okay. And what about the property damage?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Do you know?
Yes.
Please tell us.
As much friendship at that time as I could possibly get.
Now, the video showed him laying his head on your shoulder. Can you describe for the jury what the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that?
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head on
Honor,
my
calls for
shoulder.
speculation.
That doesn't call for speculation. If she sees that he sees her.
He touched the side of my
I'll
face
sustain the
too.
objection.
And
Okay.
again, Your Honor, if we
Sustained.
can instruct the witness
If you could wait till after the objection, please.
Wait,
Next
Amber,
question.
always
What did
trying
Mr.
to talk.
Franco
Run your
do,
mouth.
On
Wait.
the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He touched the side of my face and responded to what he saw.
I think Johnny is
We
enjoying
talked
this.
about you were shown a bunch of
I think he is enjoying
newspaper
Amber
headlines,
squirming
and there was one in particular
and having to
referring
lie
to
her way
sexual
even
violence.
deeper out of this.
What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Right, all that, Camille.
What
All
did he
that.
do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand the question.
Overruled.
Unintelligible! Oh,
He was carrying the paper that had that headline
She
on
called.
it. That
She
he
said
used
Elaine
and
is
threw it
unintelligible.
at me at the UK trial.
Holy
we were
fuck.
unfortunately sat kind of, actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us, and he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
She's
In
so
the UK,
dramatic.
at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
Beyond the scope.
It's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you. Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Why?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer, and that this
You
was
are a liar,
elaborate
and you are a
hoax just to
hoaxer,
get
and
John.
you're a
Objection, Your Honor.
grifter.
Hearsay.
You're all of that.
Sustain the objection. Next
more.
question.
The devil on earth. Like, there's a lot of things you could,
Next
like.
question.
Okay.
You are just doing the most. I can't believe you took it this far.
I don't have any more questions, John.
All right, thank you. Right? We have to have a seat next to your attorney, okay?
Oh, she doesn't have any more questions? That was the redirect?
You can go ahead.
That was the redirect. What? Amber, get your money back. Get your money
All
back.
right, ladies
Did
and
she
gentlemen,
just look
we'll
over
take
at Johnny
our
as she
recess for
walked?
15 minutes to not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research.
What if Amber like tripped as she was walking by him? Oh, she just downed that whole bottle of water. I'm sure you are thirsty. Woo! I'm sure that was hot for her. She just had to go through cross and redirect. What the fuck was that, Elaine?
Is,
Literally, look at Camille smiling. Elaine, that was horrible. All of your questions were sustained to objection.
Come back then at 3:30, okay?
That was god awful. Elaine. Elaine. What the fuck was that? Elaine, what was that? That was your redirect. Jesus, oh, I missed them hugging. Oh, get it off me. Oh God, I fucked up. Let me go back. I missed them hugging. Let me go back. I want to see that. Oh, I messed up. Okay, get it together. What? What happened? I want to go. There we go. Okay, we gonna see it.
Deposition. All right, so we'll get the TV set up for that, and let's just come back.
Okay, we're gonna have a TV deposition.
All right, thank you.
I know this judge is so over this shit. She ain't used to this. Look at that. Hug from Ben. Look at that. Oh, 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 how sweet. There's rumors, but I don't know. I don't know. Oh, ooh, he's tugging at he's like uncomfortable. Like he got heated. Like he was like feeling a little spicy there. I don't know. I feel like there's some chemistry. But I hear she's married. So I ain't trying to speculate on that, but it is juicy. So I will give you that. Like, it's definitely juicy, and even through the screen, I feel like a little, like, I feel like it could go there. Like, I could definitely see that. Oh, I could see that. Could you imagine working with Johnny Depp? Okay, comment below. If you get to this point, comment below. Tell me if you were married. And it's okay, it's anonymous. If you were married, and no judgment here, no judgment zone. If you were married and you somehow, you know, have a chance with Johnny Depp, and he's like, you know, I want you, like, I want to do this, like, let's go away, I want to take you away this way, da 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 da. Would you break off your marriage and go with Johnny Depp? Oh man, like, I don't know, like, is that like, I don't know, like, that's such like a fucked question, I guess, but like, it's a question. So if you're brave enough, let me know what you think in the comments below, what you would do in a situation like that. I would have to feel out the moment. I'm not married, but I would have to feel out the moment. Like, I'm in something, like, it's complicated, but, like, I'd have to, like, I don't know. That's a complicated, like, the temptation, anyway. But they're on break. This was crazy. What the fuck was Elaine doing with her redirect? Can someone please tell me? Let's go to Twitter. Let's just go. Let's just go. We'll go to Twitter. Okay. So, I still am in my pajama shirt. This is a mess. He looks proud of her. Look at them. Why do I have notifications? Nevernan Celia. I think Shady Elaine has had enough of #Amber 2. Might need some mega pints. Hearsay. Oh my god, Rob from L&L said a deputy present heard yesterday yelling match between Elaine and... Oh! Damn. So apparently... Ooh, some tea. Some tea from Neverland_Celia. Go follow her. So apparently, hearsay, speculation. Oh my god, Rob from L&L said a deputy present heard yesterday a yelling match between Elaine and AH in the back room. And E yelled, meaning Elaine, if you're not happy, you can fucking represent yourself. She's had it. She's literally, you can fucking tell. They have nothing. Her own lawyers know she's fucking lying. This redirect was some fucking ass. What was that? What was that? Oh my god. Thank you for tagging me in this. Thank you. With her as everyone else. That is crazy. Oh my god. Elaine is done, and you can tell she's just exasperated. She's overwhelmed. She's frustrated. She's got Camille objecting everything that she's saying. Amber is just sitting up there and lying through her fucking teeth. She can't do anything because Amber keeps fucking changing the story, so they can't go back and prepare. It's like, this is the sorriest. This is gonna go down in history. This is gonna go down in history. This is completely, you guys. Like, I don't understand. Okay. Why? 22 hours ago, I tweeted, "Get her, Camille." And like all of a sudden these people were liking it. I'm like, because it's true. Like, get her. Get her. Like, literally Camille has gotten her. Like, it's, yeah. Like, girl, bye. Camille. She destroyed her. She fucking destroyed her. Oh my god. And did it pretty in white. I just... Do women hate women? No, homie, we just don't like Amber Heard. No, I don't think women hate women. There's some shady women out there. Don't get me wrong. There's some shady women out there, but for the most part, I don't think that. I just think Amber Heard is a fucking nut. She wanted too much. I see Elaine didn't want Amber to explain how to donate. Oh, how to explain how donate and pledge are the same thing one more time. Right, didn't even ask about that. Like, it's just sad. Johnny telling Amber that her screaming at him fucked his son up. Yeah, bitch. I can imagine the scene. They're probably out somewhere, chilling, trying to hang out, do their thing and stuff. Johnny's hanging out, vacation, off work with his family. He's probably drinking. He may have spilt a little bit on her, you know. Kids are all around. They're eating here and there. Music's playing in the background. The waves, nice sun, and everything like that. And he spills a little bit more on her. He spills a little. She's like, Johnny, oh my god, you're spilling on my Tom Ford little fucking dress or whatever. I don't know. Whatever. What the hell would Amber? I don't know why Tom Ford just came off my mind. I don't think she would be wearing Tom Ford. Definitely not. That's not her. But what would Amber be wearing? I don't even fucking know. But, yeah. And she spilled a little wine. He spilled a little wine on her. Spilled a little wine on her. And she's like, Johnny, I can't believe this. Oh my God. Making a big fit about it. You're so fucked up. How can you do? You just messed this up with me. This is the third time. And she forgot where she was. She forgot the kids were over there. And the son's over there peeping like, what the hell is going the fuck on? And he's running over like, what is the problem? And Johnny's like, I spilled wine on her. And Amber's freaking the hell out screaming. It's crazy because it's just not that big of a deal. It's wine. You have all the people in the world who can go scrub that out for you. All you have to do is go and hand it to somebody that Johnny has paid to do everything for you. Like, is it really that big of a deal? And if it really was something that could not be repaired, he would have gotten you a new one. Like, are you kidding me? If you were like, oh my God, my favorite da-da-da is ruined, and acted nicely about it, and then like been normal, like threw it away and like, or tried to repair it or something, the next day he probably would have flew the goddamn whatever it was that he fucked up and had it for you right there. Like, this is the shit I don't understand. All she had to do was act right. That's all she had to do. But greed got to her. It's the greed. Camille did that. Good job, girlie. They're gonna be back in 5 minutes and 10 seconds. I think there's gonna be a deposition via video. Johnny had to beg Amber to let him see his children now. She is an abuser, yep. Sure enough is. She tried it. Even the judge wants Elaine to shut the fuck up. Yeah, truly. She told on herself with the op-ed, told us that it was about other people, including Johnny. Amber Heard, I was barely left alive. Also Amber. There was no need to seek medical attention. Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. And why did, like, they have to bring up the whole eyes thing? Did that really bother Amber? Amber's like, Elaine, you better say something about that eyes thing. He did look me in the eyes. He knows he did. He looked me in the eyes. Like, she probably forced Elaine to say that shit about the eyes. Like, just dumb. After a few questions, this is from Emily D. The Baker. She is verified. I know that's right. After a few questions and a lot of proper objections, Ambers. I just almost put Amber and her together. Anyway, starting over. After a few questions and a lot of proper objections, Heard's team just sat down. Amber Heard concluded testimony on a disorganized redirect. It was horrible. It was god awful but they had nothing to work with. Like, they literally had nothing to work with. Like, Amber, like, sat up there and did the absolute worst. Lied and lied. Changed her story. Stuttered through everything. So, Io Tillett Wright is the next witness via video deposition. So, they can often be dry, but they do have some good information. So, we will see what happens with that.
Hyperlink without more cannot constitute republication. However, here, when there's additional could constitute republication in this matter. So there is evidence of ownership and additional content that the jury could find constitute republication, and that is a factual question that does survive a motion to strike, therefore the motion to strike is denied as to counsel.
Thank
Okay.
you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, are we ready for the jury? All right.
Amber did get up really fast. Apparently she left before the judge and the jury. She got up so fast.
Okay,
Poor
please seated.
girl.
All right, your next witness.
Our next witness is Mr. Io Tillett Wright.
Oh.
And it starts with counsel for Mr. Depp asking questions, and then we'll switch over to me.
All right, thank you.
He is the one who made the first phone call.
Right, good morning, Judge. Have you had any communications with Ms. Heard at all?
To the police.
Text or emails or otherwise in connection with your preparation for this deposition?
No.
Have you had any, when's the last time you spoke to her?
April of last year. April or May. Almost a year ago.
Where's the date?
And Mr. Wright, when did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I met Amber in the end of 2011.
And where did you meet her?
Right when she was meeting Johnny.
In Los Angeles.
So they conspired together.
And what were the circumstances of the meeting?
A friend was introducing us to each other so that I could photograph her for a large portrait series that I was doing at the time.
And what was your profession in 2011?
I was a photographer and I worked for the New York Times, I think. I don't recall exactly everything, but...
Just had to squeeze that in.
2011, you were both a photographer and separately worked for the New York Times as a freelancer.
I worked for the New York Times as a journalist and photographer.
Everyone wants to be a journalist.
And what was...
We could all meet and Amber and I discovered that we liked the same books and we liked psychology and just, you know, laughed and had fun that night. And then I asked her if she would participate in the photo project, I think, or somebody did. And she said yes.
I could tell this is about to be dry.
A couple of days later, I went to the house that she was staying at.
And
I photographed her for the project. And then thereafter, I went back to New York where I lived. And I remember her texting me and saying that she was shooting a movie in New York and did I want to get lunch. So we got lunch and we became friends.
Okay, please walk me through that.
We met in 2011. We started becoming friends soon thereafter. Very early in 2013, I came to LA to spend a couple of months with my then, I don't know if she was my girlfriend or my fiance at that point, but the person that I was in a relationship with, in a very serious relationship with. And during the time that I was in LA, I spent more time with Amber. We both spent more time with Amber. And I was introduced to Johnny. And the summer of 2013, I ended up moving to LA, during which Amber and Johnny and I got even closer, very, very close. And then we remained close, the three of us, for 2-ish years. And then
Someone said, girl, word is she and Elaine got into it yesterday. That redirect was tragic, but it's hard to come back from Camille's cross-examination. My favorite part was when she was playing her old deposition videos. That was hilarious. Because Amber has been faking this whole time, trying to give this sweet demure persona, and it's just not. And the deposition showed who she really is. Sad.
I believe June 1st of 2014, I moved into my own house, so 9 months.
And why is it that you left that property, left living there?
Because I didn't want to live for free in someone's property, and I wanted to have my own house and support myself.
And for how long after that did you stay close with both Johnny and Amber?
I stayed close with both of them. I don't remember. It was sometime in 2015, I think, late 2015 maybe. Johnny and I were no longer. I think the period when I really stopped considering Johnny a friend of mine was December of 2015.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way. You never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
No.
That's correct. I just would like to clarify, Mr. Preciado, that's a question you already asked me, so you're asking me the same question again about whether or not I witnessed Mr. Depp assault Ms. Heard?
And what about it?
No, I have not witnessed
Attitude.
Let me ask it this way then. Have you ever personally seen Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion?
No.
Now, back to this
Don't get attitude.
paragraph where it says, my experience of Johnny during
Look
the
at
time that we were
Amber.
close from 2013 through 2015 was that he could be incredibly kind, generous, and loyal. Can you give me examples of his kindness, generosity, and loyalty during that period of time?
Johnny, when sober, was lovely and magical and very funny. Johnny, when sober, was incredibly lucid and imaginative, and I felt a kindred connection with him and a shared perspective on the world that I've shared with very few people in my life. Johnny, when sober, understood how much influence he had over people, and he was very kind to them about it and generous with talking to them about whatever came up.
Everything.
And he was also, when sober, very he made time for people's nervousness around him, which I witnessed on a number of occasions. He also he had his number of houses on that street, and there was a constant rotation of different people coming to town who could all afford to live somewhere else or stay somewhere else, who he would let
Because he got it
and
like
enjoy
that.
living in those houses, which I find to be generous.
In the next paragraph, paragraph 6, you refer to Mr. Depp's struggles with respect to OxyContin. You say that in late 2013, after dental surgery, he became hooked on OxyContin. Did you ever experience him while he was on OxyContin?
Yes.
And while he was on OxyContin, did you ever experience him to be mean or vicious?
I can't answer that with any accuracy because I don't know whether or not the times that I did see him be mean, just he was also on OxyContin.
in paragraph 5, where you say that he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high.
The substances that I saw him ingest with my own eyes were cocaine and
everybody was doing coke.
And any kind of alcohol would bring out a very.
But why are y'all the only one who say
any
that?
kind of psychedelic, like ecstasy or MDMA. Yeah, I think that I answered your question.
You mentioned that you witnessed him having had cocaine. Did you ever have cocaine with him?
No.
Were there any drugs or substances that you took with him?
I don't smoke marijuana. I don't do cocaine. For the entire period that I knew Johnny and thereafter, I did not drink alcohol. There was I think 1 week period during the peak of my breakup, during which Johnny offered me some pain pills to get through the intensity of that situation. And that was the only time that I took any substances for 3.5 years. No, that's not true. That was the only time that I took any substances with Johnny. And yeah. All the other things that I had stated previously about what I do and don't do are also accurate.
So I'm sorry, just to summarize that, is your testimony that when you witnessed Mr. Depp drunk and high, you were not also either drunk or high? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that during the entire period that I knew Mr. Depp, I was never drunk or drinking or consuming alcohol at all. My testimony is that for a 1, maybe 2 week,
So you never hung out and chilled with
I
Johnny?
don't remember, period, on a sporadic occasion, I took some pain pills that Mr. Depp offered me to get through an extreme emotional pain situation. When I
set you
Johnny
up, said
doing
you can
cocaine,
write.
I was not drunk or high. Other occasions that I witnessed Johnny drinking, I was not drunk or high. There was a very narrow window during which I was taking some mind-altering pain pills for a very brief period, during which I witnessed Johnny drunk and high.
Did you ever witness Mr. Heard drunk or high?
Yes.
And did you ever witness her drink alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever witness her ingesting cocaine?
Are you asking like ever?
You
in
better
history
say
of
yes.
time have
You
I
better
ever
say
witnessed
yes.
her
Don't lie.
ingest cocaine?
That's the first question, yes.
Don't lie.
The answer is no.
So he
And I
lied.
was vehemently against.
Okay, so she paid him off to lie.
her,
That is a
smoke marijuana?
bold-faced lie.
No.
Look at
Marijuana
Johnny.
is not her drug.
What is her drug?
I haven't spoken to Amber in a year, but as far as I know and have known her for the last 11 or 12 years, Amber doesn't have a narcotic of choice.
She
Have
just
you
takes
seen
it
her
all.
ingest ecstasy?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
How many times have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
I can think of one instance in particular when she took it for her birthday, like a celebration. Wasn't
Do you
a
recall what year that was?
common event.
Other than the narcotics and alcohol that I mentioned, did you ever witness Mr. ingest any other drugs?
Are you asking me if
Yes.
other than
That's what you're being
cocaine, ecstasy, and mushrooms, I've witnessed Amber taking any other illegal narcotics? Or are you asking me about prescription medications? Can you clarify?
Narcotics other than prescription narcotics.
I don't know, but I don't actually think no. Amber drinks red wine when she's not
Copious
drinking, or
copious
let me rephrase
amounts
that.
of red
Amber,
wine.
when I knew her,
$600 bottles of
red
red wine, 2 a day.
in the evenings.
How nice.
Fairly regularly, with the exception of when she was training for an acting role.
Have you ever witnessed Miss Heard intoxicated?
Yes,
Yes.
you better not lie.
And-
Okay.
How often would you estimate that you witnessed Miss Heard intoxicated?
I don't know how to quantify intoxicated. If you're asking me how often I witnessed her
Fucked up.
drunk, is that your question?
Yes.
Amber's
Too many to count.
strangely immune to getting drunk unless she's
That's
really
a lie.
drunk a lot. So I
That
didn't see
doesn't
her
make
drunk
sense. That's
very
true for
often.
everybody.
I saw her
The hell?
drinking often, but I didn't see her
He's really trying.
out of her faculties very often.
Lie. Number 2.
Like, you know, I saw that a handful of times in the 11 years that I knew her.
And how would you describe how alcohol affects Miss Heard's personality based on your experience?
You know, it depends on the circumstance. If it was during a moment when she was celebrating, it would make her loose. Like if we were salsa dancing, then, you know, she would have fun and be fun and at a party and, you know, inebriated and dancing and having fun. If she was in a stressful situation, I think it would just kind of exacerbate whatever the feeling of the moment was.
I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record. Nobody has yet.
This is me.
All right, go
My
ahead.
name is Io Tillett.
Let's bring up Depp exhibit number 1 again, please. Mr. Tillett Wright, you were asked some questions by Mr. Presidio. And I'm going to take you back up to the first page where you were asked some questions. And he started out with, I'm just going to draw your attention to paragraph 4. And you indicated you met Johnny Depp through Amber. And you hit it off immediately. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then you explained to Mr. Presidio that you considered Johnny to be a close friend and you cared very much about Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
He became a close friend and I did care very much about him. I still care very much about him.
All right. Could you please describe that relationship that you had with Mr. Depp up until I think you said December of 2015?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Depp and I first met. Amber invited me over to his house with my then partner, girlfriend. I don't know if she was my fiance yet or not. In I think February of 2013, right at the beginning of 2013. And we all hung out. The 4 of us hung out in his house, in his living room, and just kind of talked and got to know each other. And it was sweet. I was mostly hanging out with Amber and kind of meeting this person. It was a trip to meet someone like that, you know, and see his house. And he was very friendly and very welcoming and very kind. And then the next time we saw each other was at, Amber and I both like to do what we call family dinners. So we invite people over and cook for them and have a dinner party. And Amber did an elaborate family dinner at her house, and Johnny and I and my ex and Amber and I believe Whitney were there. I don't know if anyone else was there. I'm sure other people were there. I don't remember. And Johnny and I really connected at that dinner. We were sitting either opposite each other or just catty corner from each other, and I left feeling a very intense connection to him, and I was like, well, yeah, sure, everybody probably feels an intense connection to him because of who he is. I'll forget it, it's ridiculous. And then a couple of days later, Amber had another dinner, such a dinner at her house, and Johnny and I had another really good time and felt very connected and really laughed a lot and whatever. And at the end of the dinner, as I was standing to leave with my ex, Johnny came up to me and said, I don't really know how to say this because it doesn't happen to me very often, but I think I love you. And I felt strange because I felt the same way. And I said, that's funny because I had that same experience after the last dinner party too. And then we joked about how crazy and ridiculous that felt. And we exchanged phone numbers, and then he texted me wanting to talk about Amber a couple of times, and I felt that it was like kind of violating her privacy. So I said that I was happy to be friendly with him and happy to, I don't remember exactly what I said, but something to the effect of like, you know, I'm happy to give advice or to help you guys stay in concert with each other, but I don't want to violate anybody's privacy with the other one. And I think he really respected that and really liked that because he also values his privacy. It's great. It's her looks and
No, catch this beat.
You know, she has no talent, and when
because she doesn't
start to sag, and her face gets wrinkly,
it's getting there.
Interested in her.
And no one's gonna be interested because she's a horrible person, not because of her looks.
Like, figure out another way to survive and shit like that. Sorry, pardon me, things like that. And I also witnessed him when Amber was in England. Marilyn Manson and Paul Bettany came over at one point, and there was a great deal of cocaine and alcohol involved.
They was getting down.
Them doing together.
Hanging out.
I don't specifically recall if Mr. Bettany did or did not partake in the cocaine, or really much of anything except things.
Amber and her friends got together and did cocaine.
But Mr. Manson and Mr. Depp partook in a lot of cocaine.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp tell you about his struggles with drugs and alcohol?
And we sat on the couch and he told me a number of things. He told me about his childhood. He told me about growing up in Kentucky. He told me about growing up in poor. His mom was verbally and physically abusive. He told me that when he was very, very young, like 13 or something, he started drinking and taking drugs, I think, or at least drinking quite heavily. And he was even kind of like, yeah, it's crazy, I know.
It is. It's a lot.
So that was kind of.
And he still had to deal with foolishness from your friend.
And he told me that he had struggled with ever not drinking or ever not doing drugs, and he also told me that he didn't particularly concerned with his children, and he would express.
Why are you talking about the children?
About times that he had been.
Why are you talking about the kids?
To the point of falling down or embarrassing
really?
himself, urinating on himself, things like that. When his children were around,
really?
That in his relationships with life sober, and that it was too painful to be alive without. Had experienced great bouts of jealousy in relationships that had also led to a lot of drinking and a lot of rage activities.
Because she was actually cheating.
He told me that happened with Winona. He told me that happened with Kate and Winona Ryder and Kate Moss. He told me that had happened.
Keep bringing them up.
Vanessa Paradis.
Mr. Telleright, What, if any, observations did
But
you
none of them
make
said that in their statements. So what are you talking
Mr.
about?
Depp abusing OxyContin?
Over
They said the
course of
exact
those
opposite.
2 years, Mr. Depp told me verbatim that he was addicted to OxyContin. And I have a text message from him where he expresses that it's extraordinarily hard to kick and that it. I don't remember exactly the words that he uses, but he referred to it to
And
me.
he tried to
verbally
detox, and your
many
friend made it
times
fucking
as,
miserable.
like, the hardest
Withheld his
thing
drugs
that he's ever tried
for detoxing
to
and
kick,
everything.
which he's
Trying to
tried
beat him
kick
up.
most things. He said it was harder than heroin. So he was very open and verbose about OxyContin, having gotten addicted to OxyContin.
So, what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp smoking cigarettes and joints, marijuana?
Mr. Depp, as far as I could see, always had a cigarette or joint in his mouth at all times, to the point where I was confused at how he could function. He also showed me his marijuana closet that had, I don't know, tens and tens of pounds of weed in it.
Because he's got it like that.
What, if any, observations did you make while you were staying at Sweetser? I think you said that was August 2013 through May of 2014, with respect to the type of alcohol and the amount of alcohol that Mr. Depp was consuming.
When I saw Mr. Depp drink, it was often hard liquor. I believe it was whiskey and gin and tequila, maybe. Could also be vodka. I don't know. He had a full bar in 80, the house that they, with his recording studio in it, that they mostly stayed in. So, I know whiskey for sure, and there was also red wine, a lot of red wine.
And when you talk about the whiskey and the red wine, how much did you observe Mr. Depp consume on any given occasion of those?
I don't know. The one occasion I know specifically was the one that I mentioned before during the argument, where he suddenly had a glass of whiskey, and I remember it being like, I remember clocking, because I grew up counting people's drinks. I remember clocking that it was a very large pour in the glass of whiskey.
If you recall those, I think my question was, what, if any, observations did you make, or did Mr. Depp ever tell you about him blacking out?
Mr. Depp was very open with everyone.
Because he trusted y'all.
Was a heavy user. And he told me about, I know there was one instance where he had this
That means he knew it and had
large
nothing to
house
hide.
property. So if Sweetser Avenue goes like this, the house that I was staying at, 76, is down here, then there's 78, which is right
And
here.
he tried to see
here is
who.
80, and then across the street, I guess, is 82. And 82 is a very large compound. So he and I were staying, I was at 76 or up at 80, and then 82 they lived in for a brief period of time. And he told me about like vanishing into 82, into the property, into the because it was very lush and there were a lot of trees, and went up quite far up the hill. And he told me about kind of like blacking out and going in there. On one instance, he told me, he told me that in Australia, he had blacked out, but he also told me that he fucked up. So I don't, in terms of specific blackouts, there were a number. I think he said on the plane, he said that he didn't remember what had happened,
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about whether he wanted to become sober and clean?
Mr. Depp expressed to me that he wanted to get sober for Amber, that he didn't enjoy being sober, that it wasn't fun, and that it was distressing and exhausting, and very hard to do. He really resented having to be sober. Yeah, he didn't want to be.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about his perception of Amber's role in him becoming sober and clean?
He expressed a number of times that he felt like she was his leash and she was holding him back from what he wanted to do in terms of substances and alcohol. I just want to go back to another incident that I remember. He told me he blacked out, was on the island. He went to the Bahamas. There were two different instances. One was, I guess, like they had only recently met, and he told me that he passed out face down in the sand while his kids were there.
Wow.
And that, the staff had like whisked his kids away so that they didn't see it.
Mr. Kelly, when you said that Mr. Depp used the term monster, what do you recall him saying about that?
They have to use
and
kids.
The language that ended up being kind of settled on was that there was a side of him that was the monster, and that it was not who he was, but it was something that lived within him that he had to battle. And the language that he always used was that of battle and battling the demon, battling the monster.
And Amber has a monster inside of her, and she's battling and failing every day.
Like, the monster will not win. I will not be that type of man, you know. I don't want to be that type of man or husband. I don't want to hurt. He would call her Slim, our Slim, our girl, referring to all of her friends and him and her and I. Yeah.
What, if any, observations did you make of Mr. Depp, both in terms of physical as well as temperament, when you perceived him as having too much to drink?
Mr. Depp would drink and or take drugs. He would get very mean, very surly, very paranoid, extremely paranoid. He would weave these elaborate situations in which Amber was having affairs with every man that she ever worked with and every woman she ever came in contact with. He became very demeaning. Johnny is incredibly intelligent, incredibly smart and witty, and he would point his jokes at people, Amber's appearance, her talent, her lack of talent as he perceived it.
She isn't talented. We've seen it for the past 2 days.
That she always implied was just because of her looks.
It was. That's the only reason why she got Rum Diaries.
And because he thought that everyone wanted to have sex with her. And he would insult his fans. He called them...
he didn't like that.
Moras, which is a type of sucker fish that attaches itself to the hull of a ship.
You saw how Amber nodded? She loved that he just said that.
He would...
She's suppressing a smile. She loves that hurted Johnny. She knows that comment hurted him because she knows how he feels.
Sisters, pretty much, you know, anyone that he felt had crossed him or could cross him, he became very nasty about.
She knows exactly. Oh my gosh, she couldn't even suppress the smile when he said that about the fans. All eyes.
His mother, and comparing his mother to Amber.
Mr. Depp told me that his mom was viciously cruel to him during his upbringing, and that she was also viciously violent with him and with his siblings and with his father. He referred to her, pardon my language, as a bitch and a cunt a lot. And he seemed to kind of compare them in the sense that he said at one point, something to the effect, I threw it here actually. Yeah, I already have a mom who was a bitch to me. I don't need another one in my life. There was a fair
He
bit of
didn't.
that
He grew
kind
up
of
with that all his life.
My mom's been awful enough to me already.
Why would he need to be in another woman who wants to be awful to him as well?
Awful to me.
Exactly.
What if any discussions
So he's saying
did
Amber
you
was awful to
have
him?
with Johnny about the fights he had with Amber?
We had a lot of discussions about his fights with Amber.
What do you recall?
In the very beginning, he expressed that she made him feel crazy, that he was so in love that it made him feel crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The very first time
She was love bombing
I
him.
mentioned September of 2013, when he and I were alone together a lot, he expressed that he thought that she was cheating on him and sleeping with her co-stars in England on the films. And I said to her on the film, and I said to him, listen, I know her, I think, pretty well, and I talk to her a lot, and I think if she was having an affair, I would be one of the very few people that she would tell about it, and I don't hold secrets or lies for anybody, and I would tell you if that was happening so you could make your own decisions. But
lies.
As far as I know, that's really not the case, and I think that she's really in love with you, and I think that
No, she
also
wasn't.
is worried that you are having affairs because both of you are used to being sex symbols on Earth, and both of you need to just accept the fact that you're really in love with each other and lean in and be together and love each other. And he told me that sometimes his jealousy would make him feel crazy and outside himself, and that he had to get it under control, and that it would cause them to fight, to be specific in regard to your question.
Hearsay.
He told me about the fight that they had the time that I went up there. Are you asking for specific instances, or are you asking about the nature of their fights?
No, I am asking for what he told you.
Let's get
about
specific.
their fights and specific instances, yes.
So to continue with what I was saying from before, he told me about the fight in the middle of the night when I was living down the hill at Sweetser. When I mentioned that I saw him with a heavy pour of whiskey, I went outside to the pool and spoke to him, and he told me about the argument that they had and that she gets mean during fights. And that it really hurts his feelings, and that he then lashes out at her, and that she called him old.
She did.
And he then calls her soon to be ugly. And talentless, and that they get really ugly with each other.
They was going back and forth.
He told me about a fight that they had. We went to England that September. It was Whitney's birthday, I think. Amber's sister, Whitney. And Amber was stuck working. My birthday, Raquel's birthday, and Whitney's birthday, the three people who she was closest to.
Three people who she has thrown under the bus. She's not friends with Raquel anymore.
Whatever. We're all Virgos, and
you're here by a video deposition that was pre-recorded.
We all went to England to surprise her.
Please.
And during that trip, Johnny proposed to her, and they then, I'm pretty sure that night after the proposal, got in a huge fight, which they both told me about separately. And he said, I'm pretty sure that he trashed the hotel room. Let's see. I spoke to him after, I went and talked to him after their fight on the plane.
So
Fight on the plane that never happened, that Kate James said there was nothing on her, where she was at Chateau Marmont with her friends, conspiring by the pool with drinks all goddamn day.
Incident. You talked about it a little bit earlier.
Tragic.
And you just said now that you spoke with Mr. Depp about it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What do you recall of your discussion with Mr. Depp about the Boston plane incident that happened in May of 2014?
And I went upstairs to his bedroom, which was like blacked out, and I woke him up. I remember shaking his shoulder and saying to him, "Hey, buddy, like wake up," which was not something that a lot of people did to Johnny, wake him from his slumber. And he woke up, and we had a conversation about what happened on the plane. He didn't really remember being on the plane. He didn't really remember getting off the plane. He didn't really remember much detail of anything, and he swore up and down that he was going to stop, and he was going to stop drinking and taking drugs, and he was going to never do it again. That was that incident.
What if any meetings related to alcohol did you and Amber attend in this time frame?
I understand, because we didn't go to many meetings. I took Amber with me to Al-Anon, which is it's like a sister program to AA for the family and friends and loved ones of addicts and alcoholics, which I regularly attended. So she came with me to a number of Al-Anon meetings, and she also had, I think, 1 or 2 phone calls with my dad's wife about how she dealt with helping him get off of his drugs and drink less, and she read a number of books about it. She was watching documentaries about it. She would listen to any radio show she could get on, like anything she could get her hands on that would give her some tools for how to deal with this, she consumed in that period.
What, if any, communications did Johnny have with you in this time frame about wanting to get back with Amber after the Boston plane incident?
We went to New York, and I remember we were staying at the Ace Hotel in Midtown. And Johnny started reaching out to me. He went eventually back to Boston to start filming again. It would have been in like the next day or 2, because we weren't there for that long. And he reached out to me and basically said something to the effect of like, you know, I have to fix this. I will do anything that I can. And then while he was in Boston, he let me know, and I think he was trying to reach Amber too, but she wasn't ready to talk to him. He let me know that he had engaged Dr. Kipper, and that he intended with every fiber in his being to get sober, and that the nature of the conversation at that point was that he was going to beat this thing, you know?
Yes, please describe for me what transpired, what you discussed with Johnny and Amber relating to Australia.
I'm so bored of this, because all we're doing is sitting up here listening to lies that Io is telling, because him and Amber have convoluted this whole thing since the beginning. They're using the same exact words and phrases.
Ask you to take a look at what is
Come on.
marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what you see in this
What
picture.
is it?
I see Amber Heard.
I see a pimple.
I see an injury to Amber's scalp.
Okay. And
I see nothing of the
What,
sort.
if anything, do you recall about seeing anything
That looks like some
similar to that
irritation.
when you arrived in December 2015?
That looks like makeup.
I remember this being one of the injuries that I was shown when I arrived at Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Building.
And how does something like that happen, Amber?
And does this picture that's marked as exhibit number 6 accurately depict what you recall seeing?
I remember this being one of, I think maybe 2 scalp injuries that there were. I remember there was another one as well.
As many times as this lady has said that Johnny has pulled her hair, she should have no hair in her head. It does not make sense.
Number 7.
Yes, I do.
Please describe for me what is depicted in this picture that you recognize.
This was a picture of Amber's scalp.
And does this accurately depict what you saw when you were shown it, as you testified earlier in December 2015?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Telleright, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what's depicted there.
This is Amber Heard's face with a very swollen lip.
And does this accurately depict what you observed when you arrived at Amber Heard's penthouse in December 2015?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe.
This is the clump of hair that I was shown, I believe, when I arrived at Penthouse 3 on the night of December 16th, 2015.
And does this accurately and genuinely depict the scene that you recall seeing?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Now, what if any plans was there as of December 16, 17 of 2015 for Amber to be spending Christmas with Mr. Depp and his kids? Do you recall?
We're gonna take the pictures down while we talk. Yes, I do recall. There was a plan for Johnny and Amber and Lily Rose and Jack and
keep the kids'
Raquel
names
and
out your mouth.
Boyfriend or fiance at the time, Josh. To go to the Bahamas. Oh, and Raquel's mom and Amber's parents to go to the Bahamas and spend Christmas on the island together.
What, if any, conversations did you have with Johnny Depp about the decision?
I don't know that he and I had a direct conversation about it. I'm not sure if he and I had a direct.
So what if it's 16? It's a text message exchange dated 2/10/2006.
About a video that she sent me.
Okay. Now it starts out, hi, Steve left me a voicemail at 5 a.m. And that's from you, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember what the voicemail message was?
Yeah. Yeah. Johnny called me at 5 in the morning and left me a voicemail in the character of some kind of management.
This is so dry.
Of like a property manager. And he said something about, yes, hello, this is management, and I don't remember what he said, but it was something to do with like, we have a situation that we need to change out to something, and it was just a lengthy, just off the wall nutbag ramble in the character of management.
Mr. Tillwright, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 17, and then Alex, I'm going to ask you to play this.
What happened?
How many times have we seen this video? It's still not giving the effect you guys want it to give. It's not. He's hitting cabinets. He's hitting his own fucking shit.
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
He's not even dealing with her. And she inserted her goddamn self.
Nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and innocent. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
How calculated.
I want to see crazy this fucking crazy.
Then she tried to cover it with the cup.
Oh, you're crazy. You're
Have
crazy.
you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this now? You got this going?
Right.
Oh, really? Really?
How you gonna film somebody?
You were smashing shit.
And you fucking laugh and smirk and smile. But you were so afraid and terrified. Make it make sense. Oh! Look at him. Yeah, we're just as bored as you. Because all you're doing is marrying Amber, parroting her.
Yes, I do.
Was that the video that Amber sent to you on the text message exchange?
We're only here because your friend. Don't be upset. You're here because of her.
Do you recall watching that video on February 10, 2016?
Yes, I recall watching that video at the time that I received those text messages.
So I'm going to take you to 21 May 2016. What do you recall with respect to a telephone call you received from Amber?
Sure. I was in New York. I was there visiting family. I was in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I was walking down Manhattan Avenue, and I got, I believe, a text message from Amber that said something to the effect of, like, can you talk? And so I called, and I was walking down the street as this happened. She put me on speakerphone, so I was talking to both of them. He just stopped by to pick up some of his stuff, and he has a theory that either he wants to ask you about, or I said, okay, sure. Hello, Johnny, like, and he, I think it was he said or she said.
Who said it?
Johnny.
So it's hearsay.
You and I together defecated on his pillow.
Because you did.
I think the words were used were shit on his pillow.
Because you did. Because she's nasty.
And I was laughing, she was laughing.
I'm glad y'all think it's funny to leave shit in someone's bed.
Like,
that's good to know.
Look, first of all, I wasn't there that day. And so he got very agitated by the fact that she and I
were laughing.
Funny.
Right.
And he started to
because that's his shit.
More and more agitated, and I could hear him walk away.
Because it's not funny.
The phone. He came clomping back down the stairs, and I heard like a noise, and then the phone dropped. And
lies.
He said to her, "Oh, you think I hit you? You think I fucking hit you? What if I peel your fucking hair back?"
Liar. Lies.
And then I heard the phone drop again, and then I heard her scream. I remember her screaming. And I hung up the phone, and I Raquel immediately because I know that
You
she
are so funny.
lives one door away, and her and her boyfriend Josh, who's a big dude, would be able to get there the fastest. And I called or texted her right away, and I hung up with her and immediately called 911 in New York. And then I called a friend of mine in LA who
Is
I
he
knew
really about to
had met
get
Amber
choked
a number
up?
of times, and I think I may have placed a second call to NYPD. Now I'm all frazzled and I don't remember, but I think I called NYPD.
Mr. Walton
Oh my
made some
God.
statements in April and June of 2020 that
This is so fucking whack.
quote, Amber Heard
It's
and her friends
boring.
in the
It's a
media
waste of
used fake
time.
sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield.
Like,
depending
fuck
on
all
their
this.
needs.
No
They
one
distracted
cares
someone for sexual
about
violence,
IO
false
parroting
facts
Amber
as a sword,
Heard.
inflicting them on the public.
This
and
man
Mr.
gave you a
Depp.
place
That
to
was dated
stay.
April 8,
Ew, what is he doing with
What
his
if any
mouth?
impact did that have on Amber based on your observations?
Amber retreated. Amber became.
Amber never retreated. Amber constantly went towards Johnny, went towards him, always in his face.
Embattled.
Always wanted to be all up in his face, all on him.
Distressed.
And
Hitting
then,
on him.
On June 24, 2020, Waldman accused Amber Heard of committing a quote abuse hoax against Depp. What were your observations of how this impacts Amber?
I think that my previous statement encompassed that.
Why are people on Amber's team
During the
so
time that you were
rude and
friends with
smug
Johnny
and
you were speaking
arrogant?
with him,
Why are they
you
like
said,
that?
you
It's so
testified
interesting
December
how they're very similar in
15.
characteristics.
What, if anything, did Johnny Depp ever tell you about Amber Heard being physically violent to him?
Nothing ever at any point.
Do you agree with me that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard
Johnny's like,
were
okay.
verbal arguments?
Yes, I do.
And you were witness to a lot of those verbal arguments, correct?
I was witness to some verbal arguments.
Okay. And did you ever hear Ms. Heard
Is
say
that an earring in his
to
nose?
Mr. Depp? in those
I don't think
arguments?
it's doing what he thinks it's
Yes.
doing.
And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything vicious to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that when they argued, they were being vicious to one another?
I know Amber is so checked
what
out
they
at this
said.
point.
I would categorize it very
Rottenborn is
differently.
fucking over it. Elaine
Well,
is
you
somewhere
testified
crying in the
that
back
You heard Ms.
because they already got in a
Heard
fight match,
say
in a
vicious
screaming
things
match
to
with each
Depp.
other. And she said, "You can represent your
When you
goddamn
argued.
self."
and vice versa. Is that accurate?
She's over it.
Yes.
I'm over it. I'm tired. I'm tired
Well,
of
you
the
witnessed
lies. I'm tired that these people
Arguments,
have really
verbal
taken it
arguments
to this
between the
point
two
where
of
we
them,
have to
where they
continuously
became
endure
vicious
this
statements.
bullshit.
You never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
No,
Judge,
No, I never saw either of
You
them
never
physically
saw.
assault the other one.
you never
Did you
saw him do
ever
it. You never saw her do it.
experience him
You never
become
saw shit.
violent as a result
You heard
of
what she
because
wanted
of
you to
smoking
hear.
cigarettes or joints.
As I've already explained to you probably 8 times, I've never
Ew,
seen
he is
Mr.
so
Depp
nasty.
become physically violent with Ms. Heard.
As I have
So if
explained
that's
to
what
you
you're asking
several
me, if he
times.
smoked a cigarette and that made him
Ew.
violent, I think you know that that's ridiculous, and the answer is, again, no.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp become violent in any manner on account of him smoking cigarettes or joints?
If you want my honest answer is that Mr. Depp mixed substances constantly, and I keep trying to tell you that. He mixed all kinds of things.
Amber went to
together.
Coachella on MDMA, magic
Fine.
mushrooms, and goddamn
So,
alcohol.
upset,
She mixed
paranoid.
substances.
So, and I never knew.
Your
what he
friend
had
do that.
taken.
When you say when he got violent, when did you see him get violent?
I
Y'all
saw-
were doing
I
all
saw
types of
Mr.
shit on the
throw
island during the
glasses
wedding.
and Dishware on at least 2 occasions, which I would characterize as physically violent. And do I know if he'd smoked marijuana or cigarettes before that? I don't know.
When were those 2 occasions?
Sometime during the time that I was living in Sweetser.
And
And one that's at the Eastern Building.
And prior to throwing those dishes, did you?
This literally sums up this fucking testimony, deposition, whatever the fuck. That Brian fella, incredibly average, said, to summarize, Io saw nothing, witnessed nothing, and knows next to nothing about the actual dynamic that was Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's relationship. He really has a high opinion of himself, very much so, same as Amber, birds of a feather, but ultimately was just another Amber pawn who bought whatever she told him. End of. There's nothing more, there's nothing left. He literally tweeted that 15 minutes ago and it has over 11,000 fucking likes. Everybody is seeing this. They really think that society is dumb. They view society as beneath them, as people who are unsmart and are just willing to take whatever is thrown at them, and they take that as what it is, and that there aren't people out here willing to dig a little bit more to get the actual truth. And here we are. This is, oh my god, like, this is so boring. Like, I don't even want to, like, waste my time listening to these lies that I know are just, it's nothing.
The morning of the
He's
16th,
a pawn.
and I arrived at her house around midnight, the night of the 16th. So technically, it's not more than a day after. It's in the same 24-hour period. So technically, the answer.
Do you recall when Miss Brenhoff showed you a picture of a clump of hair on the floor?
Yes. The Eastern Building.
And prior to throwing those dishes, did you witness him
No.
did you ever witness Mr. Depp become violent in any manner, and vice versa? Is that accurate?
Yes.
To Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that when they argued, they were mean and vicious to one another in what they said?
I don't like his attitude. I really don't.
Amber Heard of committing a quote abuse hoax against Depp. What were your observations of how this impacted him?
I think that my previous statement encompassed.
Just answer the fucking question.
During
Answer
the
it
time
again.
You were friends with Johnny and you
With
were
your
speaking
smug
with
face.
him up until you testified December of 2015. What, if anything, did Johnny Depp ever tell you about Amber Heard being physically violent to him?
Nothing ever at any point.
Do you agree with me that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard had many verbal arguments?
Yes, I do.
We already
And
know
you were
that.
witness
We
to
heard
those
on
verbal
audio.
arguments, correct?
I was witness to some verbal arguments.
Okay. And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything mean to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything vicious to Mr. Depp
Yes.
in those arguments?
Yes.
Don't
So
lie.
you agree with me that when they argued, they were mean and vicious to one another in what they said?
I would categorize it very differently, sir.
Well, you testified that you heard Ms. Heard say mean and vicious things to Mr. Depp when they argued, and vice versa. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And although you witnessed arguments, verbal arguments between the two of them, where they exchanged mean and vicious statements, you never saw Mr. Depp assault or
Never.
Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
Never.
Judge,
No, I never saw either of them physically assault the other.
That's not what the question
Did
was.
you ever experience him become violent as a result of
No.
or because of smoking cigarettes or joints?
As I've
Never.
already explained to you probably 8 times, I've never seen Mr. Depp become physically violent with Ms. Heard.
Exactly.
So if that's what you're asking me, if he smoked a cigarette and that made him violent, I think you know that that's ridiculous, and the answer is, again, no.
You're so fucking testy. Why is Amber there, over there smirking? Do you know how this makes him look for you?
Smoking cigarettes or joints.
If you want my honest answer is that Mr. Depp mixed substances constantly, and I keep trying to tell you that. He mixed all kinds of things together when he got crazy and violent. So
shut up.
Taking any drugs or alcohol?
I couldn't tell you, but seeing as Mr. Depp always was smoking cigarettes and marijuana, my assumption would be.
Saw that.
So technically, it's not more than a day after. It's in the same 24-hour period. So technically, the answer to your question is no.
Technically, the answer to your question is no.
I'm just talking about the hair on the ground that you saw. When
Right.
you saw it, was it your understanding that it had been there for more than 20 hours?
I have no idea what time their fight started. Or
The hair
ended,
just
so I don't
stayed
know if it
there,
was
laid
20
there
hours
on the
or
floor. That
16
little
hours
tuft
or
of hair,
13
please.
hours. But my understanding, again, is that they had gotten into a fight sometime in the morning of the 16th / late at night on the 15th. I don't know at what point during that fight in which the clump of hair was ripped out of her head.
Please. That clump of hair was not ripped out of her head.
Then and there. So yeah, sure.
Drama.
My
Drama.
understanding was that clump of hair had not been moved since it was ripped out of her head.
Completes.
Done.
All right, who's your next witness?
We have another video deposition.
Who is
Raquel
it?
Pennington.
Hey!
It's a long one for you to listen to some of it.
It's Raquel! Not Raquel!
That's fine.
Not Raquel, the famous Raquel. The Raquel who is the former friend.
Mr. Depp, and then I question Ms. Pennington at some point, which will probably be tomorrow.
The Raquel who is now the former friend. That's how Amber references her. Wow.
How do you state your name for the record?
Alright.
In what city and state do you currently reside?
Los Angeles, California.
You've been deposed before.
Where's the
right?
video? Yes.
And you were deposed in Ms. Heard's divorce proceeding for Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you been deposed in any other matter?
No.
What was the purpose of the declaration that you submitted
There we
during Mr.
go.
Depp and Ms. Heard's divorce?
The purpose of the thing that I wrote, which I don't know if it was technically called a declaration or whatever it was to
That's a mean
write
swoop
down
she
my
got going on there.
account of events as fresh in my memory as possible.
And Ms. Heard asked you to write down your witness account. Is that
To
correct?
write down your lies and fabrications and conspiracies.
I do not remember actually. I don't know.
And then
Did
y'all,
Mr. Depp
all
ask
y'all
you to
matched
write
up
down
your
anything
fucking
in support
statements.
of any legal filings?
I don't remember.
So it's your testimony sitting here today that you don't remember one way or another, whether it was Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard that asked you to write down your witness account during their divorce. Is that correct?
I wrote down my account.
Come on,
That is
Raquel.
the memory that I have. I wrote down everything is.
So you
clearly
just
as I
wrote it down
remember
just to write it down. You don't know who
As
asked
soon
you to
as I
write it
read it.
down. For real? For real,
You
Raquel?
provided a witness statement in the UK proceedings. Is that
Perjured
correct?
yourself.
I believe so.
Do you recall how many witness statements you provided?
All lies.
Just one.
And you provided this witness statement to the son's attorneys?
I don't know who it got provided to.
Did you testify in the UK trial?
Did you?
Yes.
And for which party did you testify for in the UK trial?
Do you know that?
I believe it was the publication.
And by the publication, you mean the son?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Ms. Heard?
Perhaps 6 months ago, maybe more.
What did you and Ms. Heard speak about?
What'd y'all speak about? The lies y'all were gonna tell.
Probably
Liars.
It was before her baby was born, so we were mostly speaking about her baby at that point.
Do you speak to...
Lord help the baby.
When was the last time you spoke to Ms. Whitney Heard?
Whitney. Is Whitney coming next?
Around November? October, November of last year.
And when you say last year, you mean 2021?
Yes.
Why is she all linked out the
When did you
camera?
first meet Ms. Amber
Is she
Heard?
on the phone texting?
I believe it was 2003.
When you met Ms. Heard in 2003, you developed a friendship. Is that right?
Yep.
Yes.
A good friendship.
Would you say you were best friends?
Besties.
We became very close friends.
Your
Besties.
friendship with Ms. Heard is
And you lied
consistent
for
with
her.
her relationship
Was it
with
worth
Mr.
it?
Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were friends with Ms. Heard through her divorce from Mr. Depp as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Other than when you lived at the Eastern Columbia building, which we'll get to, did you ever live with Ms. Heard?
Yep.
Yes.
In the penthouses you lived in
When was it?
with Johnny for free. You grifter. You grifter.
2017
You and your boo. Grifters.
2017 to 2018.
Doing your little beads that ain't ever amount
When
to
did you both
anything.
We lived on Holly Drive.
Was that a home?
Yes.
And did you pay rent?
No.
No.
Why would you have to say
Ms. Heard?
You know you didn't pay no rent.
Yes.
You gotta say
Sitting here today, do you still consider Ms. Heard a friend?
Ooh. T.
I wouldn't consider her not a friend.
Ooh.
What does that
Look at
mean?
Amber. T. What
We
happened?
don't speak.
Ooh.
We are not enemies.
Ooh. What
Why don't
happened?
you speak?
T. Tell the truth.
We grew apart.
What happened? Be real, Raquel.
Are my question read back?
Yes.
Let's be real, Raquel. What happened? We heard what happened, but what happened? She
Sitting
can
here
tell the
today, you
face?
can't give me one reason why you grew apart from Miss Heard.
She can.
I wanted to spend more time with other people in my life and prioritize other relationships. And,
Is this us hearing that Amber was controlling of her friends as well? Raquel said she wanted to have other friendships. Let's see what she says.
other relationships.
Over the course of your friendship with Amber Heard, did you ever see her using illicit drugs?
Yes.
Can you define illicit drugs?
Say yes.
Not prescribed.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Why
Did you
is she
ever see her
saying
use
to
cocaine?
stuff she knows is yes?
Yes.
How many times?
How many? More than you can count.
I don't know.
More than you can count.
Outlets?
No.
Yeah.
Less
Yes.
than 10?
Nope. More.
Yes.
More than 10.
Less than
You
5?
lying. Liar.
Yes.
if you remember, when was the first time you ever saw Amber Heard use cocaine?
Don't lie. Because Amber said she don't do coke.
I don't remember.
Did you ever do cocaine with Miss Heard, Amber Heard?
Amber was doing coke after 2003 since you've seen it.
How often?
So she lying.
Not often.
Was there a point in your relationship with Mrs. Amber using more cocaine?
No.
Did you ever see Miss Amber Heard use cocaine while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't think so, no.
You know what provisional is?
Yes.
Yes. Get into the
Are you aware
provisional.
that
I can't even
Miss Amber
pronounce
has
it.
taken a
Let's
drug
talk
called
about it.
provisional?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had stopped?
Anything about that?
Okay. Was she in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Did you say each of the 5 times?
Right.
Not each of the 5 times.
How many times that you observed Amber Heard use mushrooms was she in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Maybe 3.
Do you recall the specific occasions when you saw Amber Heard use mushrooms while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
The first Coachella that we went to. The second Coachella that we went to. And maybe at Hicksville. But I
With
can't
Mr.
remember
Depp?
that.
Was Mr. Depp at Hicksville?
Yes.
Around June of 2014, you moved into one of the penthouses in the Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
I don't remember which month, but I did move into the penthouses.
Approximately in 2014?
Approximately.
And Ms. Heard, at this time, was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Depp who invited you to live in one of the penthouses, right?
They both did.
When you say they both did, they both sit you down and invite you to live in the penthouses?
I don't remember how the invitation happened, but it came from both of them.
This was a penthouse Mr. Depp owned, right?
Correct.
And specifically, the one you lived in, it was referred to as Penthouse 1, right?
Correct.
And when you moved in, Mr. Depp gave you a master key to all the penthouses he owned, right?
It could have been one of his assistants.
When you say one of his assistants, you mean one of Mr. Depp's assistants?
Correct.
So either Mr. Depp or one of his assistants gave you a master key to all the penthouses that he owned, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Depp never charged Mr. Drew rent while he lived at Penthouse 1, did he?
Nope.
He did not charge him any rent.
Did either of you get physical?
No.
And how was this argument resolved?
We talked it out.
You recalled another argument with Ms. Heard at Holly House, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What was this argument about?
I think that we were setting up for Thanksgiving, and we were looking for maybe some glasses or some dishware. We had just moved in, and we couldn't find them anywhere. And then she finally found them in a place that I thought I had looked, and we started arguing about that.
Wow.
She thought that I wasn't looking hard enough. I think,
This is how she treats people. She treated Kate James the same way. This is why they're not friends.
What their argument was about.
This is why they're not friends. This is how she treats people.
Was this just a verbal altercation, or did you get physical with each other?
Yeah, I believe that I believe that I pushed her.
Wow. It was tight
How
like
did Miss
that.
Amber Heard react to that?
Over looking for something.
She either pushed or hit me back.
Ooh. Tea.
Yeah.
Oh Lord!
You know,
see, Amber is an abuser.
I think it was on my cheek.
She slapped her in the face.
Do you recall any other
She slapped her friend in the face.
physical altercations that you've had with Miss Amber Heard?
No.
Wow.
Do you recall any
Over
specific
nothing.
instances when you saw Amber
She can hear
Heard
her
getting
friend
into a fight
like
with
that
someone
over
else?
finding something, over her not finding something. Imagine what she was doing to Johnny.
In
Imagine.
the time you've known Amber Heard, have you ever seen her wear hair extensions?
Yeah. Yes.
Did she have hair extensions in while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't know when exactly she had them throughout the time of knowing her.
I'm going to mark as Pennington Exhibit 1, Ms. Pennington's witness statement in the UK proceeding, which is dated June 16th, 2020. Ms. Pennington, first and foremost, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, this is a sworn witness statement that you provided in the UK, right?
Yep, I understand. I wanted to get to the bottom and make sure that this was the one that I signed and saw the date, and that was the full document. I just finished it. Yes, this is the document.
Okay.
Did you write this witness statement yourself?
Did you write it? Did you write it, Raquel?
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yes.
Thank you. Did anyone help you write this?
Yes. You and Amber concocted.
No.
Lie.
Did Amber Heard help you write this?
Yep.
No.
Did Amber Heard's counsel help you write this?
Absolutely.
No.
Other than your attorney, did you speak with anyone about the preparation of this witness statement?
No.
Could please turn to the 10th page of the document where your signature is, or a signature is. Is that your signature on the 10th page of this document, Ms. Pennington?
That is my e-signature, yes.
Are all the statements in this document true to the best of your knowledge and recollection?
Yes.
You previously testified that you went on a trip to Hicksville with Ms. Heard, Mr. Depp, and some other friends. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall when this trip occurred?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you recall who else went on that trip?
Yes.
Who else was on that trip?
Whitney Hurd, Nathan, who was one of Johnny's assistants, Brittany Eustace, Kelly Milano,
Anyone else that you can recall?
Trying to remember.
Trying to remember.
No, I don't remember anybody else.
Where were you all staying?
At Hicksville Trailer Park.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp become, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote, toward a friend of yours?
Yes.
Relative to where Mr. Depp was, where were you when this occurred?
We were around a campfire.
My question is a bit more specific. Relative to where Mr. Depp was when this occurred, where were you sitting or standing?
I was at the same campfire.
How close were you to
In a
Mr.
circle.
Depp?
You were right there, honey. So what went down? What went down? Are you gonna lie? Are you gonna tell the truth?
6 to 10 feet.
What time of day did this occur?
Evening.
Have you consumed any drugs or alcohol at this time?
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
I think so.
You know you did, Raquel. She's,
What do
oh
you
my
recall
gosh, she takes
consuming
forever to
at that time?
respond. Especially when the answer is yes.
I don't remember. Likely wine. I don't remember specifically.
You know you was
You smoking
taking
weed?
all types of shrooms.
No.
Did you consume
MDMA,
any
ecstasy.
No.
Have you consumed any mushrooms?
You're just gonna say, oh, maybe. Yes, you did.
I believe so.
Stop acting like you don't know what you
Have you
ingested in
consumed any
yourself.
MDMA?
Girl, bye.
No.
Bye,
Who was
bye,
the friend that you
bye.
referenced Mr. Depp became, quote, angry and aggressive towards?
Kelly Sue.
How did you know her?
She was married to a work friend of mine.
Do you have any independent recollection of how long you had known Kelly Sue Milano by the time Hicksville occurred?
More than 1 year, less than
Raquel,
2.
girl, please get it together. Please.
What did you witness Kelly Sue Milano doing that evening before Mr. Depp
What was
became,
Kelly
quote,
Sue
angry
doing?
and aggressive?
What was Kelly Sue doing?
I witnessed her hang out with the rest of the group.
Girl, if
Did
you
see
don't
her
get
consume any
specific.
alcohol?
Not that I remember.
Do you see her smoke any weed?
No.
Consume cocaine?
No.
Did you see her consume any mushrooms?
Maybe one. So
One mushroom.
I'm genuinely trying to remember.
No, you're genuinely not. Don't even use that word. You're not genuinely trying to do shit.
I saw her eat some amount. I don't know how much.
This girl slapped you in the
Did you see her
face.
consume any MDMA?
No.
She has you sat up here doing a
You testified
deposition.
that Mr. Depp said words
Y'all
to
ain't
the
even
effect
friends
of,
no
quote,
more.
"Get off my woman," end quote, to your friend. Is that right?
I testified that.
Did you personally hear Mr. Depp say that?
Yes.
Is this the, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote, conduct by Mr. Depp that you testified to?
Yes.
Other than telling Kelly Sue Milano to, quote, get off his woman, end quote, what did you personally observe Mr. Depp to do that was, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote?
That was what happened. Then
No, you're giving no specifics.
I think Kelly and Amber were hugging on a chair
Oh my god.
out by the fire.
They were doing more than hugging.
He came
I'm
out of
sure.
nowhere, said that.
I'm
and then
sure.
I think that Amber and Johnny went back to their trailer.
I'm sure they weren't just hugging.
Other than hearing Mr. Depp say something to the effect of get off my woman, what did you personally observe Mr. Depp do that was, quote, angry and aggressive?
That's it.
Did you hear Amber say anything to Mr. Depp?
I don't remember her saying anything.
Did you hear Amber Heard raise her voice when speaking to Mr. Depp?
No.
Lies.
What, if anything, do you remember about Amber's reaction to Mr. Depp's behavior?
She was trying to comfort him.
This evening in Hicksville, did you ever see
Amber does not
Heard
know what
consuming
comforting
drugs or
somebody
alcohol?
means. She has never comforted somebody in her life.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see Ms. Heard drink any wine?
Yeah, I don't remember a specific time watching her take a sip of a drink.
Oh my god. Is that because you were fucked
Was
up,
she holding a
Raquel?
drink?
How come you don't remember shit?
I don't remember.
Oh god.
And this evening in Hicksville, did you see Mr. Depp consume any drugs or alcohol?
I didn't see any specific image in my mind of him consume.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp, quote, in a rage, end quote, that Ms. Heard described?
Did I personally witness the rage in the trailer?
The rage.
Yeah.
No.
Did you hear Mr. Depp yelling in the trailer?
No.
No.
Exactly. So how do you
Did
know
you
it
hear Ms.
happened?
Heard yelling in the trailer?
No.
Did you personally
But she
see that
supposedly
the
had a
trailer was,
cavity
quote,
search
trashed,
done
as
on
Ms.
her.
Heard described?
Okay.
The next morning?
Johnny was yelling vulgarities.
Yes.
Yes.
What specifically did you see in the trailer?
The thing I remember specifically was the light fixtures have been knocked off.
So you didn't see Mr. Depp knock off the light fixtures in the trailer, is that correct?
So it very well could have been Amber. Which it probably was,
So
because
the
that sounds
only
like
thing you
some
know about
shit she
what happened
did.
in that trailer is what Ms. Heard told you, and your observations of the light fixtures being knocked off. Is that correct?
The only thing I know about what happened in the trailer is what she told me and what I saw the next morning.
And the only thing you saw the next morning was that the light fixtures had been knocked off. Is that correct?
Is that correct?
That was not the only thing I saw, it is the specific thing I saw.
So what else did you see?
What else do you recall about the trailer?
Like pulling teeth.
It was in a general disarray.
You are in a general disarray.
What does
This
that
is
mean?
all in a general disarray. What is Amber smirking at over there?
Was trash. It was torn apart.
What besides the light fixtures were thrown apart?
I've already told you specifically, I remember the light fixtures.
Why are they always like I
The
already
rest
told
is a
you?
general
Why? It's because you don't want to slip up and say the wrong thing again with your fucking lies. You can't
What is
remember
the
what you
general
just
disarray
said.
to you, Ms. Pennington?
You and I
Stuff off
already
the
answered
counters.
that. I already answer that.
Cushions thrown around, things strewn about on the floor.
Did you see Miss Heard shortly after she returned from Australia?
All right, why don't we just stop right there? So that'd be a good breaking point, I think. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break for the evening. Again, do not
What
discuss
a big day.
this case with anybody, and don't do any
We
outside
had the
research. We'll
cross.
see you in the morning at 9 o'clock. All right?
9 o'clock, we had the cross, a piss poor redirect. We had Io and his parroting ass. We had Raquel and her I can't remember, I don't recall ass. Wow. What a day. Look at Amber. Look at Amber. What do you guys think she goes home and does after all of this shit? This was a long day.
Exhibit plaintiff 1248 from yesterday.
This was a very long day.
1248A. Is that correct?
That's correct, John.
Hi, Ben.
Okay, good. All right. And so the witnesses tomorrow, are they live, remote, or do we need
We have one live witness tomorrow, the rest are all video guys.
One live witness tomorrow.
WebEx link.
No.
Okay. All right. Other than that, jury instructions and verdict forms. I've received jury instructions from both parties. Thank you for that. However, I have not received agreed upon jury instructions as requested. So I'm not sure if that has happened or not happened as far as getting an agreed.
Your Honor, we have been trying to meet the program for a week.
But, you know,
Your Honor, they're identified in
LOL. She's like, I'm not doing this right now.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So if you could do the same, just give me which ones you agree upon. I'd appreciate that. If we could get also by Thursday your objections to the ones that you don't agree upon in writing to me by Thursday morning. Okay?
Thursday morning.
Can we get that? Just so I know what you're objecting to, because I only have 2 hours on Friday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. to
Right.
deal with this issue. So I want to make sure we're all prepared to get that done.
Preparation.
Okay?
Come prepared.
Great. Anything?
Your Honor, I just want to make the we haven't seen what they sent until they sent today.
Okay, that's fine.
Rottenborn, get over yourself.
I'm not interested in anybody's finger pointing, but I understand. But we'll just go forward from here.
Right, I'm not interested in anybody's finger pointing. Children.
All right, have a good evening.
Fucking children. God damn. Rottenborn, you could have shut the hell up. She said, I am not interested in anybody's finger pointing. Look at Johnny, look at Ben. Yeah, y'all did a good job today. Did a good job. Good old job up there. Camille did wonderful. Hug. Johnny's out the door waving. Bye, Johnny. God, I wish he was coming home to me. Oh my goodness. Let me stop. Wow. Elaine over there did horrible. Did absolutely horrible. And it's very funny that her and Amber got in a yelling match. I believe it. I 1000% believe it. Look at Amber. Look at her in her ill-fitting suit. Just a mess. This don't make no sense. Go home. I'm sure the baby, it was staying with the nanny for these days because this is intense. I would not want that child anywhere around Amber during this time. Anywhere. And she's off like a thief in the night. Amber is off like a thief in the night, y'all. Gone. Oh, what is going on? Why are y'all honking so much?
It's kind of like
What
that
is the
Carly
problem? People be doing so much sometimes. So much. Wow. We finally got the cross of Amber Heard. We got the cross of Amber Heard, y'all. We have been waiting for this for fucking years, and Camille gave it everything. Everything. Wow. Let me turn this down. Hold up. Yeah. Like, she did horrible. She did absolutely fucking horrible. This was sad. This was so sad. Counsel for Johnny Depp, Camille Vasquez, cross-examines Amber Heard, who contradicts her own recollections from sentence to sentence. That's literally all she did. Try as she might to avoid saying it, she just admitted the Washington Post op-ed was about Johnny Depp. She did. She said it was about a whole bunch of people, including Johnny. The case is closed. The case has been closed because we already proved the defamation and the fact that Johnny lost damn near $44 million fucking dollars, which is why he's suing your ass for 50 mil, deservedly. I don't know why the hell she would think that she would ever need to ask for 32 million. That's why you didn't fucking ask for it, because you knew you didn't deserve it. You knew you didn't deserve that. You didn't want to go too much. 32 mil, bitch. Okay. But yeah, that's literally all her cross was. Camille would ask her a question. She wanted to use fucking semantics. She wanted to fucking use her word salad and say, oh, I said this, but I actually meant that. Oh, I said that, but I actually meant this. No, bitch. This is what you said in court. This is what the fuck you said on audio with the whole door thing. She was trying to make it seem like, oh no, I was barricaded behind the door and he hit my toes and that's what happened. And when I pushed the door back, that I was hitting the door. I wasn't talking about hitting him. Bitch, he says it in the fucking audio that he was behind the door and you had kept coming at him. He was behind the door trying to get away from you and you did not refute any of those statements. It's there. We heard it. Stop trying to gaslight me. You're gaslighting me. You're gaslighting all of us. That's fucked up. Tell the truth. Tell the fucking truth. Jesus. Hot ass mess. Text message Johnny Depp sent to his property manager about Raquel moving into his penthouse. Hey brother, so little Rocky may be moving into penthouse 1 tomorrow instead of Tuesday. Doesn't sound great. I'm going to have Rocky call you directly. Please treat her like a princess. Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. She is very kind, sweet, fragile girly. Whatever she needs, brother. Stock her up with good wine, great cheese, fruit, coffee, etc. You know the drill, pal. I know you'll take good care of her. I'm going to let her live there for as long as she wants/needs. Love you, brother. JD. Can you imagine? This man has literally told his people to set you the fuck up and give you any and everything you need. Wine, great cheese, fruit, coffee as soon as you come in the goddamn fucking door. And you're doing this to this man, conspiring with this woman. He says right here he was going to let you live there as long as she wanted or needed. These people are horrible. They took advantage of this man. He was giving of his all. He spoke so nicely about this woman. He spoke so nicely about her. Are you fucking kidding me? I will never get, like, knock on wood, I don't know if I'll ever get an opportunity to be set up in a fucking penthouse for free and have all my shit fucking stocked, all my food and shit, and this bitch didn't fucking appreciate any of it. Do you understand that people in this world, like, are never going to be able to experience shit like that? Like, the things that are simple to her and to Amber, we're never going to be able to experience that. I hope, you know, someday I can experience some type of something. But there's people in this world who are just not. And it sucks. It sucks. Camille did bring out that knife. She brought out that knife. That was a power play move. Power play. Power play. Oh my God. Wow. Someone said Io is completely different as to how he was in the UK. This is so rehearsed. It's actually painful. It's very rehearsed, honey. It's very obvious. Rehearse, rehearse, rehearse. Holy shit, I think I may have witnessed the public execution of Amber Heard by Miss Camille Vasquez. Beautiful scenes. Beautiful scenes. Beautiful. She did so good. I wouldn't have wanted it to go any other way. She gave us the right balance of, it wasn't even aggressive. It was taking control in her still being professional. Like, she never went there the way Rottenborn has gone there, the way Elaine has gone there, just being outright disrespectful, the tone being off, being rude, just all types of fucked up and unprofessional. Camille did not go there. She kept it tight. She kept it together. She gave us a clear and concise fucking storyline of what went down on what day, so we could all see what was taking place. The factual actuals of what happened. It was very clear, as a contrast of Elaine coming up and just pulling out random fucking dates and stuff. Their shit didn't even have metadata. Like, nothing made sense, nothing connected. It was just a whole bunch of rambling and words that she threw at the jury to make their own fucking assumptions of what the fuck went down. She gave nothing. Nothing was clear. Nothing. I think Camille did amazing job. Amazing. Wow. This was a long day. This video is probably going to be like, not lying, probably be like 5 hours, 6 hours. Oh my god, it's going to take forever to upload. He's using the same words as Amber. No way, they haven't spoken before. He did that deposition. Exactly. It's so obvious. God damn, it's so fucking obvious. They think we're dumb, and I'm insulted. Don't think I'm dumb. I'm very intelligent. I see what the fuck is going down, and so does everybody the fuck else. Y'all are the ones who are delusional, thinking that you're gonna hop away into the sun getting away with this shit. It's not happening. It's not happening. Ugh. Disgusting. The cross-examination of Amber Heard. This is gonna be a movie, y'all. Someone said, Greg Ellis said, it would be so easy and predictable for me to say that hashtag Camille Vasquez cross-examination was masterful. Truth is, when she started out, I wasn't sure. Then as the testimony went on, I started appreciating the subtle tactics playing out. Johnny Depp is well represented. Exactly. There's a strategy to all of this. It's a warm-up. You know, you warm up, you pace yourself, and then you take that home fucking run when the time comes and you see everybody else is lagging the fuck off. That's your moment to fucking... And that's what the fuck she did. She knew what she was doing. I was not worried or concerned about a damn thing. I can't believe how many worthless freeloaders Amber had surrounding Johnny while he was suffering with addiction. Exactly. You were so concerned about, like, supporting him to be sober, but you didn't make it easy for him at all, honey. You made it a hell of a lot worse. Ooh. Connell Kurtz just said tomorrow when Whitney Heard goes on the stand to lie for her sister. Ooh, is she going to be live? Goes on the stand? Is Whitney going to be live? Remember that Amber Heard beat her sister, and that beating was discussed in a pilot for a reality show that Whitney starred in. Yep. If y'all haven't seen it, I've seen this. I've shown it in a couple videos before on my channel. But if y'all haven't seen it, I'll play it real quick. Let me see. Is it gonna do it? There's an error. So maybe I'm not. But it's pretty much Whitney Heard. She's like by the pool with some of the other people who are in this reality show that never got aired. And they're asking her, she has like bruises and shit, and they're asking her like, damn, Whitney, Amber really beat your ass? She beat your ass like that, for real? And Whitney's like, I don't want to talk about it. We're not discussing it. And she's like, damn, I can't believe she beat your ass. Like, because she has bruises. She beat her own sister. We have IO admitting that Amber hit Johnny. We have Raquel admitting that Amber hit her. We have literal proof that Amber beat up her ex-girlfriend. We have the other boyfriend who was in the telenovelas saying that she abused him. We have her mother being terrified of her own daughter. And we have her ex-husband who was brutally abused, harassed, gaslit, manipulated, drove fucking crazy. She did all of this to Johnny Depp. And I don't think that he's her last victim. I really don't. I think Eve Barlow is sitting in that house fucking afraid. I think that she has literally fucking charmed this woman and like, I don't know what the fuck, and she's under Amber's spell and she's in the Amber cult. You know, like there's something going on there. If I could be a fly on the wall, I'd be up there like, right up there on the wall. But I'm sorry, because I just imagined myself like on the wall like this, looking down, listening to the, oh my god, I can't. It's been a long day. I'm sorry. I'm getting like slap happy now. But yeah, this is so crazy. Oh no, Johnny's bodyguard can't stop laughing and has to leave. That would be me because of Amber Heard's nonsense. Oh my god. He's real life. Oh, he is laughing. He is dying. That's funny. And he got up and left because he is laughing that hard. Let me show y'all. How can I get this off? Hold on. Look, here we go. He's dying. He's laughing. Look at him. He can't believe this shit. He had to get the fuck up. And the guy beside him, is that Sean Bett? The guy beside him is trying not to die too. I can't. He had to get the fuck up. That is fucking hilarious. God damn it, Amber. That's a damn shame. You got people whole out laughing at you. In your face. In your face. Oh, wow. Io said he really respected Johnny's privacy, but had no problem wandering into Johnny's bedroom while he wasn't there to take some selfies. Look at this shit. He was taking selfies in Johnny's bedroom. That is not your space to be in. Disrespectful. That is not your space to be in. And then above it says, please someone make a thread of these and what he did to Lily and all the other lies he said, because I think he like outed Lily or something. How are you in somebody's bedroom taking pics when they are not there? These comfortable. They got real comfortable. Took advantage of this man. Amber did cocaine. Amber threw up privately in Coachella. Former friend Rocky Pennington. Exactly. But I thought Amber didn't do cocaine. Amber never did cocaine. Amber was so against cocaine. When she literally has the perfect nose for it. Like, come on now. Like, we know. Please. Doing all of the coke. All of it. Wow. What a long day. I think I'm gonna end it here. This is already a bit excessive, I know. But yeah, I'm gonna end it here. I hope that you guys are having a lovely day wherever you may be. I hope that you had the most joy out of this cross-examination that I did. I hope that Johnny is very pleased with Camille and his representation that he got today. I feel like it was fabulous. I know that he's proud. I know that he is. Know it. And he deserves it. He deserves to go home. I'm sure there's people out there waiting for him to come out, cheering him on, have goodies for him and everything. He deserves it all and then some. So, yeah, that's where I'm ending it, you guys. I will catch you guys in another video. Tomorrow is a new day. Miss Whithurd is going to be on the stand. Whithurd. And let's see if she perjures herself again for her sister. Fun, fun, fun. Think about liking, think about subscribing. If not, I completely understand, but I'll catch you guys later. Ta-ta! Okay, I'm back again because I just saw that umbrella guy post this, and we talked about it briefly when it happened. Like, she up and fucking left before lunch, but apparently, so she defied the judge and stormed out of the court at break. So apparently insulted the judge. The judge was still giving orders to the jury when AH stormed out the door. I wonder if they witnessed this. How have people never... I have never seen this in my trial watching. The lack of respect to the very people she answered most questions to rather than the attorneys. And she can't even respect them. She can't respect them. Right before she left the stand, the judge said she should sit next to her attorney. AA went out the door with the sheriff instead. It's not a pretty look to defy the judge and disrespect not only the judge, but the jury. Look at this shit. She's disrespectful. I understand you were upset and you were under the fire and you were heated. You were upset because you were getting your ass shown and chewed out and embarrassed, but do what you gotta do. Look.
Okay. I have any more questions right now. Well, maybe you have a seat next to your attorney, okay?
She said you can have a seat next to your attorney. What does Amber do? What does Amber do?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes.
Boom.
Discuss the case with anybody and don't
Walks the fuck out. Disrespectful. She's disrespectful. All right, bye.